nothing to do with the
Have
fruitless
nothing
deeds
to
of
do with
darkness,
the fruitless deeds
but
of
rather
darkness,
expose them.
but rather expose them. Have nothing to do with the
Have
fruitless
nothing
deeds
to
of
do
darkness,
with the
fruitless
fruitless
deeds
deeds
of
of
darkness,
darkness,
but
but rather
some
expose
of them
them.
still haven't been told about the tinfoil hat they're wearing on their nose and mouth. Autonomy and economy, they close it down. Notice how they let us know what they won't allow. Only sometimes ignore the lies and the double think. Pay no mind to the puppet strings, cause once you've seen it, you can't unsee it. Just speaking for us heathens that love freedom. One reason my gun's clean and I read books. Take a deep look into history, they don't teach us. The evidence is being purged from libraries, so lies carry more weight. They try to hide the core strength. People living without the trivium, unaware of the gift their ancestors have given them. It's been hidden, but to get the facts, you know you gotta get your whip, hat and coat and dig like Indiana Jones. Before you can take the power back, I don't know where the power's at. Tragedy and hope. Before you can take the power back, I don't know where the power's at. Tragedy and hope. MK Ultra, something maybe we might should know about. Building 7, something maybe we might should know about. John O'Neill, something maybe we might should know about. The days of Israelis, something maybe we might should know about. USS Liberty, something maybe we might should know about. For agreement, something maybe we might should know about. Bohemian Grove, something maybe we might should know about. British East India Company, something maybe we might should know about. Operation Mockingbird, something maybe we might should know about. Operation Paperclip, something maybe we might should know about. Ruby Ridge, something maybe we might should know about. The Opium Wars, something maybe we might should know about. Before you can take the power back, I don't know where the power's at. Tragedy and hope. Before you can take the power back, I don't know where the power's at. Tragedy and hope. Tierra Griffin, rock on. Anthony Sutton, rock on. Frederick Bastiat, rock on. Richard Grove, rock on. James Corbett, rock on. Gary Webb, rock on. John Taylor Gatto, rock on. Harry Besmanov, rock on. Eustace Mullins, rock on. Alexander Solzhenitsyn, rock on. General Smedley Butler, rock on. Carol Quigley, rock on. Before you can take the power back, I don't know where the power's at. Tragedy and hope. Before you can take the power back, I don't know where the power's at. Tragedy and hope.
Welcome, Truth Seeker. It's not easy to discern truth from fiction on holodeck Earth. Grand Theft World is a fire hose of illumination and inspires the hearts and minds of truthers seeking freedom in a world environment of manipulation and control. Richard Grove and special guests take a deep dive into the people, places, and events that have shaped our world. Through a lens of critical thinking, to polish the gems and sort the chaff, to reveal the true machinations behind world events. Piece by piece, podcast by podcast, a portrait of reality emerges that we can use to take educated action in the fight for consciousness, truth, and freedom. Grand Theft World episodes include clips from the brightest and best podcasters and articles every week. A weekly special guest brings their expertise and knowledge. Join the vibrant GTW community of researchers and like-minded peers to collaborate on solutions and how we can truly create change. Take your first step on this adventure. Join now.
Welcome to the Grand Theft World podcast, hosted and sponsored by the members over here at grandtheftworld.com. You click this join community button in the upper right hand corner, and from there you can see all the amenities that members get. And we have a town hall going on this Tuesday night, 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. So if you're a new member, stop on by. This past week in Grand Theft World news history, we've got a lot of things going on. You know, we started hearing rumblings last week that the United States was going to merge its military with a good time ally of ours called Israel. Now, we've also heard word this past week we're going to maybe merge our intelligence communities with our good time buddy ally Israel. And I would point out it's been the six eyes. It's the Five Eyes plus Israel for a long time. So at least they're making it official now. It's very exciting to have partial sovereignty yielded over to a foreign good buddy ally of ours that always, when there's a good war going on, they always call us to come along, and, you can't put a price on that. Now, people have been maybe opposing that idea. There's a big gig going on over at the White House. They've built some sort of big spider thing out front that looks like, I don't know, they might have some seating for some UFC, such and such. And one of the people who just wanted to attend, UFC champion, belt holder right now, Sean Strickland, he has been banned from the event. He probably broke some rules he wasn't told about. And the White House was happy to tell the UFC that, everything else can go on, but Sean Strickland is not Israel enough for that type of event. So it's a tale of two Seans, because there was another Sean this past week who bit the hand of Trump. His name's Sean Ryan. We will have some clips of what he had to say this past week. But there's a lot of people who are, they've gone past that thin veneer of MAGA absolution, and now they're starting to see maybe there's some things going on that aren't so much in our interest as we the people. So we're going to be getting to that a lot more. We have a short Iran section. We are back to war with Iran. Apparently, you might have heard before the weekend it was almost peace, but by the time we get to Monday, it's usually not peace. And that seems to be a consistent thing that's going on over the past couple months. I'm not tracking it, but I have noticed the pattern of people maybe saying things on Friday to manipulate the stock market, and by Monday they do a whole different thing, which is where the manipulation cashes in. So all that plus more to discover. I'm here with my co-host tonight, Scott Armstrong. Scott, how you doing?
What's up, Richard? What's up, everybody? I am very happy to be here. I'm actually excited for tonight, you guys. It's gonna be a good one.
He's actually excited tonight as opposed to most other times. No, I'm just saying. Hey, sometimes it's work just to get here, but we are celebrating.
What I said? I'm actually excited for tonight. I didn't mean it like that. I'm very excited. I'm exceptionally excited for tonight. I'm actually,
as am I. It's going to be an exceptional evening. It's going to be the best episode of Grand Theft World this week, for sure. I promise you that. So, without further ado, we have some clips to warm us up into the milieu of what happened this past week, and Colby has those loaded up. So let me say this: we have many clips tonight. Usually we have some sections. We'll do a little miscellaneous at the beginning, because sometimes some of these sections take more than an hour to unfold, and we only have an hour before the guest comes on. So we do some miscellaneous at the beginning, kind of set the tone, and then we get into the deeper subjects, sometimes darker. As you get into the end of the episode, it is definitely for the more intrepid people among us. But if you have a long enough attention span and you care about the truth, then sometimes you need to know these additional details to be able to defend yourselves from things that are not true. And there's trillions of dollars of good propaganda and Hasbara being handed out there. So to be able to have the intellectual self-defense to stand your ground and appreciate truth as it is and take action in your life, you need that awareness and long attention span to be able to transact and make decisions, comparison and contrast, whatnot. All right, I'm going to hand it over to Colby, and we are going to get started. And thank you guys all for being here.
Data centers are popping up all over the country, thousands of them.
Utah could soon be home to one of the nation's most advanced data centers.
Developers of a data center that broke ground today say that it will be the largest infrastructure deployment in the United States.
We've seen data center proposals and projects pop up all around the metro, and today officials broke ground on one of them, a data center in Independence. The Nebius AI data center will become a reality thanks to $150 billion in bonds.
They're telling us all of this is necessary because we are in an existential arms race against China.
We are leading China by a lot in the AI race, and whoever wins the AI race, and we're going to win it.
When President Trump took office, he gave us all a monumental task. He said we have to make America the world leader in artificial intelligence.
The president wants us to be pro-innovation. He wants us to win the AI race against all other countries in the world. He recognizes that AI is going to be an important tool, not just for our economy, but for our military. And so he wants to ensure that we are winning that particular race.
They also tell us that in order to win this race, we must build more data centers. trillions of dollars worth more.
We have a race to be the AI capital of the world, and we have to win it. We have all sorts of different investment coming in. It's amounting into the trillions, where ground is already being broken for data centers across the country.
I'm here in Mansfield, Georgia, driving by Meta's new 2 million square foot data center facility. Facilities like this are being used to power things like ChatGPT and other AI tools that are becoming integrated into our daily life.
So that's what they're telling us. We need trillions of dollars worth of data centers to power ChatGPT. But is that actually true? Because as it stands, the US already has 5,000 data centers in operation, 10 times more than the next country, Germany, which is just over 500. Big Bad China is at number 4 with 449 data centers. In fact, we have more data centers than the next 9 countries combined. And this next part is what truly does not make any sense. Based on the latest estimate, in addition to the 5,000 data centers that we already have, nearly 3,000 new data centers are under construction or planned across the United States. The math just ain't mathin'. And believe me, I am not the only one noticing. Could all of this just be a cover story? What if the AI arms race isn't with a foreign adversary at all? What if it's actually preparing for something else? Something much closer to home? During the Vietnam War, the NSA ran a secret domestic espionage program called Project Minaret, whereby the agency intercepted thousands of communications, specifically targeting American anti-war activists, civil rights leaders, and political journalists. Decades later, as the US was engaged in the Iraq War, AT&T collaborated with the NSA to install fiber optic splitters at its facility in room 641A at 611 Folsom Street in San Francisco, allowing the agency to mirror and analyze all internet traffic passing through the building, capturing both domestic and foreign communications without a warrant. Now, fast forward to today, the Anti-Defamation League, with massive federal backing, is actively tracking thousands of what they deem to be quote-unquote anti-Semitic incidents across the country, which includes anti-war protests and pro-Palestine rallies, calling these incidents a threat to national security.
Number one, we need NYPD back on this campus or bring in the National Guard.
The difference between then and now, though, is that targeted wiretaps and communication intercepts were more than sufficient because dissent was highly centralized. Today, that is not so easy. Anyone with a smartphone is now potentially a vector to instantly spread ideas that the government or other powerful lobbying groups could deem a threat to national stability. I think you know where I'm going with this. They're not building AI data centers. They're building AI surveillance centers. Allegedly. Now, before we continue, I just want to really quickly tell you about my only affiliate partner on this channel, VP.net. Because you know how Israel pretty much owns the implied return on hyperscaler AI investment, 2025 to 2030. What do you see that's wrong with this picture? There's no money to be made. According to the Financial Times, who are using what they call, quote, the most generous assumptions, the biggest tech companies invested in AI are not projected to make any money. Microsoft AI ROI at negative 9%, Google is at negative 15%, Meta at negative 28%, Oracle at negative 35%, only Amazon barely comes out positive. And even they have major reservations about AI from a commercial perspective.
I was in a group, a leadership group, and people were telling me, they're like, we think that with AI, we can replace all of our junior people in our company. I was like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
And yet they want to build 3,000 more data centers. That doesn't make any sense unless what they're using them for is not in a commercial context, if you know what I mean.
Larry Ellison, second richest person on earth who's gobbling up a lot of the media in this country, who is a major investor in AI, predicts an AI-powered surveillance state is coming where, this is Larry Ellison, major investor, this is what he says, where citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that is going on, end quote.
Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on.
On July 13th, 2025, President Trump issued an executive order accelerating federal permitting of data center infrastructure, where he declared, quote, "We will pursue bold, large-scale industrial plans to vault the United States further into the lead on critical manufacturing processes and technologies that are essential to national security, economic prosperity, and scientific leadership." You hear that? Essential to national security. On March 20th of 2026, President Trump issues another press release unveiling his national AI legislative framework, again, where he reiterated his administration's commitment to winning the AI race to usher in a new era of human flourishing, economic competitiveness, and national security for the American people. There it is again, national security.
The president wants us to be pro-innovation. He wants us to win the AI race against all other countries in the world. He recognizes that AI is going to be an important tool, not just for our economy, but for our military. And so he wants to ensure that we are winning that particular race.
Doesn't sound like the AI race is at all about powering chatbots or other commercial enterprise use cases at all. Seems like it's about national security. But the question is, for which nation?
Congress is about to merge the U.S. military with Israel permanently, and they hid it inside of a 3,000-page bill.
The pro-Israel forces in Congress are trying to merge the U.S. and Israeli militaries. I'm not kidding.
If you actually look in to Section 224, you'll find it listed among the top priorities of the U.S. Congress. It's not just merging American troops and American military hardware with Israel. It's merging America's AI infrastructure and autonomous weapons systems with Israel as well. They keep telling us that all these data centers, thousands of them, they're vital to national security. Well, now, under the 2027 NDAA, Israel will gain access to them, which has always been the plan. These data centers, they aren't about powering ChatGPT on your smartphone. They aren't about keeping you safe. They're about powering a surveillance state that reports back to Greater Israel.
Back in March of this year, a hack in the Department of Homeland Security shone a light on the agency's AI surveillance ambitions, exposing over 1,400 funded contracts worth a combined $845 million, showing that the federal government is heavily funding private sector companies to develop advanced mobile biometrics, automated CCTV tracking, and predictive policing systems. Now, publicly, we already know that the Pentagon has a $9 billion joint warfighting cloud capability contract with companies like Amazon, Google, Microsoft, and Oracle. Recent reports indicate that the sequel, dubbed JWCC Next, will similarly be a multi-award contract, but, quote, at a bigger scale than its predecessor. So while you might see the logos of Amazon or Google or Microsoft on the sides of these massive AI data center facilities the size of New York City, and this is important because functionally, these buildings actually belong to the military surveillance industrial complex. And that is by design, as this arrangement, this public-private partnership, allows them to spy on you 24/7, allegedly, while laundering your Fourth Amendment protections through this private corporate shield, because technically they don't belong to the US government or military. Which, oh, by the way, could be fusing with Israel. But if you don't want them built, you're either a bot or a CCP spy. According to a new report from independent journalist Ken Klippenstein, a new congressional intelligence agency has just been created to track anti-AI data center protesters.
Protesters, activists, local citizens using their constitutional rights to say, hey, whether it's a city council meeting, whether it's a planning board meeting, saying we don't want these extractive technologies in our neighborhood, those organizations, those individuals are now being thrown into a huge dragnet under the category of anti-technology extremism. So whether that's people posting jokes online or on forums, saying, man, I hope this thing overheats and blows up so we don't have to stare at it every day and hear the hum, pulsating through our bones, or whether it's just, mom and pop store owners, farmers, you name it, organizing to show up to their local town hall to say, we don't want this in our community. Those people are being surveilled. Those people are being criminalized.
This right here came by because I'm trying to organize a community protest against a representative who's trying to push in a data center owned by a out-of-state company, trying to suck up all our energy. I made a post. I made an event on Facebook trying to organize the community to get together. And what's your badge number? Name and badge number?
I've detected that, Sim.
And name and badge number?
Sure. SHRP and it's 160.
Okay, yeah.
So
No, I have a First Amendment right to protest, and if I organize a protest on a public road, there's nothing wrong with that. I sent an email to that representative, and I can show you the email. I never made a threat.
Well, we disagree, and our state's attorney disagrees. Okay, so you're going to be charged today for a couple of offenses.
Seriously? I'm going to get charged for what?
For stalking and intimidation.
For stalking? When did I ever go to his house?
So we'll explain that to you more. Okay, so you are going to be placed under arrest right now, okay? All right. Okay.
That's right. If you don't like AI data centers, you're a terrorist. You don't like Israel, you're also a terrorist. Let me tell you, this type of framing directly mirrors how the state weaponized the war on terror to pass the Patriot Act in order to spy on ordinary American citizens.
But even here in the United States, if we're going to be building, let's say, these 1 gigawatt data centers, how do we make sure we're not protecting those $50 billion, $75 billion investments? We have to re-look at everything because of the role of drone warfare. Right now, we're looking at it internationally, but one of my concerns is, could it be a domestic terrorism using a $3,000 drone?
It couldn't be more crystal clear. We have their attention, and they are actually afraid. I know it may look doom and gloom, but the public is actually winning this battle.
Last, to conclude this matter, you determined the purchase and sale is closed.
A big wave of relief from a very passionate crowd after the La Pine City Council decides not to move forward with a proposed data center. That vote, unanimous, and came after residents voiced strong and often fiery opposition to the proposed project.
According to Heat Map News, 25 data centers were scrubbed in 2025 after local pushback, 4 times as many as 2024. The number of cancellations, they say, is likely to grow in the year to come. At least 99 data center projects nationwide are now being contested by local activists or residents. Aaron Brockovich, yes, that Aaron Brockovich, recently launched a new tool to help the public track the real-world impact of AI data centers. They want us to believe that all of this is inevitable, that resisting AI is an act of treason. But let me tell you, this is our country, it's our community, it's our family, it's our friends, it's humanity, and that is exactly why this fight is worth fighting for, and that's why we are going to win. That is it for me this week. This is one of those stories that the mainstream media will never cover. And coincidentally or not, it's also one of those fights I think that's truly worth fighting. So I want to hear from you. Do you and your family live near a data center? Is one popping up in your community? What's your experience been like? Sound off in the comments section below. Also, if you want to support my journalism, you can go to my website, 5149jameslee.com.
Have you ever been in an argument with someone who's completely wrong, but absolutely certain they're right? They have no expertise, no evidence, no logical argument, but they're more confident than you've ever been about anything in your life. And you're standing there thinking, how? How can someone so ignorant be so sure of themselves? You've probably heard people talk about the Dunning-Kruger effect. The idea that stupid people don't know they're stupid, that incompetence prevents people from recognizing their own incompetence. But what most people don't know is this. Arthur Schopenhauer figured this out 200 years before Dunning and Kruger ever proved it scientifically. He watched it happen everywhere, in universities, in social circles, in positions of power. He saw mediocre minds speak with absolute authority, saw ignorant people dismiss genius, saw fools so confident in their stupidity they couldn't even perceive how wrong they were. And he documented exactly why this happens. The psychological mechanism that makes idiots think they're intelligent. Not just that they do it, but why they can't help doing it. Here's what Schopenhauer discovered. The less people know, the more confident they become. Intelligence creates doubt. Stupidity creates certainty. And this isn't random. It's a predictable pattern built into how the human mind works. Today, I'm going to show you the exact psychological process that makes idiots think they're geniuses. Not to mock them, but so you can recognize this pattern in others, and more importantly, catch it in yourself. Because here's what's terrifying. Every person who's ever been confidently wrong believed they were right, including you, including me. The Dunning-Kruger effect doesn't just apply to other people. It applies to all of us in domains where we lack knowledge but don't realize it. The question is, do you have the self-awareness to recognize when you're operating from ignorance disguised as certainty? This is Schopenhauer's explanation for why the dumbest people are often the most confident, why true intelligence always comes with doubt, and why once you understand this mechanism, you'll never be confused by confident idiots again. Here's the core mechanism Schopenhauer identified. Intelligence requires the ability to perceive complexity, but perception of complexity requires knowledge. Which means, if you're too ignorant to see complexity, everything looks simple. And if everything looks simple, you feel certain. This is what he called the fool's paradise, a state of blissful confidence created by complete ignorance of how much you don't know. Think about learning any skill. When you're a complete beginner, you think, this doesn't look that hard. You watch an expert and assume you could do it too. Then you try, and you're terrible, and you realize, oh, there's way more to this than I thought. That moment of realization, that's the beginning of competence, because now you can see the gap between where you are and where you need to be. But idiots never have that moment. They never progress far enough to see the complexity, so they remain in the state of, this looks easy forever. Schopenhauer observed this constantly among his peers. Philosophers who'd never studied deeply would confidently dismiss entire schools of thought, not because they'd examined and found them wanting, but because they couldn't perceive the depth they were dismissing. To them, philosophy was just opinions about life. Simple. They couldn't see the logical structures, the epistemological frameworks, the centuries of refined argument. So they felt qualified to have strong opinions with minimal knowledge. The modern version of this is everywhere. Someone reads a headline about economics. Now they're certain they understand monetary policy. Someone watches a documentary about history. Now they can definitively explain why civilizations collapsed. Someone listens to a podcast about psychology. Now they can diagnose everyone around them. They've acquired surface-level information, but they can't perceive the depths they're missing. So surface level feels complete. Schopenhauer wrote, "The person who writes for fools is always sure of a large audience." Why? Because fools can't tell the difference between shallow and deep. To them, a complex argument and a simple assertion look the same. So they'll choose the simple one. It's easier to understand. And they mistake ease of understanding for truth. Naval Ravikant updated this perfectly. The more you know, the more you realize you don't know. But flip it. The less you know, the less you realize you don't know. And when you can't see what you're missing, you feel complete. Here's the test. Ask someone about a complex topic, economics, politics, philosophy, science. If they give you a confident, simple answer with zero caveats, they're operating from ignorance. Because anyone who actually understands complexity knows nothing worth understanding is simple, and anyone who actually knows deeply speaks with qualifiers. It depends on, in this context, generally, but there are exceptions. Certainty is the language of ignorance. Nuance is the language of understanding. Here's a pattern you've definitely noticed. Someone has surface-level exposure to a topic. Read a few articles, watch some videos, heard some discussions, and now they speak about it with the confidence of someone who studied it for years. They don't realize that familiarity and expertise are completely different things. Schopenhauer called this the illusion of comprehension, mistaking recognition for understanding. You've heard the terms. You know the basic concepts. You can follow a conversation about it. So you assume you understand it, But here's the difference. Familiarity means you've been exposed to ideas. Expertise means you can work with those ideas, apply them, test them, see their limitations. Familiarity is passive, expertise is active, and idiots can't tell the difference. Think about how this plays out. Someone hears about Stoicism, reads a few Marcus Aurelius quotes on Instagram. Now they're giving life advice based on Stoic philosophy. But ask them, what's the Stoic view on preferred indifference? How does Stoicism resolve the problem of external goods? What distinguishes Stoic ethics from Epicurean ethics? Blank stare. Because they don't actually understand Stoicism, they're familiar with some quotes, but familiarity feels like understanding to them, so they speak with confidence. Schopenhauer experienced this constantly in academia. Colleagues would mention his work in conversations, use his terminology, reference his ideas. He'd think, oh, they've read my work. Then they'd say something that proved they completely misunderstood the fundamental premise. They were familiar with his ideas. They could name drop correctly, but they hadn't understood. They just absorbed surface patterns, and they couldn't tell the difference. The modern explosion of this is social media. Everyone's familiar with everything. No one understands anything deeply. You scroll through content on neuroscience, psychology, philosophy, politics, economics. You've heard the terms, seen the debates, absorbed the talking points, and that familiarity creates the illusion. I know about this, but knowing about something is not knowing something. Marcus Aurelius understood this. Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth. But idiots hear opinions and think they've acquired facts. They see perspectives and think they've grasped truth because they can't distinguish between exposure and understanding. Here's why this matters. When you mistake familiarity for expertise, you stop learning. Because why would you study something you already understand? So you remain at surface level forever while feeling like you're informed. This is why idiots think they're smart. They've confused recognition with comprehension. They've heard about things, so they think they know things. And their confidence grows in proportion to their exposure, completely independent of their understanding. The practice, before speaking confidently about something, ask yourself, could I teach this to someone else? Could I defend this against expert counter-arguments? Could I apply this in a novel situation? If no, you're familiar, not expert. And familiarity should make you curious, not confident. Intelligent people know the difference. Idiots don't. Here's something Schopenhauer identified that's brutal. To recognize that someone is better than you at something, you need to be somewhat competent yourself. If you're completely incompetent, you can't even perceive excellence. A child watching a chess grandmaster can't appreciate the genius of the moves. They just see pieces being moved. A person with no musical training can't distinguish a virtuoso from a competent player. They both sound good. This is what Schopenhauer called the competence threshold for recognition. You need baseline competence to recognize superior competence, which means if you're truly incompetent, everyone looks roughly the same to you. The expert and the amateur, the genius and the mediocre. You can't tell the difference because you don't have the knowledge to perceive the difference. And this creates a devastating cycle. Because you can't recognize excellence, you don't know what to aspire to. Because you don't know what to aspire to, you never improve. Because you never improve, you remain unable to recognize excellence. Forever. Schopenhauer saw this among philosophy students. They'd read Kant and read some random blogger's philosophy essay and think, both are just opinions about reality. Both are equally valid. They couldn't see that Kant built rigorous logical systems while the blogger just shared unexamined assertions. Because seeing that difference requires philosophical training they didn't have. So to them, all philosophy looked the same. The modern equivalent is everywhere. Someone can't tell the difference between A scientific study and a blog post that references science, an expert analysis and a confident opinion, a well-reasoned argument and a well-delivered speech, because they don't have the competence to see the distinction. So when they produce low-quality work themselves, they genuinely think this is as good as what experts do. Because in their perception, it is. They're not being arrogant. They're being blind. Their incompetence is so complete they can't see the gap. Naval's insight applies here. Specific knowledge is knowledge that you cannot be trained for. If society can train you, it can train someone else and replace you. But idiots can't see specific knowledge. It's invisible to them. They see what everyone sees, surface patterns. They miss what experts see, deep structures, and missing it, they assume it doesn't exist. Example, someone writes an essay. It's poorly structured, uses fallacious reasoning, makes unsupported claims. But to them, it looks just like professional essays they've read. They can't see the logical gaps in their argument, the lack of evidentiary support, the weak transitions between ideas, the failure to address counter-arguments, because seeing those requires skill they don't have, so they submit it with confidence, maybe even feel proud, while an expert reading it sees glaring flaws on every page. The gap between their self-assessment and reality is massive.
Thank you, Colby. All right, let's rewind back to the beginning. James Lee saying a whole bunch of things about these data centers, and it's not a moon. It's not a moon. It's a space station. That's what he's saying. It's not data centers. It's surveillance centers, and it's all part of the track trace database endeavor that has been going on for a long time. Now, it has gone on for a long time, so we should probably learn about that. He mentioned Project Minaret. Let me press the magic button, take you to the history blueprint land. Over here, Project Minaret is a surveillance program, one of the many surveillance programs brought forth in the early days. Let's click open the Wikipedia. Let's get a date on it so we have an idea for specificity. Project Minaret was a domestic espionage project operated by the National Security Agency, which, after intercepting electronic communications, contained the names of pre-designated U.S. citizens, passed them on to government law enforcement. So it said it's operated between 1967 and 1973, starts in 1962, about 10 years after the inception of the NSA. So now if we go back over to the history blueprint, you can see other, Echelon, Prism, Stellar Wind, Trailblazer. These are all more recent programs, but they do have a history and lineage. There's Pegasus, Optic Nerve, Operation Karma Police, for you Radiohead listeners out there. So GCHQ is the government communication headquarters of Great Britain from 1901 to present. The NSA comes along about 50 years later. National Security Agency here comes about, and it was basically created in the image of Government Communications Headquarters, GCHQ. And the first project that was kind of binding them together are projects like Project Harvest back in 1959. So all these post-World War II integrations of NSA and GCHQ, the Anglo-American intelligence community, that's been going on for about 80 years. But along 1947 came the State of Israel, and because of its unique origins as a nation in history, it was greatly affiliated with a couple other intelligence agencies that might have also helped to bring it about. So it's a very interesting story. I wanted to put Project Minaret on the file there. And then there was that talk about Larry Ellison. Did you see that chart, by the way, Scott, where only Amazon can make money in the most aggressive, like the most, what did they say? Like they're giving them the most benefit of the doubt. Yeah, Oracle looked like he was coming up the shortest.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, and when you consolidate the whole economy, like the Amazon might be the only thing left standing. But I mean, it runs off. I mean, they've got their own servers. I mean, everything runs on Amazon World's, AWS. But like, I feel like Oracle still has a big section of the internet as well. Like Google, like they all have pretty big stakes. And the further consolidation of whatever is to come in the future, like those are going to be the people left holding the bag. That's for sure.
Well, I also noticed that, like Oracle, like why would a publicly traded company with origins in the CIA, take such a big loss on this AI bath that they're all doing, right? Oh wait, Larry Ellison is the biggest donor to the IDF. So really, it's like a donation to the IDF. Like if he sees that that's a surveillance network, would really uh, give them a right to exist, for instance. That might be a thing that they want to push forward. So I could see that. And then I have some other comments on that section when we get to it later. But I just wanted to point out Oracle basically is the IDF because the guy who has run it has been their biggest proponent and donor and et cetera, et cetera. So it's very interesting. Now, thoughts on other parts of it, Scott, before we move to JP real quick before our guest?
I mean, okay, so obviously if you're a dissident online, especially if you're espousing unpopular opinions, like for me, the whole COVID injections and just, vaccines in general, I'm constantly being bombarded with people calling, saying, "Oh, Dunning-Kruger, what'd you learn that on YouTube?" Blah 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 blah. It's really frustrating, and a lot of
Those are the
times
Dunning-Kruger people.
those are the Dunning-Kruger people. The irony of it, because like I always say, "Why don't you come on the show and debate vaccine science with me?" I've written dozens of articles about. I mean, I would like when I was working for Last American Vagabond, like that's all I did was write articles, and my whole thing was write about vaccines. Like that was like 2022, 2023. I was just obsessed with like whatever the topic was of the day and like getting into science. And I tried to be as rigorous as possible, citing actual scientific papers. I got really good at reading them. If you go back to that era on the Last American Vagabond Substack, and I still pull up articles and reference things that I know I wrote about and pull up the studies and stuff like that. And it's like I know. So anyway, I'm always like, hey, come on a podcast with me and debate vaccine science. And they always, I've never once had anybody take me up on it. Never once, not ever. And it's like, okay, cool. So anyway, they
Well, there's a
speak to
Jesus line about casting pearls before swine.
Exactly.
But I would just observe that in the art of ethical sales, there's a part where you qualify to make sure that they actually have a problem you can help solve, and you can help them solve it. And that what you described, you were providing treatment for someone who wasn't accepting the learning experience. They weren't curious. They were very confident. Can't help them move along. People who understand the complexity, they also understand what a lifeline to some knowledge, wisdom, understanding, experience looks like. So, some people want to struggle. We have to have comparison and contrast. If you're not going to struggle, somebody else is going to choose to struggle. That's all it is. What did you think? Have you ever studied Schopenhauer before?
No, I have not taken the time to study. I've heard the name, but not much.
Yeah, there's a lot of his ideas that I don't resonate with. So again, separate the message from the messenger. If the message holds validity and truth and factualness, then it's useful. And then, you can learn about the people as you go along, but it's the wisdom that should be encapsulated. We have some wisdom coming up. There's a guy called Donald Trump. I don't know if you guys have heard of him, but he has a less famous son called Donald Trump Jr. Apparently, allegedly, Donald Trump Jr. just married Epstein's personal banker, daughter of Epstein's personal banker, that sounds better. So you can't hold the daughter accountable for the sins of her father, of course, nor for Don Jr. So I have not even reviewed this JP yet, but it's titled Don Jr. marries daughter of Epstein's personal banker. This is wild. I'm just interested to see if it is wild or not, because JP occasionally exaggerates. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. I just want to see if it's wild. Then we will be back with our special guest, another person who's a famous son of another son of a gun. We have in the house coming up Rex Jones. So stay tuned. Let's go to JP, see if we can get a laugh out of him. He's always so serious. And then we will be back with our special guest. One of the most popular questions asked is, how do the 19 essential skills for success not taught in school pertain to sales and marketing? Well, sales and marketing depend on being able to ask the right questions, to formulate an understanding. That active listening allows you to make a better plan, and that allows people to move forward with ease. An ethical framework around that problem-solving solution set is very valuable in the market, and it's just an essential element that comes from the 19 skills from a success. You can learn more at getautonomy.info/19 skills.
Marries the daughter of Epstein's banker. That's nothing to see here. Welcome back to the JP Reacts channel, my freedom-loving friend. This is where we help spread the light of truth and freedom because truth conquers. I have not had many things on my bingo card in 2026, including Donald Trump Jr. marrying the daughter of Epstein's personal banker. Now, you'll hear in a minute what the personal banker said of Epstein. Words of the highest praise. It's great. This guy thought very highly of Jeffrey Epstein. Anyway, Don Jr. marries the daughter of that guy. It's just a big circle, ladies and gentlemen. That's what this is. We'll hear the words that the banker, this gal's father, who's dead now, said of Epstein, and we'll see what he wrote in the letter, what she's all about. But first, here's the headline. Donald Trump Jr. marries daughter of Jeffrey Epstein's banker. The groom's father has a well-documented friendship with the deceased child trafficker. Yeah. By the way, I love the author of this article. He is a he, him. Now, if you remember a couple weeks back, there were the murmurings like President Trump was on Air Force One to go wherever, and he had to circle back. Oh, he was going to Don Jr.'s wedding, duh. But he had to circle back, go to D.C., made an announcement, I've got to miss my son's wedding. And he's like, because he's got important things to do, and everyone's speculating, whoa, there's something big going to happen. Then the next afternoon, he had a call with all the Middle East head people, and then they announced they're pretending to do a peace deal in 60 days. So that was the wedding President Trump had to miss. Hopefully he gets Donald Trump Jr.'s next wedding. He probably will. If he's still, God willing, he's still with us. This was Don Jr.'s second marriage. I thought it was his third, but he was engaged to a gal, Kimberly Guilfoyle, who was just like a billboard of plastic surgery. She was the ex of Gavin Newsom that Don Jr. got together. Anyway, they got engaged. Somehow plans fell through. So now he's married to his second wife, Bettina Anderson. Boy, if that's not just a weird name, from a weird family. This is weird circles. I mean, just literally marrying into the Epstein class. The Epstein class marrying into the Epstein class. We're doing Epstein class inbreeding, ladies and gentlemen. We want the blood of the elites in the next generation. So we're going to breed these two elites, Don Jr. and Bettina Anderson. Got some good banking blood. Just some good blood. This is royal blood. So her father passed away, and I don't know who, I can only speculate. This isn't confirmed, but I could imagine, as you see the happy couple in front of you right there, it'd be great if they had Palm Beach Pete give her away, walk her down the aisle at the wedding. Some speculation that's actually Epstein, and I'm kind of on board with that, but wouldn't that just be the best? If the daughter of the personal banker of Epstein's like, ooh, yeah, they didn't really announce that publicly, but people found out. So the daughter of Epstein's personal banker is marrying the president's son, and Epstein himself walks her down the aisle under the disguise of Palm Beach Pete. Look at the dental records. They kind of look the same. So Global Watchdog puts this out. The connection of Henry Loy Anderson Jr., this is the father-in-law who's dead, whose daughter just married Donald Trump Jr. with Jeffrey Epstein. In 1999, Palm Beach Bank President Harry Loy Jr. wrote a letter, a glowing letter to U.S. Virgin Island officials. You'll see the full letter shortly. He called Jeffrey Epstein a gentleman of the highest integrity with an excellent reputation. Now, that was either a lie or that was Henry Loy Anderson Jr.'s judgment of what an excellent reputation is. This letter helped Epstein secure massive tax breaks worth tens of millions. No word if that helped him win the lottery twice. How did Epstein win the lottery twice? But he's not tied into our government. Got it. The financial conduit. Jeffrey Epstein banked with Anderson's Palm Beach National Bank and Trust Company since the early 90s. Legal testimonies from Epstein's former staff later alleged that bank accounts at Anderson's institution were used to pay victims. Yeah, whatever. Of course they were. Now, when I first saw this story, I was thinking, this is no big deal. People are making a big deal out of nothing. Because I thought, like, dude, a banker at my bank, none of the bankers know who I am. Like, I don't know their names. Maybe they know my name, but I doubt it. So it's like, why are we pretending people have like this close relationship with the banker and therefore their banker is implicated in everything they do? They don't even know who each other are. But then you see Epstein's banker's character reference letter to the Virgin Islands. It's like, oh, well, that's different. That is a guy who knew Epstein at a deeper level than your banker knows you, most likely. Now, as we zoom in here on Don Jr. and Bettina Anderson, you'll hear her background in a second. It is both not impressive and also very confusing. So anyway, here you see, I don't know if this is a different body double or she has high heels, because I looked it up. She's like 5'11". I don't know how tall Don Jr. is, but maybe slightly taller than that. But here she is, like 7 feet tall. Now now we got some plastic surgery. Trump's like plastic surgery. We criticize liberals for doing gender mutilation surgeries on their crotches, ruining what God made. But dude, like the conservatives, especially the conservatives around Trump, they like to do facial mutilations. There's like, God made a mistake. My face is supposed to look paralyzed. Do you have any Botox? Do you have any paralyzing agents to inject into my face? Why don't you want to express emotion? Because emotion's bad for the business I'm in. This just looks like the face of the daughter of Epstein's personal banker. Like that, she looks like, are you in a Jason Bourne movie? Kinda. So Bettina, if that's her name, I forget at this point. And Bettina's her name. I also don't care. Here's her background. Now, it's simultaneously not impressive while also being confusing. Here it is. We'll get back to the video in just a second, but first I want to tell you about something in my health practice that I absolutely never missed. With a BA in art history, criticism.
Colby, go ahead, pull that.
Great, not impressive.
We'll get more JP later. I am pleased to present for a first appearance on Grand Theft World podcast. We have a youngster called Rex. And I'm not sure who he is. This is our first meeting. Hopefully we get to know each other. I'll show you the rest of his outposts as we go through. But first, I wanted to welcome him to Grand Theft World. Rex Jones, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I love the merch y'all have on. I got that all up in my closet, man. I've got all those shirts. I've got the I Hate Alex Jones. I see you back there in the classic red. Hell yeah. Oh yeah. That's like a 2020 model.
Okay, so we had choices. This was the fundraiser in August of maybe 2018, late August. He did the things at Congress and he said some mean words to the rat face guy. And then next thing you know, he had to print t-shirts, right? And this is one of my favorites because it's like the reverse psychology of it. It's just beautiful, right? But I had other ones. I had the We Are All Alex Jones losing free speech back in the day. I had the Joe Rogan, Alex Jones, and I didn't even have to dig. These are on top of the laundry pile, bro. So I know that you've been instrumental in a lot of the designs, merchandising, and you're an entrepreneur yourself. But first, I just wanted to welcome you, and it's a pleasure. I've only had the opportunity to interview progeny of some of my colleagues one other time, and that was with David Icke's kids. So Rex, it's a pleasure to host you here. And I understand you have time constraints, but you showed up early. So I said, let's take advantage of that and bring you in. Now, have you met my co-host, Scott Armstrong?
Oh, we've been talking. We've been talking a little bit.
We've been talking, and you may not know, but I was one of the main organizers of the American Liberty Awards in Austin back in 2022. Right. So yeah. So we hung out there for a little bit, but yeah, that was a chaotic evening for sure.
Indeed.
Well, right on. I appreciate you staying up late, making time. You've had a more interesting journey than most people who we interview. So I wanted to start with some of the character building experiences of your own. When did you feel First off, did you go to public school or were you homeschooled?
It was a wide smattering. So private and then homeschooling most of the time. But honestly, what I like to say, going back 15 years, I went to school at the office, right? Like that's where I grew up. I spent as much time there as was humanly possible. You know, I would just kind of do homework and assignments there, even if I was in school. That was kind of my home away from home, which is one of the reasons why I'm so sad about losing it. But very much so, you know, in the way that they used to say, you know, you get a classical education, like your father's a shoemaker, you learn how to make shoes. Like I kind of learned that in the media space, right? So kind of every aspect of what we used to do and what we still do, like going forward on the new network, even though I'm not like affiliated with it or anything, what we used to do is everything ourselves. And that's what made us different than everybody else. And that's why you see kind of like echoes and reflections of that style of everyone doing that kind of work for themselves, building their own alternative media networks and whatnot. I tend to think, and maybe, you know, I aggrandize it a bit in my head because it was all legendary to me as a kid, and it's still legendary to me to this day, you know, how much we contributed to the space. But I saw a place like that office that I talk about. I saw a place where we had like 4 or 6 people grow to be an office of like 50. And then if you include the warehouse, 78 folks. And that's all just one guy in one chair on day one. So for me, that's really inspiring, not just from the aspect of media, which I've gotten back into recently, but just from the aspect of, you know, entrepreneurship and like being an American businessman and wanting to continue on moving forward in that spirit. Like there's nothing bad about that. It's good. You create jobs for people, you help the economy, you do all of it. And that's really why we got popped. I know I'm kind of going into a long-winded thing here.
No, this is perfect. Please keep continue. Yeah.
It's key for people to understand what happened to us. What happened to us can happen to you, can happen to anybody. You're not allowed to make too much money. All right. You're not allowed to have these independent ventures that challenge, you know, like mainstream establishment institutions. Right. And if you look at like a Gawker, a Young Turks, a Vice, MSNBC, CNN, blah, 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 blah. These are lost leaders. These constantly lose money. And then the ownership transfers over and over and over again. With us, you literally had or have 32 years of continuity. And you can see the origin, warts and all, to where we're at today. And, you know, when people, you know, ask me questions, I just have to say, you know, just look at the archive, look at all the stuff, look at all the different eras, you know, like you got my dad kind of when he looks like me with hair, you know, back in the 90s, I call it like the Bronze era. Then you've got silver era Alex Jones, you've got early 2000s to, you know, 2008, 2012 kind of period. And then you got golden era, in my opinion, which is like anywhere from 2014 to, you know, 2018. Like all the classic edits, the memes, the songs, the gay frog stuff, that all happened in that specific period of time. And then things kind of got really dark for us. And it all kind of began in 2018 when, you know, we were kicked off all social media, and you kind of referenced that in the intro. And I was interrupting you a little bit, but what I was saying was the quote that got my dad kicked off Twitter. "You look like a possum that crawled out of the rear end of a cow, in my view." All right. That was our offense. Now, do
Oliver
we see
Darcy? That's who it was.
Oliver Darcy, exactly. So we were kicked off everything for that and a number of other minor infractions. They were just trying to get us, essentially. And it was a beta test. It was a test run to see, can you deperson somebody off the internet? And spoiler alert, yes, you can. I saw it happen to all of us, right? So like I had dozens, if not like 100 videos as a kid, right? From the show, from reports I had done, from Man on the Street work I had done, all of that evaporated, gone. And then once they get rid of that digital presence that you have and your ability to communicate and defend yourself, then the lawsuits start to rain down. Then the Sandy Hook stuff happens. And then you're just drowning because you have no means to be in the digital public square to defend yourself. And you're under immense assault. And not only that, you need to fund yourself because you built this operation off of being able to fund yourself solo, and people aren't able to find you. So one of the great feats that I would tell people about InfoWars history is the building of Band.video. And I got to watch that happen live. We built our own streaming service in 2 weeks. Like who else does that? Who else has those people that love and care so much about what they're doing? You know what I mean?
Nobody on the freedom side. Let's put it that way. So that was remarkable. We also appreciated being on Band.video for many years. And I'm sorry that it's now no longer there.
Legendary.
And Scott had gotten us hooked up with Rob, and that was an early thing. So that was, you know, we probably got 25, 30,000 views a week just from Band.video, that outpost. So that was super appreciated. And, you know, please continue. I feel like I was interrupting what you were in the middle of.
We're good. I can go for longer. That's all I have to say. It's just so I do Thursday and Sunday, 7:30 to 10:30 p.m. And we cut today a bit short because me and my co-host are a little bit tired. And I also do a morning show from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. That's New American Journal. And I do that primarily on Twitter and Rumble or Extra Rumble, whatever you want to say. But yeah, I was just kind of like a little worried about time constraints, but I can do like over an hour for sure. So got questions.
Cool.
Ask?
Yeah, man. Well, I mean, I got questions. I want to get your perspectives on entrepreneurism because I really do. That's the juxtapose, like the main seed of the conversation that I envisioned was Rex has been in the middle of like the necessity of being able to make your offer to the market and getting freedom related information out there, and the synergy between those two is what took your dad from who was the Ted guy from Minnesota that had the gold commercials back when it was like, you know.
No, I know who you're talking to. Ted Anderson. Shit.
Ted Anderson, yeah. So
Holy
like,
shit.
well, yeah. So like, you know, Alex would have the radio show, and then he would cut to other people's products and commercials that he had no control over, and it was just like a radio clock, normal kind of syndication type thing. And then as he started to speak out more and more, and some of those people were getting a hard time and giving a hard time to the sponsors, it forced him to be more and more independent and start like first it was Infowars.tv. I was so excited about that. The ability is like, if we all just subscribe to this one thing, it would empower this operation. And
Right.
so like myself and all my colleagues were all inspired by those things back then, because it wasn't like he worked at CBS and quit. He started in public access, which
Right.
takes away all of our excuses not to be able to do something, like not to do something and be active. Because
By
like,
the
yeah.
way, it's kind of funny because I was we're doing some renovations on my house here. I'm in Nashville, and we had a bunch of leftover drywall that the previous owner had left here, and it was the wrong type of drywall. So I put a post online saying, I just need to get rid of all this. If you can come pick it up and haul it away yourself, it's yours for free. And you know who came and picked it up? It was Steve Lane, Alex's old co-host from the public access days. And I was like, bro, what's up?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was so funny.
Yeah, and then so there's lots of cool stories from like, what year were you born, Rex?
I was born 2002.
2002.
9/11. Yeah, and I just want to say really quick, like I'm totally here for this conversation because you get it, and I've been waiting for a while for somebody to ask me these actual questions, about building something where you're able to like fund and sustain your own media, or just in general like an operation, how you do it truly independently. That is like the true genius of what my father did.
Mm-hmm.
And like, that's why people make Cenk Uyghur comparisons, and it really offends me. It actually makes me mad because like that guy didn't build anything at all. He was given like tens or hundreds of millions of dollars.
Oh, yeah.
We didn't get anything. So
yeah,
go ahead.
What I love is the spectrum from the point where Alex rushes the stage at that event and Jimmy Dore spits in his face, to the fact where your dad and Jimmy can sit down and have a conversation like two freedom loving individuals and say freedom's better than slavery. Let's set aside our differences and work forward. I don't know if Cenk has I don't know. He's kind of grown on me a little bit since 10/7, because I really never would watch anything Young Turks. But since 10/7, I've wanted to have like a much more balanced and nuanced view and see what both sides are saying. And that genius that you mentioned about your dad is just one aspect. The next one I'm going to show you right here. You ever hear him say, we've got the documents. We've got the documents, ladies and gentlemen. Well, oh man, my camera won't work. So I'm going to reboot it live because I'm not scared to do that. I'll just do it.
I've heard that all my life, by the way. I've heard that all the days that I've been alive. I was my dad's little cameraman too.
I'll tell you what, who's got the documents? Richard Grove right here. I'm so excited for you two to connect, dude.
Well, my point was like some days, to be honest, Rex, he'd say we have the documents, but he didn't show the documents, and I couldn't find the documents. Infowars wasn't posting the documents. And I thought if only Infowars had a team that every time Alex said, we've got the documents, that they would post the documents. And here it is. So I have to go. He would say, so he said something about Woodrow Wilson one day, and I was completely incredulous. Let me make sure I'm pushing the right button. And so I went out and I got a first edition copy of the Woodrow Wilson, Dr. Woodrow Wilson, because he was at Princeton at this point. The New Freedom. These are his campaign speeches in 1911. Okay. Now I'm going to read it. I'm going to show you this quote, and I'm sure you've heard part of it. But the thing is, the internet makes it like this. People have a short attention span. So people condense things, paraphrase things. These things get circulated around. It's a telephone game. So you assume when someone tries to verify a quote that that it can be either verified or not. But then you have to take in, like, if you don't have the first edition source to go back to, it can, you could easily see this quote and dismiss it and say that's not a real quote. My reasoning for why people can do that is because you are passed around a paragraph in meme world on Twitter, right? Here it is, but it's really an 8-page quote by Woodrow Wilson that goes on and on and on. So if anyone here knows this quote by heart, I don't know, go make a cup of tea and come back in a minute. But I want to show it to Rex because this is an important part of history. And so this is Chapman and Hall Limited, 1913. They published the 1911 speeches after they made him president, right? He becomes president and then he gets reelected because he kept us out of war. So this starts on page 12. And I'm going to move the camera because I'm smarter now and I don't have to lean over and try to reach the microphone. I'll just move the camera. Took a couple years to learn that. And I'm going to zoom in. There we go. Since I've entered politics, I've chiefly had men's views confided to me privately. Some of the biggest men in the United States in the field of commerce and manufacture are afraid of somebody, are afraid of something. They know that there is a power somewhere so organized, so subtle, so watchful, so interlocked, so complete, so pervasive, that they had better not speak above their breath when they speak in condemnation of it. And then he goes on to say how it can't be said that America is still a free country where an individual can offer his market, his wares to the market. And it goes on. Let me zoom back out. And on and on and on. And so this is a major idea being discussed in 1911, but it is, I think, severely more important today for people to realize, like, there was a syndicate back then that if you tried to come out and make too much money, they would stomp you out in the marketplace. And I think Woodrow Wilson, by calling it out, might have gotten himself into the presidential chair. Harry Truman called out the Rockefellers and Standard Oil. They made him a president and let him drop nuclear weapons on a country, right? So there's been several instances of these things in history. It almost seems that if you rise up in the right way and realize it, they reward you. And if your ladder's up against the other wall, that's not going to benefit them. They try to destroy you. And I think that over the years, the amalgamation of the audience, the films, the activism, man, I own 2 megaphones because of your dad, right? Like no one else was teaching people to go out and, like, you know, there are so many things where it's like, he's like the Babe Ruth of the freedom movement because he had all these firsts, right? Sure, he struck out a lot of times, right? We're all human beings. We're all fallible human beings. This is not something that anything prepared us for. So we just have to step up as patriots and do our best. So the evolution of consistent radio and interviewing all these authors and producers and inspiring other people to do likewise. And then the films, and then you started monetizing, getting your own commercials, getting your own supplements, getting your own store. And then I think the powers that be were like, what are we going to do? Right. He's getting pretty successful talking about us. And from the way I saw it play out, it was, you're familiar with Homer's Odyssey? It's a recent thing, I think, that they just made up. But there's a one point, I think they get led into the rocks by the sirens. Beautiful women voices, like, lead them into the rocks, right? I think the siren in this case was Megyn Kelly, that interview. And then they used that as a hit piece. And then soon thereafterwards, it was the Oliver Darcy thing. And then they all unanimously just closed the door, right? So as an outside observer, I'm just saying that seemed to be as much of a visual setup as you could. And I followed all the way through the case and everything. And it's just like, I was really disappointed there wasn't like an Elon Musk type character in the freedom community. There are a lot of people, a lot of Bitcoin billionaires out there and stuff. No one stepped up. InfoWars was such a deal. If I could have put together the money to buy it, I would have bought it just for historical nostalgia to, like, keep the freedom movement going. So I was really disappointed in Freedom's ability to muster some entrepreneurial capital, or even, you know, it's a rigged game, the whole thing with Onion. So, you know, that's the thing. So anyway, that's my long short of the last 25 years of experience with InfoWars and Prison Planet TV and all the good things that used to be over there, but now they're just over here. That's the craziest thing. It's like, okay, well, as long as there's still internet access for Alex Jones, he's going to be a thing. And thankfully, I think, to your credit, the extra entrepreneurism during the push toward the end of that first phase was super critical. So at what point did you, aside from working in the studio and learning how to do the things, What was your first idea that you had to pitch and say, hey, I think maybe we should do this? And did he say yes or did he say no, or how'd it go?
Wow, you're intelligent and you really know your history. Let me start off there because there's a lot of what you just said. I really agree with your timeline. That's the best timeline I've heard anyone give besides my own. So
I could go deeper too.
No, I
And I'm
told-
taking a clip of you saying that and putting it next to your old man from 2013 when I was in the studio. I'm gonna put those two things together now, Rex. Go ahead, please.
Agree to, absolutely. So the first things that I started doing was working in the warehouse. Like business side, you have to understand. We initially were doing shipping like out of my granddad's dental offices, right? But then that immediately transferred over to once we're in the new building, once we're out of that place that was next to the pet store, once we're in like the modern era office that I always refer to, we got the other side of that so we could do our own fulfillment. So my earliest memories of like understanding of like, hey, we're able to have all these people here doing all of these jobs because we're also doing this, and understanding that it's the same thing when it comes to supporting yourself, and that, you know, it's an insular closed system, right? And that's what makes it safe. And there's strength in that. And not only is there strength in that, there's a lot of pride in that as well. So I started off doing like pick and pack and running around and being a gopher and helping people on the other side. And then that kind of transferred over to when I'm like 14, 15 years old, and I'm working in our big warehouse. You know, like the place we got once, kind of Trump era stuff happened. People started paying more attention to politics, getting more awake, getting more aware. And my dad was everywhere. You remember how big that YouTube channel was. It's a crime.
35,000 videos. And I know someone who archived them all before it was taken down.
Yeah.
So I'm just putting that out there.
Yeah, please. I'd love to get a lot of my old stuff back. It breaks my heart that I don't have it. I've always assumed that it would be.
We're working on it. So I don't know if you know this too. I'm the co-founder of Clip Genie too. So we still have the Alex Jones Clip Genie up, and
Where you can search it all.
Yep, that goes back to 2020. So that was pulling off of the Rumble channel, where we have all of that archived still. But you can still use the Clip Genie, and we're working on trying to get the full archive of everything. But that's a work in progress. But yeah.
The thing about the question you ask about like when did I first make a pitch or like make an attempted executive decision or something, or try to push something forward some kind of way.
Yeah,
I really watched a bunch of really talented people do their jobs for a very long time. That's kind of what it all comes down to. Rob Dew is an absolute genius. Like that guy has like a billion IQ, is super smart, has an insane knowledge of history, clips, media, everything. Same goes for Darren McBreen. Same goes for basically literally every single editor and every single person that's ever worked there on the production side. The same used to be true of the people on the other side. People, selling supplements, running emails, doing marketing, doing the shipping. We had a crack team of everybody everywhere. So I kind of got to learn piecemeal, these jobs, and then I would help people with them. And then that I would get my own input. I started formulating supplements around the time I was like probably 16 years old. And what I realized about nutraceuticals, and I'll get into why it's such a phenomenal business in a second, but just from a fundamental level about the market and the people that work in it, people don't know jack shit. Sorry, I don't know if I can swear. People
you can say anything you want, Rex.
People don't know jack shit about supplements. They're unaware. The market primarily relies on an elderly class of boomers that have like large manufacturing facilities or have trademarked or copyrighted, whatever the right term is, ingredients that they ran a study on in a college in like 1982. And then they'll sell you that, for like $15, $16 a bottle. The key thing I realized back then was that we had really solid relationships with people that weren't ripping us off. And if you have that, if you're able to source manufacturing properly and keep the price down, you can then pass the savings on to the consumer and call it budget premium, right? Where they're getting the same or better product they get in the Whole Foods for a better price. And that's pretty much just an unbeatable deal. So I understood from the business side how that worked and why that worked. And more so, like you're giving something to somebody that's going to help them improve their life. So of course they're going to come back and be a repeat supporter of that, not just for the broadcast, but also because you're giving them something positive. And it's always been about empowerment. The media has been about empowerment. The t-shirts and merchandise have always been about empowerment, sharing the message. I love when my dad says, every time you wear one of these shirts in public, it's an adventure, because it's true. And people will come up to you and they'll talk to you. They'll say, hey, what, at a bare minimum, gay frogs, whatever. And that's fun. But you'll have thought-provoking conversations with people. But when it came down to the supplements, it's like a cheat code, man, because instead of reading a code for somebody or running somebody else's ad, you order a product that you pay $8 a bottle for, you sell it for like $29 or whatever. There's margin in there for you and your employees and for you to grow and for you to build. And that's also a phenomenal deal from the customer, because it's like half of what they're going to get, half of what they're going to have to pay for somebody that's typical and is ripping them off. So when people have come after us over the years, And like the label is always snake oil grifter Alex Jones. It's like, okay, go in Whole Foods and arrest everybody there. Like go in the Whole Foods right now, because it's literally the same, if not better stuff. That's what it is. So we've always sold stuff that has worked that people want, right? And we're criminals for that. But you can go on mainstream media and cover up genocide, cover up war crime, cover up ethnic cleansing, you name it, and then they'll run a pharmaceutical ad. And then you're cool and you're a socialite and you get to go party and rub shoulders and whatever. And then I'm a vagabond scoundrel and my whole family and my whole crew is, just because we sold something to people that they wanted. Like, give me a break. And this whole idea, just to share with your audience, just to break the magic spell right here, go to Google Trends and type in Alex Jones 9/11 and then Alex Jones Sandy Hook. And you will see with Alex Jones 9/11, it's totally random. You will see with Alex Jones Sandy Hook 2012, because everybody's talking about it, huge story. The period where all the money and expansion happened, which is 2015 to like 2016, 2017, hardly a thing, right? Literally hardly a thing. And it's only after, once you describe that Megyn Kelly attack, that the articles start and then the lawsuits start. And then that's where all the mentions come from. So
I had said back then, if Megyn Kelly didn't exist, the CIA would have had to create her.
That's funny. You know, I met her. I was there. I'm sure
she's nice.
I would no, well, whatever. I was there the day that she tried to kill my dad's career, and she looks like an alien from the Alien versus Predator or whatever. Like, she's very much so like android liquid metal type body. She was very hot back then, I will say, like 100%.
In the theme of the InfoWars newsroom, a skexy.
Man, no, she was pretty back then. She was pretty back then, but definitely.
But her soul.
That was definitely an operation to get us, and it's only because my dad was very smart and recorded everything we were able to prove that. So
now I live in Connecticut. The town that is often talked about is about 45 minutes away. I heard it going down live that morning. So it's December. I don't know, what was it, 2012 or something like that? And the first report, and we've played the clips, so I have all the sources for what I'm about to tell you. It's already in Clip Genie. We could find, Scott could find it. There was a first reported, it was a purple van with 2 nuns and a priest that were fleeing the shooting at Sandy Hook. Interesting. State police are in pursuit. There was a whole thing. So we found that clip. We played it into the record. My next exhibit would be the Hartford Courant, the oldest newspaper in America. On its front page had a Sandy Hook article, and the editors, the journalists at the Hartford Courant, they had FOIA requested FBI, and the FBI sent them almost completely redacted everything. And they were like, hey, WTF? And they posted it on the front page. And so there's all these redacted things. And it's like, why aren't we being told what's going on? What is the additional layer being obscured here? So when the government does things like that, it creates a void, and that vacuum is naturally filled with speculation of what the missing puzzle pieces are. Right. So it's like they set a trap on purpose over a series of years. And then I think some of those later characters that were going around promulgating some of it, the other theories, right? Yeah, go ahead, please.
When it comes to all this stuff, this is designed to be a public execution for my father, and like, I'm not rich enough to ever truly comment on what I believe happened. I believe that they died, whatever. Okay, I'm just not rich enough to talk about whatever. See, I'm bound. Isn't that nice? And my key point, what I'm trying to say is, it's not illegal. It shouldn't be illegal to question, a mass casualty event. They do that on the news every single fucking night. Okay, Jesse Waters goes up there and lies about multiple genocides. Trump says we didn't bomb the school. So it's okay for Trump to say that we didn't bomb the school, we didn't burn those 165 girls and their teachers alive. But then my dad allegedly says that kids maybe didn't die, and then he's got to pay $1 billion. Like, give me a fucking break. Like, that's a thing that really makes me mad, is everyone wants to act all sanctimonious and about how what great people they are and whatnot. Even people, that they're very involved in this stuff, after 10/7, the Gaza genocide and everything that's happened. A lot of these people still like purity signal to me about my father and, ooh, the bad man. We didn't do anything. Please. Like, seriously, we didn't do nothing wrong, didn't do a single thing wrong. Nothing ever happened to those people as a relation with us. Like it literally did not impact their life. And a guy that my dad didn't even say the name of, multiple people, they got like $92 million.
It's
So
shocking.
it's unbelievable. It's unprecedented. And Judge
Well, that
Napolitano,
was just in a damages trial where he couldn't defend himself in the first part. They just said he's guilty, and now it was about damages, and that was the part that everyone got televised to see.
you know why the damages were so large? Because they had a financial expert, and you're a very smart guy. You're a historian. I'm going to go back and look for this clip. I'll send it to you if I find it. I encourage you to look for it too. They had a financial expert for some big college or whatever say my dad was worth $280 million. My dad's never been worth more than 10 million, including like all property, like everything he's ever owned. And like the biggest purchase my father ever made was a $4 million house that appreciated to $7 million, and he sold it in under 3 years. Like that's like basically the biggest chunk of money he ever took away from the operation. And if you think about a company that's made hundreds of millions of dollars, it's generated that type of wealth, for that all to be spent on the operation itself, and for the guy to basically take like 5% or less of it home, is truly insane. That's unheard of. And that's what, like, people talk about grifting. I talk about loyalty. Like what cause are you loyal to? Like, we've been doing this forever. He's been doing it forever. He could have fucked off like Glenn Beck and gone on a Mormon ranch, and done whatever Glenn Beck does. That's not who my father is. It's not who we are. Right. And that's why we'll always continue to do this. It's a way of life.
Yeah.
Well,
For me,
and there was a very, well, I was going to say, go ahead, Scott.
Okay, well, I was just gonna say, to me, it's the precedent. Like, I followed that trial very closely. It's like the idea of, like, you can subpoena somebody for evidence that they don't have, and when they don't produce it, you can find them guilty without a jury trial. Like, that's
yes. Oh, and the evidence, they go, show us the sales reports and the marketing for the Sandy Hook stuff. They're like, they think we're back there in a room going like, and we're gonna sell whatever, because we're gonna be pushing this segment. Wah ha 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 ha. They're like, sales went up and they made more money. Yes, it was the biggest thing on the internet. Everyone was highly engaged with it. We were getting a lot of traffic. That's how the internet works. It's not illegal. That's not a crime. That's not conspiring to do anything. You're covering a story in the same way that Fox News covers a story, and they say something didn't happen. They don't have repercussions. We said something maybe didn't happen. We have repercussions. It's not a fair and equal standard. It's really, really not. And the idea that we would try to profit off of something like that is absolutely disgusting and abhorrent. And the people that come up with this shit are the ones that are actually profiting off the dead kids. Yeah, exactly. They raised $300 million off of saying, "Oh, Alex Jones, the mean, evil man, please, we need the money to stop him." It's like Palpatine going, I'm too weak. And then blasting. Like, they have all the resources, $40 million expensed in pro bono work from the same people that sued Trump, the Weiss law firm. Which is why the Trump thing, among other things, we can get into that a little bit, is such a betrayal, right? The same people that sued him sued us, and he said it's charity work to sue us, literally. I mean, think about this. We were Olympic water carrying champions for Trump because we believed in him. And I say this like as the kid who got my dad to support him. I have the interview. I have the clip, right? He credits me with that. And to be in this state now where, we were loyal to the mission, we were loyal to the cause, and waking up and realizing that guy never really was, and having to, come back to our prior identity and really realizing this is why I've gotten back into media. Like we have a whole spirit that comes before that. The spirit of Trump, the spirit of MAGA, whatever you want to call it, is not InfoWars. It never was InfoWars. And to people that say, you're not MAGA, you're not whatever, you're not conservative, you're not blah, blah, blah. We're patriots. We're Americans. We're 1776. And I think the time has come to reject all of these labels, the labels of Democrat, the labels of Republican. We're Americans. We're patriots. This is what we believe in. We believe in a country. And my dad was always somebody that believed in the country, no matter, what was going on. He still does. So sorry to go.
Yeah, I think to label yourself is to neglect and negate your best aspects. I think that's a Voltaire quote. So this labeling thing is a thing because it allows the polarities to take place. If we just have a conversation, human being to human being, and I don't label myself, it's really hard to hate me for something I think or said because that label's not there. Because then you can ask a question. Did you mean this or this, right? That's still part of the conversation, but the labels take away the conversation and make assumptions. And the assumptions allow people to polarize and get more extreme. But I also wanted to say, I watched the Texas trial and the nonsense that went on there. And I watched the Connecticut trial where Norm Pattis represent, but it's a rigged game. And as a litigant who went through the rigged game of lawfare 20 years ago, yeah, I understand and I feel that pain. But on the other side of that, there are certain things they could not take away through that process, right? And that's character building experience right there, because all that stuff that was going on, he could do that again. You can do that again. That can be done again by other people in the freedom community with good ideas, but without it couldn't be done again without the positive example in the first place. And for people to realize what happens if you try to speak too much truth to power too quick, you end up owing trillions of dollars that you never had.
I gotta go make sure my dog didn't get into something. I'm so sorry. He's
Please do it. We'll talk about you while you're back checking on. That's a beautiful dog. There you go. Check. You know, sometimes dogs get into things, they get into garbage, they chew shoes, all sorts of things go on with dogs.
Yeah,
so
my dog's usually sitting here co-hosting with me as well. I'm like, what are you up to? So there you go.
Scott, who was the InfoWars cameraman with blonde beard named Josh? You remember that dude?
No.
You ever meet him?
No, I don't think so. No.
Well, he's a little tattletale. He went to the Atlantic and they tried to do a hit piece on Alex Jones, InfoWars in the past month, maybe.
Oh, really?
And oh yeah. And I had met the dude before. Actually, he filmed. There's a famous, not famous. It's famous for me. I'm in the boardroom with the rest of the film team, and I'm on the whiteboard. Alex comes in. He's like, "That thing you did on the whiteboard, could you do it again?" So he erases the whole thing. Then he calls Josh in to film, and then I re-explain the whole thing. So that's where I first met him, and I thought he was all right. But I've noticed there's been a couple characters over the years who like turn tail and go to the other side and tattle, and it's like, oh, there's all this stuff going on, and they make a bunch of drama. It's very distracting for people.
Well, Alex talks about they had like somebody there that was like an infiltrator that was trying to claim that he was like walking around using racial slurs and stuff. And then like what did he reached in and ate a goldfish or something like that? Like, so there's been infiltrators.
Yeah, I remember a couple of those over the years. And then I wanted to point out, so the Atlantic publishes the hit piece. And I was like, the Atlantic doesn't like InfoWars. That makes sense. But why are they doing a hit piece? Oh, Steve Jobs' widow, I think, is part of the Atlantic.
Yeah.
Right. And what's the famous picture? Why do I know her? Have you ever seen?
Ghislaine. Yeah.
She's with Ghislaine.
Yeah.
Which is also very interesting because this whole military and intelligence merger with Israel was started by Ghislaine's dad back in the day. So I also thought that was pretty interesting. All right. Rex back?
Yeah, the dog's being a little schizo. I'm not sure what's going on. Rupert, come on, bud. Here he comes. Yes, he's a very good boy. He's just kind of very hungry, very food motivated. Trying to make sure he doesn't get anything too bad. Here he is.
Is Rupert a Doberman?
Yeah, he is. I didn't cut his ears.
I was just gonna say you let him have his freedom. Does he have a tail?
No, he doesn't have a tail. That was
right.
He was 6 weeks old. He already didn't.
Tails knock things over, dude. So don't worry about it. But you did a good job on the ears.
It can give them sciatica if it breaks, and they're prone to breaking. It's called like happy tail or something because they'll wag them so hard, essentially. But there he is. There's Mr. Rue. Hope he didn't eat anything too bad, Mr. Rupert.
No, it's Rupert's first appearance on Grand Theft World. Welcome, Rupert. How you doing?
Kind of smell mint. Kind of smell like methylene blue.
As long as he didn't get into icy hot. Hey, at the InfoWars facility circa 2013, there was a new cameraman there, Josh, with blonde beard.
Yeah, Josh, of course.
All right. Did you see his Atlantic piece they did a couple weeks ago?
Not the one a couple of weeks ago. I'm remembering I worked for Alex Jones. I Regret It, which is the original title of the hit that he did. First. I didn't know he wrote a new one.
No, I thought that the one I saw, was just like a month ago. And basically it was the Atlantic talking about like, all the, it's so traumatic to work at InfoWars and all this sort of stuff. I think he has a book on it. That's what he was promoting.
I got it here. It's looks like it's from April 2026.
Yeah, that guy,
he's promoting his book.
That guy couldn't hang, bro. That's the reality.
That guy, dude.
That guy never fit in with anybody there. That guy was, he was supposed to be a field reporter. He's also an editor as well, videographer, like you say. He's one of those people that I talk about, like everyone there has to be highly skilled and has to be able to do multiple jobs. Everyone basically at InfoWars, the way it works is everyone's like an insular unit that knows what they have to do without direction. And then, my dad will provide direct instruction, Rob Dew, maybe Scott, Daria, producers, people like that, Dawn, newsroom production, other people like that, of course. But everyone pretty much knows what they're doing. Josh never knew what he was doing. So like that's the reality. And, he just was out of place there. And it made sense that, he was an agent, an operative from the inside.
Well, you guys have had so many people who it's like an incubator for some freedom producers, right? There's several people who have gone through there and it's totally added value to the freedom community. And then there's other people who go through there and they're like, well, the best I can do is write a tell-all book. And that's a one-time thing. Like he's going nowhere beyond that. Like once you do that thing, like there's no next act. And it's a shame that in the midst of all that opportunity, all that autonomous activity, that he couldn't pick up for himself just a little something to add value to the ongoing conversation of how do we remain free in a world of technocratic dystopian.
Well, he never cared about that. That's kind of what he references in the first article, the one that I've read, is he's like, I view it as an interesting opportunity and a journey. That's not what it was about. Like he viewed it as something where like, oh, like maybe I'm going to be able to advance through this, maybe be able to do whatever. When he had to be creative and when he actually had to do his job, he couldn't hang. Like that's the reality. It's like, honestly, like he literally hit where he was sitting was actually very close to where I was sitting for a period of like, probably a year or two. Right. And guys didn't do much. So like, it makes sense that he's just always there watching, listening, trying to make things up. And my dad is so magnanimous and is just such a generous, boss, host, whatever you want to call him. And people work at that office because they want to work for Alex Jones. They want to work with him. They want to learn from him. They want to study him, all of that stuff. Like you talk about it being an incubator. Like I was in there forever. That's what it was for me. I got to watch the best, the original, do it. And then you get to go forward and do that for yourself. And even somebody watching, like I'd argue like a Fuentes, is borrowed so heavily. And I say that like with all compliment, like it's free for everybody to use. And Josh Owen was just a guy, he didn't know how to sing the blues. He didn't have the spirit. So it makes sense that he was never one of us to begin with.
He sure knows how to whine though.
Yeah.
All right. So what I'm going to do is take you back to, you're probably age 11. I co-produced a film with your dad. We were premiering it down there for the whole week. It was really interesting to see the whole setup. So they were building the green screen studio, the main studio now, and he was still in that little radio room. And I had at that point been a listener for like 11 years. So he's a guy on the screen, but I'm there in the offices. Josh Owen sits to the right of the front door, Jakari Jackson right in front. That's the day that they met Joe Biggs about the Michael Hastings. He's on the screen in the conference room. I go down the hall. I'm in the little cafeteria, little coffee room, and I hear it's like being in a cave and hearing the dragon down the hall. I hear him. He's on a break, and and then we went in, and I was surprised how little that studio was when we were sitting in there. I was like, man, they got this whole place. It'll be so nice for him to get outside of that little room and have that bigger studio with all the fancy cameras and stuff like that. So that was like the real big turning point for the audience to be able to see him go from the little studio room into that. Well, I mean, that was on par with like CBS or Fox News, that studio. It was cutting edge. It was better than anyone else in the freedom community, except maybe Glenn Beck, who's artificially funded, had. And I think it was really inspiring. So during those days, there was a lot of growth. I think you guys probably had like 50 people working there at that time. There was a lot of entrepreneurism. And so from an outsider perspective, there's a lot of people who say things about InfoWars. They're like, Alex is funded by the Rockefellers, all this stuff. So I had a opportunity to genuinely just go through and assess and see, like, first, these are all real people, genuinely interested, all armed to the teeth, and doing their jobs and busting their ass. So there's a point where Alex wanted me to be in Obama Deception 2, which I don't think came out, right? That's a project. We all have projects like that maybe didn't come out. Or maybe it did and I just didn't see it. So did it come out?
I think that may be out. I remember seeing that DVD box, so I don't know.
All right. Yeah, so I don't know either. I never saw what resulted of the footage. So he asked me to come into his studio. We're in this other room. I think it was like Dew's newsroom studio. We were in there. And so he'd ask me a question. So he's got jet lag. He's at work. He could be at home. He could be sleeping. But he's there. He's got me in a studio. He asked me a question, and then he would fall asleep while I would answer. And then when I got done, he would wake up, and at some point, somebody brought some food in there, and I was just like, you can't fake this authenticity. Like if he's working for somebody else, he would be phoning it in. He would be, you know what I'm saying? This would not be going on. So to me,
Right.
that was like the epitome confirmation. This guy's busting his ass and working himself nearly to sleep here. And I knew he didn't have to be because I saw how much like the shipping. Who's the dude that used to run the shipping and warehouse? The cowboy dude. I got his number
Welding?
someplace.
Talking about
Yeah,
weld.
dude. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but really quickly, everything you're
Go
talking
ahead.
about here, man, is like everything that I live in my own life, right? Like I'm a supplement manufacturer for myself. Like I'm a shipper for myself and other people. I have a fulfillment center. And that spirit of being the captain of your own ship, that's why I go live every day. That's why I do this. It's why I care, is because it truly is choose your own adventure. And I wish so many more people would realize that about their lives. Like, I'm not special. I'm just a human being, you know? I might have a last name, but what is that? Like, I have to do this stuff to actually, you know, actualize it. And that's the same for everybody. You get to go on a voyage and adventure. You used Homer's Odyssey. You get to go out to sea. You got to try to find your way home. That's what all of this is. So 100%.
Every,
That's beautifully
every
said.
day. All right. So how old were you when you got into the supplements? Because it was like Ed Group and Health Ranger Mike, and then white labeling some stuff. And, you know, I just figured like at some point Alex is like, yes, I know how to do this. And then it just started like taking off. Were you involved in like the brain force and the toothpaste and all the other things that were early on the scale?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, I mean, and being involved, meaning, you know, sitting in the room when all these things are happening and hearing how it's going down and learning the methodology behind it. The first time I worked on supplements was probably Knockout and then Turbo Force. So I designed the herbal matrix that's in Knockout. I still sell Knockout to this day. I got to do a little shameless plug, 50% off.com. 50% off.com. If you guys are interested in any of the vintage products, I've got a few of them that I've reformulated. I've also got some old stock available. That's 50% off.com. And I've also got jonescbd.com, which is where I kind of use the CBD as a base. And then I put other supplement formulas in there. Like I got this here. I'm going to do a little plug if you don't mind.
No, please.
Away.
Come
You
on,
certainly know how to do it by now. You have one of the finest plugger trainers in the business.
Absolutely. So this is a 1,500 milligram CBD tincture, full spectrum, lab tested, COA on the website. It's got 3 to 6 milligrams of melatonin, and then it's got 50 to 100 milligrams of German CO2 extracted blue chamomile in it, all for $37.95. Now, why am I able to offer that price? I'm able to offer that price because I control the manufacturing and the shipping and the e-commerce, all of it. I don't work for anybody else but myself. And that same kind of process or methodology that I used to make this product is the methodology I saw my dad use all those years ago. He would literally, and he says it in the plugs, and it sounds stupid. It sounds just like sales or whatever, but it's true. Is like, what sells the best? What's the strongest ingredient? What does this? What does the study say? And then you formulate it, you put it together. Really, our secret was we realized to get around the trademarked ingredients that people, you know, they want you to pay a exorbitant amount of money to use. What you do is just use a high dose of the generic, which is just as good. But you actually have to use an efficacious dose of the generic ingredient to be able to make the same claim. The reason why they love making the claims about the crazy named ingredients is because they only need to use, you know, a mystery amount of it. Right.
Right.
So that same methodology back in the day that we used to make Knockout, Pollen Block, Turbo Force, Brain Force, the Colloidal Silver product, the X2, the X3, the toothpaste, the mouthwash, all of it, every single thing we've ever made. I just take that forward in my life, and that's how I do business. You know, Rupert, please stop being really bad. You're distracting me.
I would go take a picture of the cabinet out there that has the supplements, but I don't want to do that right now.
No,
What
no,
I can
you're
say is this: the toothpaste. First off, the offering of things that his audience used every day, that was smart. Making it like top quality was even smarter, and then offering it as the same price as the lower quality stuff was just brilliant, and we all felt good supporting, right? So there's any number of products. Pollen Block, my wife still, you know, it goes on eBay. You see what it goes for on eBay? People trying to find these things, right? Because it's not just that got heard on InfoWars. It's like all the customers and all the people that were in, you know, touch because of that network, right? That whole social network of people. So it's good to hear that you have 50% off or 50% off.com. That's what it is, right?
It's 50percentoff.com spelled out. That's jonescbd.com as well if anyone's interested in checking those out. I've got some other stores as well, but basically my methodology is the same as his. We have these classic formulas like the knockout that I brought back, for example, that's on 50percentoff.com. And it's literally the same price it was back in 2015. I sell it for $30. Like where else do you get that? And you get that because I was taught not to rip people off. And the thing in business, I don't know what it is. It's just everyone wants to do this hustle thing and then want to be proud of, like getting one over. I was never taught that. We don't believe in that. That's why we were authentic. And that's why people support you, by the way. Like you need people to come back if you want to build an operation. And they're not going to respect you if you don't respect them. And we've always respected our listeners. That's such a key thing. These other people in media, like especially the establishment media, they hate their listeners. Like they actually hate the people that listen to their broadcasts. We love the listeners. Whenever I meet somebody that recognizes me or recognizes my dad or is talking about the show or whatever, I want to give them a big old hug, and I do all the time. It's just the most amazing thing to me in the world. If you look at these other people, if they walk around like they're like celebrities or something, and they'll give people the cold shoulder. I've never been interested in that, and it's the same thing with our business. Is we're trying to be as friendly as possible. It's as simple as have good product, do good business, have good price. That's all it should be to be successful in America. But because of the corporate tyranny, the oligarchy, whatever you want to call it, the coming technocracy that's already here, you're not supposed to have that actuality in the world. You're not supposed to be able to actualize your dreams. And I would say to anybody out there, the key thing is to dream big, dream huge, do it, try, fail, whatever. Okay. The journey is the destination. That's what my entire life has been. The journey is the destination. And I look back at it now and I just have this wealth of experience that's so crazy. And I just, honestly, I feel so old, to be honest with you, just because it's been my life. This has been what I've been doing forever, and I wouldn't want it to be any other way.
I'm laughing because I remember when you were born. It was, I just wanted to make sure I had an idea if it was 2002 or 2004. So, ethical sales, the importance of doing business in an ethical framework and not taking advantage of your clients is paramount. You saw it demonstrated firsthand. How would you describe the importance of ethical sales in your own words?
Number one, having the best customer service around is super important. That's something we always prioritize from day one. Like I've always been taught and I've always done this myself. Like if somebody wants a return, if somebody needs something back, if somebody doesn't want the transaction to go through or whatever, you do them that honor, you do them your responsibility, and you treat them right. A lot of these places, like you ever go to like a church website or like, Trump would be a great example. I get an email from Trump every day saying like, I miss you, and all of this crazy stuff. For us, it was always name the issue people are having, have a product that, might help address a set issue, whether that's energy, stress, sleep, whatever. And then if they're interested in that, they can come and get it. And then we know we're sourcing it ethically and responsibly, like you're saying, and they're getting the best version of it. It's just literally, it's like you're selling people good shoes. Basically the same thing. That's how I would put it.
And it works because you don't have to be, yes, it's reminded often through the show that he has products, but it's never high pressure. Like you're less of an individual without it. Well, there might've been some ads that went over that line too. But my point would be people were spending money on lesser quality versions of these things. And it was brilliant to just say, look, toothpaste, let's nail that down. Something to keep people focused while they're driving. Let's nail that down. Brain Force is great for that. I've been on several road trips where it's like Brain Force was key to getting to the hotel in those last 2 hours, And the other thing was it never prevented me from going to sleep right afterwards. I never felt it coming on. It just worked. And I was like, this is amazing. And then these people were suing and I'm like, wait, not just InfoWars, but all the other things that were making life a better place, right? I don't think I ever had a product where I had to send it back or any of that nonsense. Everything worked better, as good as or better than what it was described. And that's how you do successful business.
Yeah, well, everything that we've ever sold, besides like toothpaste and utility stuff, and even the toothpaste with the iodine, tea tree oil, and you name it, it has a mechanism of action, right? So when you buy a dietary supplement, I'll explain supplements to people. I'll tell you what there are. So there's two categories, all right? The first category is like vitamin mineral, things that you already need, things that you should be taking, things that are essential to you that, hey, you're not getting them in your diet. Use an app like Chronometer and you really see what I'm talking about. Like you need almost like 5 grams of potassium a day, stuff like that, right? Magnesium, zinc, vitamin D3, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The second category is what I would call, the adaptogens, the plant drugs, these pharmacological natural compounds that exist in nature, things like ashwagandha, things like golden root, things like lion's mane, things like cordyceps, things like reishi, you name it, right? So all of these things have a mechanism of action. For example, ashwagandha, everyone's heard of it, everyone knows what it is. What does ashwagandha do? Ashwagandha takes the fuel source for cortisol, the stress hormone, which is cholesterol, the master building block of all your hormones, and instead of making cortisol, it gets skewed towards making more testosterone. All right. So that's how ashwagandha works in that aspect. It's also GABAergic, so it also calms you down, which contributes to lower cortisol, better androgenic balance throughout the body, more muscle, lose fat, et cetera, et cetera. That's why ashwagandha works. So that's like a mechanism of action. That's an example of that second category. Most people get it confused. And like the current scam is like, just take the wellness blend and it's all together for you. And it's like, nobody knows what that means. So like what I try to prioritize is giving people things that actually work. And what that means is has a mechanism of action and has an efficacious dose. That's ethics right there. That's ethics.
Now, do you, when there's a new idea, who tests it on themselves to see if it actually works?
All of us, the crew, of course, everyone is in there gobbling pills and powders and all sorts of mysterious concoctions from Dr. Group back in the day, and going forward in the modern era. I mean, we take all our own shit. Like, that's reality. But I mean, it's all lab tested. That's the thing. It literally is because it's dietary supplements. We're selling food. That's literally what it is. So it's like, yes, it's safe because like the same way, like the sandwich will be safe. Like it comes from an accredited place. You can see the certification, it's safe. It's been tested. Then you eat it. Right.
I think it's the quality assurance that's lacking in a lot of those processes out there that have broken people's trust. So I think it's refreshing to hear about a work environment where it's not people popping recreational drugs. That's a lot of work environments out there, especially in like the corporate world. You guys are trying like break through. We just put 3 times the turmeric in here and let's see what happens, And that's another, I mean, anti-inflammation is a thing. And to give people in my family, like when they're like, oh, I'm on this drug for inflammation. I'm like, have you tried this?
Can I break that down?
Yeah.
Can I break that down really quick? So let me explain the greater purpose to just mitochondrial health, aging, and supplements in general, and why people would be interested in specific powerful ones. So there's this thing called the Hayflick limit. Right. That means your cells divide up to like 48 divisions or whatever the number is. And then you hit this wall. And when you hit that wall, you don't instantly become like a Cronenberg person. What happens is the cell becomes senescent. Basically, the lights are on. Nobody's home. It has dementia. And it pumps out free radicals and inflammatory cytokines and oxidative stress. Right. And the older you get, the more cellular damage you take, smoking, bad lifestyle, whatever, insulin state, insulin resistant, whatever. You build up more and more of these. And that's why as we get older, you have like these aches and pains. You feel worse. You feel tired. It's not even necessarily that the healthy parts of your system aren't doing good. They probably are. You have these bits and pieces that are building up over time because, of course, we're all gonna die one day, right? That's kind of how biology works. And the modern theory of health, the modern science of health is showing, hey, instead of the 20th century model of us taking a bunch of petroleum-based drugs and doing whatever, there's actually holistic herbal compounds and dietary ways that we can enhance our lifestyle to not even need these extreme things anymore, right? So like that's kind of the breakdown on what we want to deal with is cell senescence. There are things that cause cell senescent cells to be apoptosis or deleted, destroyed. There are things that reduce the likelihood of mitochondria becoming defective. All these things, that's what we've always sold. So like that's what longevity means in a supplement context. You want to do things that are reducing that oxidative stress and that inflammatory state caused by the senescent cells, and then hopefully also remove some of the senescent cells as well via apoptosis.
Helps your body take out the garbage.
Yes.
Try to condense it down for people.
Technical, but I have to show that I know. I have to show
yes,
that
you do.
Yeah, like that's the point. Like this is real science. You can look this up on PubMed, Google Scholar, ChatGPT, whatever. It's the truth, right? So when people call me a grifter, I actually get highly offended because it's not true. And I actually work a lot harder than most people, in the media space and whatnot.
Can I
because
coach you on that real quick? Pretend Scott, call him a grifter. That'll be a wonderful clip. Someone will outtake it too. Call him a grifter.
Grifter. I'm a patriot. I'm a patriot. 1776. It's all good. It's all good.
I would love to take that grifter label that you're offering me, but I'm not too sure it's true. Let me ask about your relationship with cash flow, because usually broke people speak in such terms. They've never started a business. They've never taken any risk. They've never put any work in. They've never practiced. They've never gone and knocked on the doors and improved their offer or tried in any way. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't use the word grifter. Grifter is used by people who are dependent on their parents and or the state welfare system, and they actually have someone else probably paying for their internet connection to throw that label. So if you just try it on, see if it fits, and maybe you should give it back to them. Maybe they're trying to sell you a box full of shit with a pretty label on it, Tommy Boy style. I'm just, offering that.
I think the key thing for people to realize is there's nothing dirty about, being an American and trying to do good business and make money and make things better for people. Like, I'm an employer, right? Like, I pay people's rent, and like, that's a big responsibility, right? So like, if you don't have a permissible environment for people like me to go out there and actually try to innovate and do things, then like, we don't really have a country anymore. Like, the country is not the strip mall with the McDonald's in the ballet studio. That's not what the country is. The country is people working and people making things and people sending them out. And like, that's the thing, honestly, that made me the proudest as a kid. And that's why I referenced the fulfillment center when you had like, what's the first time you actually, brought something forward or did whatever. I worked there without having to be asked to, because I thought it was super cool. Right. I just thought it was amazing to see that, we have this thing that's coming into us that we've ordered, and then we're going to send that out to other people and they're going to get it. And in that's an equitable exchange, and then everybody wins. It's a 360 win. Like my dad says, I think that's such a beautiful concept. I don't want to get over on anybody. I want to be loved. I want to be a man of the people, period. And like that, we can confidently say that we have never screwed anybody over, ripped anybody off that's bought anything from us, period. 100%. I stand by that like a billion, trillion, zillion, because everybody throughout the course of my life has always told me, oh, well, it's InfoWars, they're bought out by the right or the left or something, whatever. And it's like, we're the most original people to, ever do media. And I used to feel bad and feel bashful about saying stuff like that, but I know it to be true in my heart now, which is why I say it today. And my dad just does not get enough credit. And that's why I really appreciate you guys being info warriors and, understanding the history of all of this. Is like, he would be the biggest person in media on the entire earth, way bigger than Rogan, had he been allowed to survive. And it's just tragic what happened. And like, we had a far more independent operation still do than what Rogan has, and it's just like people think that, it's just kind of like this.
There's a difference though. Like, first off, I laughed because I remember seeing young Joe Rogan and young Alex Jones in those videos with Kevin Booth. Like, I know Kevin Booth, and so I'm adjacent to some of these things that have gone on over the years. So for one of those guys to be the world's biggest podcaster and the other guy to have gotten to that point but not recognized for it, like, the only major difference is who owns Spotify and who owns the UFC. Because Alex didn't have relationships with either of those two places, did he?
That's a great point. That's a phenomenal point. I'm definitely getting a little tired here, and the dog's getting a little antsy. Did I miss any
questions? This
questions?
isn't Grand Theft Auto, folks. This isn't a video game.
Oh,
You've done a wonderful job, Rex.
We got the soundboard, dude.
No, here's what I'd like to say, bro. As someone who worked in the World Trade Centers and was an eyewitness that day, it was your dad who was out there providing information for people like me to see that, like, there's a bigger picture to be learned. And it led me to a lot of hours reading a lot of books and a lot of priceless education that I was not given by the status quo. So I know it can't always be easy growing up in that the shadow of Alex Jones, but I look at it like a Michael Douglas situation. Like, Kirk Douglas was larger than life, but Michael Douglas carved his own path, did his own thing. And what you've done so far with supplements and enabling entrepreneurism and speaking like forthrightly about the rights of Americans to buy, sell, trade, to meet each other's needs, and to do so in a framework like that. The entrepreneurism and freedom have always gone together. And I think more people need to recognize that sooner than later and stop trying to act like communists and just get some skills and step up for themselves. And I'm very impressed by what you've done so far. I'd like to talk more in depth. I'd like you to speak on entrepreneurism to my my business students who learn about these things during the week at some point. But
Oh.
for now, this has been a really good workout, Rex.
Yeah, thank you so much, man. Really appreciate the time being on air. My dog is being schizo. I don't know what's going on. Stop trying to do that, Rupert. Come on,
He's
man.
nervous being on this show. It's all right, Rupert. Everyone loves you.
Well, he's trying to steal nicotine pouches, so we can't allow that to happen. But yeah, man, it was really heartwarming because you're somebody that understands, and like for a lot of people, I have to try to like explain like who we are and like what we've done, and you get it, of course, because you were there. And to have that frame of reference, we're definitely going to do more in the future. I really appreciate you having me on.
Fantastic. Yeah, have a good rest of your night, and thanks for supplying us with all that nostalgia juxtaposed to like the cutting edge on how we can stay healthy. I really appreciate it. And I want to show everybody your sites. You can find Rex Jones over here on the Instagram, and there's a Rumble page over here.
Help me out. Get me to 100 on Insta. Like on Insta, I have nothing, and I literally just started launching the morning show socials. I got nothing. That's why I say scream, help me out, help me out. I got 12 followers on there. Go ahead and follow New American Journal on Instagram if you got the time.
All right, maybe Rex has inspired me to finally get an Instagram account because I stayed off of Facebook and Instagram, but maybe now I got to do it. Support Rex over here on Instagram. You can also find him on Rumble. He's got that's the playlist. He's over here as well on the link tree.
Great follow on X too. Great follow on X, guys.
There you go. I got him on X too. I do. I followed him on X because I wasn't following him until I saw that. I was like, oh, there he is. Oh, fantastic. And then there's Rupert in the picture. Well played. Rex, have a great rest of your night. I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. God bless you guys. Really appreciate y'all. Thank you so much.
All right. Now we have a continued thread of interest for tonight. We heard James Lee earlier talking about the relationship between the United States and Israel getting way, way, way closer than it used to be. There's talk of the military, there's talk of the intelligence all being merged into one big thing. And there'll be news later tonight about how it might be illegal for us to extract ourselves from that relationship. So we are going to first wade through Congress this past week limiting Trump's war powers, because he seemed to like be rolling along past maybe the 60-day mark of his powers. So they did put a limitation, but basically I think all he has to do is rename a project and go send some new stuff over there. And then they can just keep doing it. Also juxtaposed to the House limiting Trump's war powers and him calling those people traitors. I'd like to just, give us a couple minutes of history on how this country was founded. So we're going to look at the Stamp Act and the sparks that sparked the American Revolution. It has nothing to do with ongoing political events. I just feel the need to, I'm nostalgic. I'd like to learn a little bit of American history. It might play into other things we learned tonight. It might form the foundation for further understanding, but I can't make that promise. Without further ado, Colby, let's go over to Kim Iverson. Let's check in on Trump calling people traitors. Then we'll go to the PBS clip from the American Revolution, the Stamp Act, and how it lit the flame of the American Revolution.
All right. Well, yesterday, the House of Representatives did something it almost never does anymore. It voted to limit the president's ability to keep waging war without Congress signing off. So a war powers resolution passed 215 to 208, telling President Trump, you don't get to keep running this war in Iran on autopilot. If you want to keep going, you've got to come back to Congress. And 4 Republicans joined every Democrat to pass it. The 4 Republicans are Warren Davidson of Ohio, Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania, Tom Barrett of Michigan, and Thomas Massie of Kentucky. Sadly, we're losing him. And this is probably why, because they don't want him doing these types of things. So now, how did the constitutional conservative movement react? Here's Jesse Waters on Fox News.
Fox News alert, the House just passed a war powers resolution to end the war in Iran. The final vote, 215-208, with 4 Republicans breaking rank, including Thomas Massie, who just lost his re-election bid. The vote would mean the president would have to seek out congressional approval for any future military action. The bill now is going to be voted on in the Senate, so we'll see what happens there. Even if it does pass out of the Senate, Trump will just veto it, so it's more symbolic.
It's more symbolic. He also tweeted this out. Breaking, Congress just voted to end the Iran war. 4 Republicans betrayed the party, he says. Betrayed the party. Then you get this from Trump. He says, yesterday, in a meaningless vote, the House voted 4 bad Republicans and all of the Democrats to limit my war powers right in the middle of my final negotiations to end the war with the Islamic Republic of Iran. The 4 Republicans, they're grandstanders. They should be ashamed of themselves. MAGA, says Trump. Now, according to Fox and Trump, the real scandal isn't that a president has been running a war in Iran without fresh authorization. The scandal is that 4 Republicans dared to say, the Constitution says this is our call. Hang on. So before we decide who the traitors are, let's ask a deeper question here. Why do we even need a vote like this to begin with? Why is Congress having to pass a special resolution just to say, hey, we're Congress. Yeah, right? We're supposed to be the ones in charge of war. We should ask this question because if the Constitution actually worked the way the founders designed it to work, this vote wouldn't be necessary at all. On paper, this should be simple. The Constitution gives Congress the power to declare war, to raise and support armies, to fund or defund military operations. The president is commander-in-chief, which means he runs the war once Congress authorizes it. Not that he gets to start or extend wars on his own. And if we followed that literally, Trump would have to come to Congress before launching or sustaining a major war with Iran. There would be a clean declaration or a specific authorization for use of military force. And if Congress said no, then that's it, no war. In that world, you don't need a separate limit Trump's war powers vote. You just have the vote on war itself, the way the Constitution intended. The fact that we now have to pass a special resolution to direct the president to halt offensive operations is already a sign that something is very broken with our Constitution, or at least with the people who interpret the Constitution. It's Congress saying, we know the president is already at war. We didn't clearly authorize this. The War Powers Resolution gives us a way to say enough. So here we are using a backup mechanism that we wrote in the 70s because the president and Congress stopped using the original one, the Constitution from the 1770s. That should feel strange because it is strange. So let's talk about this particular vote. So yesterday, the House passed a War Powers Resolution under the 1973 War Powers Act, and it says Trump must end U.S. hostilities in Iran unless and until Congress gives him a new explicit authorization or formally declares war. Simple, okay? It does 2 key things. It invokes the War Powers Resolution. So if U.S. forces are in hostilities without authorization, Congress can direct the president to withdraw. And it states clearly that existing AUMFs, the ones from 2001 and 2002, do not give him a blank check for a new war with Iran. So on paper, this is Congress saying, we are exercising the power the framers of the Constitution gave us. We are directing you to stop unless we affirmatively approve. But here's the catch. It's a concurrent resolution. It's not a full statute. It doesn't go for to the president for his, if it doesn't go to the president for his signature, it doesn't actually go to the president for his signature at all. What it does is it is essentially very much just a vote for like what Trump says. It's just nothing really happens. Nothing really happens at all. It's symbolic at its best. It doesn't go anywhere. It just sits, they pass it. Even if the Senate passes it, it doesn't actually matter because then it gets to the president's desk and then the president ends up vetoing the whole thing. And that's happened many times before. This total, it's a charade. It's a rebuke. That's all it is. It's just saying we don't like what you're doing. And because presidents of both parties have spent decades stretching their commander-in-chief power, the White House can and often does treat these votes as meaningless. Exactly what Trump said. They're just meaningless. They're symbolic. So you get this surreal situation that we're in now. Congress is using a power it had to invent in 1973 because the original constitutional system was already being bypassed. And it passes that power in the House by just a narrow margin. And then the president turns around and says, neener, meaningless, doesn't apply to my war powers. And he also said, by the way, my war powers How dare you 4 Republicans vote for this? Doesn't apply to my war powers. So now we're here. Now this is where things get even more stunning. This is not the first time Congress has tried to do this, right? They have tried to pass these war powers resolutions numerous times, and it never works. I think it only actually worked twice in the beginning of the 1970s around the Vietnam War. And then after that, it has just failed every single time. Either it doesn't pass the House, it doesn't pass the Senate, or the president goes and vetoes them. So the last time one successfully passed was in 2020. This was after Trump killed Qasem Soleimani. And the House said, hey, you need specific authorization if you want to do further war with Iran. And then the Senate passed a version and it went to Trump and Trump vetoed it. Congress couldn't override it and the war powers limit died. So you go back a bit also and you go to 2019, Congress did the same thing in 2019. They passed a bipartisan war powers resolution to end support for the Saudi-led war in Yemen. Trump, again, vetoed it, no override, the war support continued. Then we have Kosovo, 1999. The House couldn't muster the votes either to clearly authorize or to cut off funds. And what happened? Clinton kept bombing. That was under the Clinton administration. 2011, under the Obama administration, this was in Libya. House passed a mild rebuke, but voted against actually cutting off money for Obama's air campaign. And what? The operation continued. So, and actually, even in this Iran conflict, earlier this year, there were multiple House votes. There were some that were even, they came down to a hair. There was one that was 212 to 212. It was a tie. And another vote failed because it was missed by one vote. So in the Senate, a recent Iran war powers resolution failed, also 53 to 47. It was a straight party line defense of Trump's ability to keep going without a new authorization. So what do we have? We have a pattern where Congress mostly avoids clean upfront war votes. And when it finally uses a war powers resolution to claw back some authority, the measure either dies in one chamber, it gets vetoed, or it's just treated as symbolic, like this one. So we're not just in a world where presidents start wars without declarations. We're in a world where the backup mechanism Congress wrote to stop that has been neutered as well. So Congress has completely lost its power. The Constitution clearly gave Congress the power to declare war. Congress gave that power away over time, tried to claw it back in the 70s, and it's just been a total failure. Which brings us to the founders. When you go back to 1787, the framers were very explicit about this. They had just fought a revolution against a king who could take a nation from peace to war anytime he wanted with the stroke of his pen. So the framers did two things. They put the power to declare war in Congress because Congress is a big, messy, deliberative body. They have to argue in public and then they have to vote. And they made the president commander-in-chief once war exists. So he runs the war. He does not decide to start it. And originally, the draft actually said that Congress had the power to make war. But at the Constitutional Convention, they debated it and they said, well, okay, wait a minute. We don't really know if we want Congress to be, we need to give the president some power, because if we're being shelled on our shores, for example, we can't wait for this big, messy, deliberative body to get together, convene, debate, and decide, yeah, okay, you could fight back, right? So they had to give the president some power. So they changed the wording to declare war so that the president could at least repeal sudden attacks. But they made it clear that the president was not to initiate full wars. They did not want to have to wait for Congress in order to fight back, but they also didn't want the president to go off and start wars. Madison actually spells this out. He spells why the framers gave the power to Congress. He says, quote, "In no part of the Constitution is more wisdom to be found than in the clause which confides the question of war or peace to the legislature and not to the executive. War is, in fact, the true nurse of executive aggrandizement." And he walks through the logic. He says, war creates armies and the executive commands them. War unlocks the treasury and the executive spends it. War multiplies offices and honors and the executive hands them out. War feeds ambition, vanity, the love of fame, the things that tempt presidents to put their interests over the public. So his conclusion was simple. The executive is most interested in war and also most prone to it. That's why they took the war decision away from presidents and gave it to Congress. And Hamilton, by the way, the guy who liked a really strong executive, he was an advocate for that. He still drew the same line. And he says a king can declare war. A U.S. president cannot. That power, he says, appertains to the legislature. They wanted the people, the representatives of the people, to decide on declaring war. In their minds, war was supposed to be rare. It was supposed to be hard to start, politically costly, always the product of a public accountable vote by Congress. Now you compare that to today, where the reaction to this vote has been incredible. Not because 4 Republicans voted with Democrats, but because apparently we've reached a point where actually following the Constitution is considered an act of betrayal. Think about what these Republicans are being accused of. They're being called traitors, disloyal, America last, anti-Trump. Why? Because they voted to force Congress to do the job the framers of the Constitution gave them. That's it. That's the crime. The Constitution says Congress decides whether America goes to war. Not Donald Trump, not Joe Biden, not Barack Obama, not George Bush, Congress. The people screaming the loudest about defending the Constitution, interestingly, suddenly have become very quiet when you point that part out. In fact, they're not just quiet, they're angry. They're angry that somebody dared to enforce it. And that's because what happened here exposes one of the biggest scams in modern American politics. Congress doesn't want the responsibility. They don't want the accountability. They don't want to cast a vote and then have to explain it to their constituents. No, they don't want to have to deal with dead American soldiers, and they have to then explain that to the public as to why they voted to take us to war when our sons and daughters are coming home in caskets. They don't want that responsibility. They want the president to do it. They want the White House to do it. They want somebody else to own it, not them. That way they can just wave flags, they can give speeches, they can blame somebody else if everything goes wrong. And that's what they do. It's cowardice. It's actually pure cowardice. Congress barely debates war anymore. Congress just sits there while presidents launch missiles, deploy troops, bomb countries, start conflicts all over the globe. Then Congress acts shocked after the fact. The last time they declared war was 1942, 43, 41, something along those lines. World War II. For decades, we've lived under a system the founders would not recognize today. This is not what they intended. No declarations of war, no accountability, no ownership, just endless military operations under vague authorizations, emergency powers, whatever legal justification happens to be convenient in that very moment. And now we're told the traitors are the 4 people who said, hey, wait a minute, what about the Constitution? This is our job. The real betrayal happened before this vote, long before this vote, actually. The real betrayal is that Congress abandoned one of its most important constitutional responsibilities and handed it to the executive branch. The exact thing the framers said, do not do. The real betrayal is that Republicans, who spend every waking moment and every election talking about the Constitution, suddenly treat it like it's inconvenient when Israel wants America involved in another Middle Eastern war. The real betrayal is that Congress has allowed the United States to drift into a system where presidents can effectively initiate military conflicts first and ask for permission later, and actually not even ask for permission. They don't need it. Symbolic. That's not what the founders designed. That's not what the Constitution says. And if defending the Constitution makes you a traitor in today's Washington, maybe the problem isn't the Constitution. Maybe the problem is Washington, because these 4 Republicans didn't betray their oath. Now, Jesse Waters can say they betrayed the party. But what about all those other Republicans? Who did they betray? They betrayed the American people who don't want this war. They betrayed the Constitution. They betrayed the founding fathers when they voted for this. Not only did they vote to not take their powers back the way the framers wanted, but they voted for a war the American people don't want. And that is exactly what the founding fathers of the Constitution warned us against. Thanks for watching this clip from the full Kim Iverson Show, which you can catch Monday through Friday, 2 p.m. Pacific.
Years of war on 4 continents had doubled the national debt. Britain was in the midst of a post-war depression, and British consumers were already burdened with higher taxes than were the subjects of any other European monarch. The average British subject paid 26 shillings a year in taxes. The average New Englander paid just 1.
So some bright spark has the idea, well, let's tax the American colonists, right? They should pay their share because, after all, we fought the war for them, and this is to defend them.
In 1764, the Prime Minister George Grenville proposed a series of 3 parliamentary statutes, all meant to make the colonies help pay for their own defense. The Currency Act, which forbade the colonists from issuing their own money, angered the tobacco-growing gentry of Virginia, who were especially hard hit. The Sugar Act imposed taxes on imports from the Caribbean, and to enforce it, the British Navy dispatched 44 ships to stop smuggling, enraging New Englanders whose economy had long profited from it. The rest of the colonies were largely unaffected. London assumed Americans were too disunited, too divided by self-interest to ever be able to present a united front. But now, Grenville introduced a third tax, the Stamp Act. It would affect nearly every colonist in every colony. No one would be able to obtain a license or a loan, transfer land or draft a will, earn a diploma, purchase a newspaper, or even buy a deck of cards, unless it was printed or written on English-made paper that bore a stamp embossed by the Royal Treasury, for which they would have to pay. For the very first time, Parliament planned to tax the 13 colonies directly. The Stamp Act was scheduled to go into effect on November 1st, 1765.
Collins said no taxation without representation. What they meant was no taxation except by our elected legislature here in our particular colony. These taxes were very small, but the fear was if we give in to this precedent, if we pay this small stamp tax now, what will they do in the future?
In the Virginia House of Burgesses, Patrick Henry introduced a series of resolutions asserting that only the General Assembly of that colony had the right and power to lay taxes on its people. Henry went on to declare that just as Julius Caesar had his assassin Brutus, George III should understand that some American resistor was sure to stand up in favor of his country. When some delegates shouted treason, others who were present remembered he responded, "If this be treason, make the most of it." In Boston, 42-year-old Samuel Adams helped rally the opposition against implementation of the Stamp Act. A failure as a brewer and as a collector of local taxes, Adams was a master of propaganda. His mission, he once explained, was to keep the attention of my fellow citizens awake to their grievances.
If our trade may be taxed, why not our lands? Why not the produce of our lands and everything we possess or make use of? If taxes are laid upon us in any shape, without our having a legal representation where they are paid, are we not reduced from the character of free subjects to the miserable state of tributary slaves?
In terms of masters of communication, Samuel Adams was really up there. He has an amazing ability to translate a concept into easily digested words, and therefore to make what could seem like fairly abstract ideas very vital and very urgent. And he's tireless. So he's able to produce page after page after page, new offenses, new crimes, new injustices.
Pamphleteers took up the cause, declaring the Stamp Act illegitimate. Most of the colony's 24 weekly newspapers, the businesses that would be hit hardest, followed suit. Those that didn't faced being shut down by their journeymen and apprentices.
Newspapers are very important. The colonial public is more literate than any other people in the world outside of Scandinavia. There's also word of mouth, conversation, absolutely essential.
It became very common to discuss how you govern people and how people are free. These ideas had filtered into the general population.
Those ideas now led to protests in the streets. In Boston, in August of 1765, a crowd formed, made up of men and a handful of women, free blacks and runaway slaves, poorly paid or unemployed workers who resented the rich, and apprentices in their off hours just looking for trouble. They hanged in effigy the local man designated to become distributor of stamps, and went on to invade the home of the lieutenant governor, destroying everything in sight and carrying off all of his furniture and 900 British pounds in cash. In Newport, Rhode Island, another mob surrounded the stamp distributor, forced him to resign, and to lead them in chants of property and liberty. In Charleston, South Carolina, white anti-Stamp Act protesters marched through the streets chanting liberty. But when enslaved South Carolinians echoed their cries, frightened enslavers called out the militia to patrol the street. The Maryland appointee was driven from Annapolis with only the clothes on his back. By the time the Stamp Act was supposed to go into effect, none of the 13 colonies had an official in place willing to enforce it.
Part of our revolution, I think we have largely sanitized. I think we've forgotten much of the street warfare, of the anarchy, of the provocations that took place.
A black cloud seems to hang over us. It appears to me that there will be an end to all government here, for the people are all running mad. James Parker.
Hi, this is Sarah Botstein. I hope you enjoyed that excerpt from the American Revolution.
We did. Thank you, Sarah, for making that video. It was very thoughtful of you. And apropos of tonight's conversation, it seems to be important to understand the Stamp Act and why it triggered the American Revolution. It triggered the American Revolution because the Stamp Act demanded of colonists something they were unwilling to enforce. Enforcement is the first part. It's like where we, the people, do that self-policing, and then once not done in that situation, they had to send in the redcoats and the Hessians. They hired those nice Hessians that ended up filling the coffers of somebody who made Amschel Rothschild a name on the street. Prior to the Hessians being hired, not such a thing. But very fascinating, and we will get into more of the history throughout this evening. Scott, opinings or questions you might have from what we just learned?
You know, I mean, this is just like such a large philosophical question. It's like, okay, so what's the difference? I think the reason why this is such an important topic now, it's like, okay, when you compare and contrast the indignities and the outrages and the insanity of what was inflicted upon, you know, us as the people, of we the people back then versus now, it's like night and day. Like if the people of 1776 had endured even 1% of what is going on right now, can you imagine? It's so insane. So that's why that's why the conversation is so interesting. And it's like it's almost shameful on our part that we endure, you know. But we're in a much different world. You know, we're in such a different world where back then, really the leverage would have been to pick up your muskets and go overthrow. Now I feel like it's even more, we have even more leverage, like in the form of like our dollars or whatever, right? There's more that we can do to overthrow it. And we aren't even willing to do the most basic small thing to protect our rights. So like it goes back to the Etienne de la Boissy,
very well said.
Good,
there you go.
Such a good book. The Politics of Obedience. Just his whole, like the whole part about, there's so many good parts in that book, but the part that always stood out to me, I even included in my album and my song called The Politics of Obedience, that whole section where he talks about like, what do we even call this thing that, like, there isn't even a word in the English language to label or justify this phenomenon where the millions of us, just take the abuse from just one tiny little man, or in this case, like maybe like 500. David Icke talks about it all the time, right? Like you could fit all of them into a single room. How is it that 300 million of us just sit here and take it from a group of people that you could fit into a room? What is that phenomenon? And it's so fascinating because that Etienne de la Boétie passage was written in like in the 1500s, like 1570, something like that, I think. And it's like, so this is an age-old phenomenon. It's part of the human condition that has not changed at all, you know? And so I think that the American Revolution was an anomaly. It's an anomaly to the human condition, and that's why it's so fascinating. And now, what we're experiencing now is just status quo. This is the status quo. This is what humans are used to doing. They're used to being subjugated. They're used to just delegating their freedom to somebody else and just taking it, you know? And so the question is like, at what point? I don't know. You know, I hope there's a political solution to this. I saw earlier Chase Geiser, friend of the show. He made a tweet that says, actually, it was yesterday, I guess this tweet was. It says, if Section 224 of the NDAA passes, we should take up arms and overthrow our own government, just as our founders said in the Declaration of Independence. So it's like, you know, there's rhetoric out there. There's calls for such things, but it's like, you know, it's just fascinating to watch. Like, I'm not going to be the one that's going to take up arms against the government. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. I don't know what the future holds for human freedom in the world if something drastic doesn't happen, and whether it's political or economic or something. I don't know. But I don't know. There you go.
Taking up arms against your oppressor is a popular idea through history. However, in our case, it seems like the people who might be occupying us might know that we have a freedom door that we want to go through, and they might put a cannon on the other side. So like in Bugs Bunny, you're going to open the door and get blasted because that's exactly their plan, and that's what they want you to do. I can answer the question how 300 million people can be subjugated by people less intelligent than they are. And I think it touches on what you just mentioned. I spent many years calling the author Etienne de la Boétie because I thought that's how it was. But if you get all learnified on it, Etienne de la Boétie, you got to say it like you're from Barcelona. You got to say it like that. Etienne de la Boétie, freedom philosophy. He wrote the discourse on voluntary servitude. I made a whole Peace Revolution episode about that once upon a time, and that's a very interesting piece of history. He's also mentioned in State of Mind, the Psychology of Control, a 2013 film starring Alex Jones and Charlotte Iserbyt and G. Edward Griffin and yours truly. I'm in that film. It's aforementioned in the previous interview we just did with Rex. And then de la Boétie had like he has contemporaries, right? So if you check out contemporaries, you might be interested in Lysander Spooner. If you like the philosophy of de la Boétie, he is followed in history by Lysander Spooner. This is mentioned during Ultimate History Lesson Hour 4. He's a person in there. And Lysander Spooner wrote No Treason, the Constitution of No Authority. Now, that's kind of an extreme philosophical utopian view on what goes on. And yeah, it might have no authority. But if we don't have some methodology to have an immune system that protects us from the tyranny of other people around the world, call that like maybe the Constitution, right? And put some limitations on these things. We did not enter this game with a clean slate. We entered this game in whatever past couple decades, and they already had nuclear proliferation. They've already had one of our good time allies that we have to go beat up all these other countries to protect all the time. They have nuclear weapons, and the people that we're beating up, they're just trying to get nuclear weapons. It's kind of hypocritical. There's a whole lot of things, and we will get to that section. And I do have a note card on all the fun stuff that they bring to the table. It's a real hoot when you add it up and go through the step-by-step method by which they're making their decision. It's hilarious if we weren't being ruled by these people, right? It's funny, but they're doing it in reality, so that makes it not funny. So we should be serious about these things. The question of how do the 300 million people get ruled by these others? What did they have to do to get us here? If the Constitution was broken in the first place, it wouldn't have taken 250 years to get us into this point where America is almost to the point where we have to tap out, right? We need our second wind. Why are we finding ourselves on the canvas in a compromising position, or very compromising? You're going to see a meme coming up later, very compromising positions. Why are we in that? Well, They saw fit 120 years ago to corrupt our education system. And by implementing a state-sponsored indoctrination system for generation after generation, they knew it only took 2 generations to take control. We're about, I don't know, 5 or 6 generations in by this point. There's multiple levels from which you can consider measuring such things. However, I would point out that if America was weak and our culture was weak, then it wouldn't have taken so long to dumb us down and demoralize us. So here we are, finding ourselves in this situation. Should we feel sorry for ourselves? Or maybe we should step up and, like Rocky in those late rounds, get up off the mat, start fighting back a little bit. And to fight back violently through taking up arms against your oppressor, I just think that you're just playing into their playbook. You should study their playbook before you make some moves. In fact, if we go back to the history blueprint, I know I just saw it a second ago right here. One more back. Gene Sharp, how the playbook for revolution. Gene Sharp has helped the United States government overthrow countries around the world for the past 40, 50 years. There's a playbook and it's nonviolent. So I'm not saying to use it. I'm just saying there's already a playbook to do the things that people were talking about, Chase Geiser et al., without violence. It's much more elegant and freedom oriented. We have the disadvantage on the field, certainly. I mean, these people planned, they got funding, they print the money, they charge us for it. Like, they got all the advantages. Doesn't mean we shouldn't show up, and it doesn't mean we can't find our own advantages because they're big and slow, and we can be nimble and quick. We can outlearn these situations, and we can head them off at the pass because they've communicated where they're going with the technotronic dystopian surveillance grid. We know that they're surveillance centers, not data centers, right? Now we can start to educate other people with factual evidence, do a little public speaking, get the others together, do some group organizing, raise our education level to the point where we can intellectually push back without having to necessarily start, these fracases that have led traditionally to civil war, revolution, a whole bunch of other things we can't afford right now in our lifetime. We all have one life to live, and these other people, they make their living off of killing people. What are we going to do? Should we be demoralized and call grifter, a whole bunch of nonsense like that? Or maybe we should pull together, find the people with whom we have everything in common and so little indifference, right? And we could educate each other, lift each other up, and enlist others to our noble and freedom-oriented endeavor. We have the disadvantage, especially because in order to take actions in our understanding of what's right, we have to operate in a moral and ethical framework. Our opponent, our enemy, does not. They occupy and monopolize all the things: blackmail, assassination. What else? There's backdoors in the software, stealing of nuclear secrets, all the good stuff that we're going to talk about later. All those things are outside the morals and ethics. So in order to win, we have to apply our mind and beat these grandmaster chess players by having them play against each other and using their moves against them without telling them that until it's too late. So I just wanted to give people some hearty invigoration that you have a quantum computer between your ears that you really haven't learned how to use yet. And as you learn how to use such things to bring about your freedom and prosperity and protection for yourself, your family, your community, I think we can get America not as a dream, but we can get these ideas back into reality sooner than the globalists and authorities would want you to circulate such ideas. I think it was very inconvenient back in time that Etienne de Beaupuy and Lysander Spooner put these ideas out there. It was pretty inconvenient for the British Empire that Thomas Paine wrote Common Sense and a couple other interesting books, right? So I have confidence in human beings with long attention spans. If presented with the right ingredients of information, they can make a recipe of understanding that supersedes anything you're going to get at any of those 3-letter news outlets, which are propaganda outlets for the 3-letter intelligence agencies, which go back to like, who owns the debt that we owe? Who do we owe the 40 trillion to? If not, if America printed its own money, we wouldn't owe debt to anybody. So that right there, that whole Federal Reserve thing, I got a couple questions about that. To whom do we owe the $40 trillion? It's a very interesting question. Nobody wants to answer, because you might have to add that up, because it might be the same banking families that created Israel in the first place. And then we've got some things to talk about that really aren't being talked about in the Joe Rogan sphere and those places out there, right? These are things that you would hear a lot about on the InfoWars broadcast back in the day, by the way. You know, the early emergence of truth was never on those big stations that everyone watched. So, going through the rest of tonight, we're not even to the merging the United States with Israel section, but it might be foreshadowed in the upcoming clips. Now, here's what I got lined up for this next block. Shareholders demand answers to the Palantir people. You know, Peter Thiel, who just moved to Argentina, he's got this Palantir project. Palantir is based on the screening glass to see into the future, to predict the future from Lord of the Rings, right? It's that type of thing. Shareholders are having problems. One shareholder I don't think who's demanding answers is Donald Trump, who had a hella investments in the Palantir early on in his second presidential career here. Next up after that, we have a summary because it was a longer clip. Sean Ryan goes scorched earth on MAGA. It's a reaction video from JP. We probably won't have time to get the whole thing in there, but I just wanted to put that on the record, because from that Sean Ryan, we are going to cover the Sean Strickland banning. And I thought that not only did Jake Shields have probably the earliest decent reaction, but he had all the clips. And when you see the clips, you're like, of course they banned him. But why are we in a situation where a foreign country hands a list to our White House and says this American who's a title holder can't come to this event? What is going on there? I think it's interesting, and it needs to go in this week's time capsule of history, because unless you see these things happen slowly over time, you would not understand what was going on. So it's very important to get that into tonight's time capsule. Then we'll come back and comment on that before we get to the various other sections of tonight's presentation. Colby, take it away.
Palantir is under scrutiny from its own shareholders who voted today on a proposal that would force Palantir to address its alleged human rights violations. Now, what human rights violations am I referring to? Well, if you're curious, all you need to do is listen to the head of the company, Alex Karp, who can't really stop himself from bragging about it.
Your AI and your technology from Palantir kills Palestinians!
Mostly terrorists, that's true. Me as a front man offending half of America. I don't think in win-lose, I think in domination. Almost nothing makes a human happier than taking the lines of cocaine away from these short sellers. I love the idea of getting a drone and having light fentanyl-laced urine spraying on analysts who tried to screw us. You have this whole thing online where people like laud the Nazis. Like, I spent a lot of time talking to Nazis, like real Nazis, and like understanding what made them tick.
Was he referring to the Israelis in that last statement? Is that what he was talking about? So that's Alex Karp. He makes me want to vomit every time I hear him speak. But nonetheless, let's get back to the investors who apparently also want to vomit every time they hear this man speak. So this proposal by the investors was actually filed by the Presbyterian Church of the United States and the Sisters of St. Joseph of Peace. Both happen to be investors in Palantir. And if you're wondering, is that possible? Can like religious organizations do that? Yes, they can. So their efforts were actually also backed by Norway's $2 trillion plus sovereign wealth fund. So money talks. We're not talking about small time investors. We're talking about big time investors in Palantir. And so what exactly are these organizations trying to do? What are they trying to uncover? Well, Palantir has racked up a long list, as you can imagine, of alleged human rights abuses over the years. And we'll get into what those human rights abuses are in just a moment. But first, I do want to just quickly clear up a common misconception that I myself had for the longest time about what Palantir does exactly, okay? Because there's this misconception that they spy on Americans, but that's actually not what's happening. In fact, our government spies on Americans, collects data, in fact, so much data that our incompetent government is unable to organize it, sift through it. You get the picture. So they have contracted that process out to Palantir. Palantir is the one who has access to that data collected by the government. And the whole reason Palantir is working or has been contracted by our government is because they're the ones who help sift through that data, that mountain of data on Americans. Okay, so it's erasing the friction that the US is the government is experiencing with all that surveillance and data they collect, but don't have the capacity to go through themselves. In other words, Palantir is enabling the government to surveil its citizens more efficiently, but Palantir isn't actually doing the surveillance themselves. Okay, now that we got that out of the way, let's get to the human rights abuses. So in its response to the shareholder proposal, Palantir defended its work with the United States government, saying that they reject the false dichotomy presented by many tech companies that working with the military opposes human rights. To refuse to work with the US military would be a failure to recognize the military's role in defending democratic institutions and rules-based order. Do we want to pause for laughter? Like, what a joke. Okay, that is a myth. Okay, our country doesn't believe in the rules-based order. If it did, it wouldn't be enabling genocide. It wouldn't be arming Israel to commit atrocities. We don't actually believe in the rules-based order. We only pretend like we do when we want to go after a different foreign country that's doing something we don't like. Right? The rules-based order means a lot to the Americans when it comes to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. But when it comes to Israel's invasion of southern Lebanon, what rules-based order? What rules-based order? No, it was Hezbollah. It's Hezbollah's fault. Okay, if you had the military of a foreign country occupying Texas right now, are you gonna tell me that Texans are just gonna stand there and take it? There'd be no resistance at all? All those gun-toting Texans would just allow a foreign actor to invade our country and occupy it? I don't think so. I don't think so. But let me continue with more of what Palantir had to say here. This order, while imperfect, has been foundational to the protection of human rights worldwide. It's still referring to the so-called rules-based order. What a joke. And we assert that by engaging with the defense sector, we are positioned to help promote and support ethically defensible outcomes. You guys want to profit off of government contracts funded by American taxpayers. That is what Palantir wants to do. Please, like, you can leave me with all this BS talk about rules-based order and democracy and how you guys are doing this because you believe in doing the right thing. You guys are making money. That is what you're doing. We all know it, so don't lie to our faces about it. Now, Palantir is making a lot of money off its government contracts. So Palantir's government revenue is expected to grow to $3.8 billion in 2026. And that number increased from just $2.4 billion a year ago. So what are we doing? And in its response to this shareholder proposal, Palantir also defended its work with ICE, because of course they did, which for the record has been a bipartisan collaboration. This is not just something that the Trump administration has done. This is something that both Democrats and Republicans have enabled. Palantir has worked with Immigration and Customs Enforcement since the Obama administration, notably in supporting investigations into transnational criminal organizations engaged in major criminal activity with a nexus to the border, such as human smuggling and drug trafficking.
Starting something new is terrifying. When we launched our Shop TYT store, I was drowning in what ifs. What if no one buys anything? What if the site looks amateurish? I almost talked myself out of it, but I took the leap anyway, and I'm glad I did, because Shopify made it incredibly easy to turn those what ifs.
Rights abuses in doing that. I don't have a problem if their focus is on transnational gangs that cause harm to the American people. I don't have a problem with Palantir working alongside our government to do something about that. But I do have a problem with a lot of what Palantir actually does. They say that our most recent contract with ICE, which began negotiation under the Biden administration, reflects a continued commitment by Palantir to support the US government in its most central missions. But here's what I don't support. I don't support a private corporation, a company like Palantir, sifting through data on American citizens, which is what our government has basically provided a contract to Palantir to do. Palantir also stood by its partnership with the IDF. That tells me everything I need to know about Palantir. They say our work in Israel predates the October 7th terror attack. How does that make that any better? I don't care. And they say that it's in line with our global support of US allies and liberal democracies. Again, pause for laughter. What a joke. So Palantir's CEO, Alex Karp, has publicly cheered on the worst excesses of American and Israeli military forces. So I get that they're trying to calm their investors, their shareholders down because, at the end of the day, that's the value of their stock. And they don't want these investors pulling out. But make no mistake about it, the human rights abuses are real and they've been enabled by our government.
Every time you ring the bell below, an angel gets his wings.
Sean Ryan just went scorched earth on Trump's corruption and Trump's betrayal of his voters. Watch this.
There is, what's core MAGA now?
I have no idea.
I think I know. Trump has said from the beginning.
Pedophile supporting Israeli lobby? Well,
Yep, that would actually be it. And Sean's anger just grows as we go. Welcome back to the JP Reacts channel, my freedom-loving friend. This is where we help spread the light of truth and freedom because truth conquers. Now, some people say Sean Ryan has changed. Those same people say I have changed. Tucker Carlson has changed. Alex Jones has changed. But what's stayed the same, apparently, is the MAGA crowd who believe different things than they used to, but they haven't changed. The new MAGA crowd, wow, Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz, Ben Shapiro, those really strong, honest, trustworthy Americans that only have America's best interest in mind. Now, what I love best about Sean Ryan, I don't think anything about him has changed, yet those around him has changed. And of course, as Trump and betrayed promises have, that's been a change. So Trump gets heat Sean Ryan gets heat for the same reason I do. When you're loyal to truth above all else, those who are loyal to a person who's betraying the truth will turn on you. And Sean Ryan doesn't care, just like I don't care. And Sean Ryan pulls no punches, and he is furious. This is the guy that cares about America. Seems to also care about honesty, truth, and integrity. He's a guy who served his country overseas. He was a Navy SEAL, had his life on the line. I'm sure he lost close friends of his right beside him in the name of serving our country. And when he watches someone disserve our country, he gets pissed. And in this discussion with Megyn Kelly, there's a couple clips I want to take a look at where, of course, he's pissed and he's talking about the corruption of the Trump administration. Let's take a look-ski.
I just don't see any positivity coming out of this administration. It seems very self-serving. I have a list of shit printed I could go through, but what was the last one? Made it so he had Todd Blanche do the dirty work so that him or anybody in his family could never be audited by the IRS. What the is that shit?
Well, from what I'm told, Sean, it's him serving the American people is what we say. Yes, it took time to ensure that he or his family can never be audited by the IRS. That's just serving the American people and our best interest. The same best interest of ours that is served when Trump demands the Epstein files are not released. We're served in that same way. And it's great. My life is better because of it. I think everybody's is.
The drone company, the $400 million jet from Qatar.
Yep.
The Executives Club. You know about that?
Yeah, that they started in DC.
You don't hear about any of this shit.
Yeah.
Does this shit look like he's serving the people? No. So you're going to serve that?
At least he's serving himself in this country instead of serving Israel. Well, he's doing that too. Okay, that's much worse. Let's just change the subject.
Or are you going to speak out against it? and let everybody know what the happening.
You think he'd be better off?
Fox News sure is not reporting any of this shit.
None of it. None of it. No, I there's no question that the corruption in the administration has been far beyond what
He sued the government. He sued his own government.
Suing your own government, that's just fun. What I appreciate the points Sean brings up, and just as much, I appreciate just his honest anger. I feel the same way. I don't think I express my anger nearly as well as Sean does. Mine comes out misdirected, usually through sketch satirical comedy videos. Maybe we get some laughs, but it's like, yeah, it's fueled by anger, which is a fuel of my vision of truth, which is fueled by, well, it's the vision of truth I see as being betrayed, lied about, gaslit, manipulated around, and I don't like it. When he talks about the corruption of Trump, outside of the whole selling out our country to Israel thing, which is a really big thing. That might be the biggest thing. Outside of that, just a much smaller scale, almost kind of like this is child's play at this point. I came across this. From what I can understand, it checks out. Take a look. Trump has made 3,700 stock trades and added $4 billion to his net worth since taking office, while U.S. household debt increased, whatever, the U.S. debt's increased. So Trump increasing his net worth by $4 billion while in office, good for him. I'm a capitalist. I want him, I don't care if he gets richer, but it's fine if he gets richer. But doing it through insider trading, 3,700 stock trades, right? Like buys Dell, then announces a deal with Dell, NVIDIA, then announces a deal with NVIDIA, or they can trade with China. Now, apparently, this kind of insider trading is wrong. And guess what? Trump got caught. You might not know that. He got caught for this insider trading, and he's got to pay the price. This is reported by Unusual Whales. We'll get back to the video in just a second, but first, I want to tell you about Bond Charge's infrared sauna blanket, because we're living in a new paradigm of health where now even the common person has woken up and realized for not reporting all the trading he's done. So with that $200 fine, I don't think Trump is going to risk making another $4 billion off of insider deals where he's kind of selling out the American public. Let's get Palantir in here. That'll probably work out good for everybody. And there's another Sean Ryan clip I want to take a look at, but while we're on the topic of Trump corruption, the family, we're getting the family involved. Donald Trump Jr., he's got a stake in a company called Vulcan, just using this as another example. And Vulcan had a valuation of $200 million. That's pretty good. And then, like that, the valuation went to $2 billion. Why was that? Because apparently a call came from the White House, where Don Jr.'s dad happens to work, to the Pentagon. And the White House, whoever was on the other end of that phone, told the people at the Pentagon to give his company over $600 million of taxpayer money. Fusion, the valuation, 10x's. Okay, so we're doing that. I mean, it's just child's play. It's fine. We are okay with financial shadiness. Just protect the kids. Oh, they're protecting the perpetrators of the kid. Okay. But this one, speaking of that, this is just creepy. Mario Nalfall reports this. Ivanka Trump revealed she's building a massive 1,400-hectare private island resort in the Mediterranean that has no existing power. Everything's being constructed by scratch. Somehow Ivanka talked about that for 4 minutes. It's insanely boring. But the take-home message that they might want to hear is, hey, you people, stop it with the islands. Knock it off. What are you doing? Yeah, we know. Stop doing that. Islands aren't working out good for you or the people that involuntarily have to be on them because of you. Still not releasing the file. Well, good. I'm glad we got Massey out. Now stop it with this Mediterranean island. Back to another clip of Sean Ryan.
There is, what's core MAGA now?
Oh, it's just gotten better.
I think I know.
Pretty good now.
Trump has said from the beginning, and he's
Pedophile supporting Israeli lobby. Well, I mean,
Honestly, I couldn't have said that better myself. Pedo supporting / protecting Israeli lobby. That's a great way to describe MAGA. New MAGA. You look at the Shapiros, Mark Levins, Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz. Can we move on from the Epstein files crowd and get to war for Israel? And you're an anti-Semite if you're not on board. If you want to find Epstein criminals in the Epstein files, you're an anti-Semite. Yeah, these are the two principal issues that have driven old MAGA supporters away from MAGA. These are the two principal issues. The only two, actually. These are the only two that have driven me away. You would say, well, what about the Iran war? Well, two things. I was already driven away before that. And two, the Iran war is the Israel issue. Yeah, I think Sean Ryan just hits it right on the nose. These two things is what new MAGA is about.
I have no idea.
Need a different acronym. But Trump has said from the beginning that he defines what MAGA is. MAGA is what I say it is, he has said. And he's not wrong.
Well, yeah, he's right. Agree with Megyn Kelly. He's not wrong. However, it's more accurate than what Trump says MAGA is. Yes, he has that right. It's what we observe, he makes it. Because when it comes to gaslighting, you can't really believe words. You have to look at actions and reality, not the words. Let's go on.
It's his moniker. It's his campaign slogan. And all along, he's defined what is and is not MAGA. And he told me personally, MAGA will feel the way I want them to feel. I'll tell them how to feel about this, that, or the other thing.
Yeah.
And they will. And he
do.
has been totally right on that. The problem for Trump now is that he has defined MAGA literally to those who agree with Mark Levin. If you don't agree with Mark Levin, you're not MAGA, which means you must be a neocon whose main issue is what's in the best interest of Israel.
Yeah.
And that defines MAGA down to nothing. It's a nub. So what's that? It's not large. It's not important. It's not cool. It's not appealing to young people. It has no future. Much like Mark Levin himself, it's old, it's angry, and it's dying. And so those are the people who, like, the die-hard loyalists who will just feel the way Trump wants them to feel are the ones who are harassing you for saying what you think about Thomas Massie. They're entitled to their opinion, but they do not represent the Republican Party. They don't represent the right, and they definitely don't represent the future.
I appreciate the color Megyn Kelly added to it. And once again, Sean Ryan's definition of what's MAGA now: pedo protectors and do the bidding of Israel. That's what it is. I personally appreciate you, Sean Ryan, for going scorched earth on people that deserve to have the earth scorched around them. Let me know what you think about these, Sean.
All right, guys, there's a really interesting story going on today. Sean Strickland, the UFC middleweight champion, friend of mine, we clash at times, but overall a friend, he just got a phone call, probably from either Dana White or Hunter Campbell. He said one of the top execs of the UFC, and they revoked his UFC tickets. This is the only male American current UFC champion, and his whole persona is Mr. America, and they revoked his UFC tickets from the White House card due to criticism of Israel. So let's go ahead and play Sean's video to start this out.
I'm not surprised, but I got the call. I got the call. The UFC higher-ups called me, big names. They said, Sean, I got to apologize, but you're not Israeli enough to go to UFC 250 Israel edition. The White House didn't clear you. And I'm not really surprised, I'm not really surprised. So, I think moving forward, I would like to just apologize to Israel. I'd like to say I'm sorry, I'd like to apologize to Trump. And I just want to prove that I'm Israeli enough for you guys. Like, for instance, whenever the list like disappeared, and Trump goes out there and says to everybody that he can't really go into it because people that by association will get prosecuted and like their names will be tarnished. I want to apologize because, you know, I don't want them to be prosecuted. Or, you know, when Trump goes and bombs the fuck out of Iran that no Americans agree with, that cost Americans $5,000 to $15,000 to go fight Israel's war. I want to apologize. Sorry, I've been a critic of that, you know. My allegiance was apparently in the wrong place, and I just want to apologize. Or when Trump goes out there and says, hey, Trump, your approval ratings are the lowest it's ever been across all demographics. And Trump says, well, you know what? I have a 99% approval rate in Israel. I want to apologize.
He actually said that.
And I want to repent. You know? Apparently, I'm not American enough to go to Freedom 250. But I still got my ticket, so maybe we'll just go. I'll bring the bell, and we'll just stand outside the gate, and we'll just let them know what we really think.
Yeah, he already has his plane tickets. Sound like he bought his tickets out there, and it was revoked. This is crazy, and this is kind of funny because me and Sean have been arguing over this for several years. Sean, for a while, he's switched a lot closer to my direction. Obviously, we won't view it exactly the same, but he's geared a lot towards me. When thought he was crazy initially, and like a lot of people, they come around and be like, oh, you weren't so crazy. And now he's seeing it, getting his tickets revoked. We're gonna play a few videos. Actually, look at the comments of this real quick first. This is probably some good comments. My N-word, we can't say that. Had to, yet again, calling for violence against Jewish people. Laugh my ass. I hope Dana fires you. He never called for Jewish. See how they just make stuff up? He's absolutely never done that. They just like make that up. Oh, Taylor Greene, this is a congresswoman. They're trying to get rid of her. God bless UFC champ Sean Strickland. He's a great American and has been persecuted by the Trump administration for his First Amendment free speech. Unreal. That is it. True. They banned him, but invited Bibi. Good luck with Generation Z idiots and the younger generation choosing Israel genocidal regime over America that voted for you to stop funding and fighting foreign wars and just help Americans afford life is going to be your downfall. I hope protecting the Epstein pedo elites is worth it. Yeah, they completely own him. I think you see Netanyahu actually wrote up something to try to merge our militaries together so Israel actually have control. Oh, interesting. That's about right. So Israel actually is trying to take control of our military. So it's a little scary. They're really trying this. Anyways, let's play some more videos. You get the comments. Well, mostly on Sean's side, not fully. This is, I think this is brand risk. As you see, I think Sean's felt this way for a while, but he's been speaking up on it the last couple months.
I think the white man's going to do it. Although Stern has a little Jewish ring to it. I've never met too many Jews that are tough.
You did or didn't?
I don't. A lot of Jews that come into the gym, like, I love you guys, but
There's not a lot of Jewish fighters, are there?
yeah, I don't know why. They just like, I don't know, man. Maybe they're just so used to bombing kids, you know. It doesn't.
There's not that many tough Jewish fighters. I beat the best Israeli fighter in the world in like 2 minutes. Let's play a couple more. We have just kind of showing how he's evolved. Here's him with Aiden Ross.
Fight the White House.
That'd be dope, dude.
I would love for you to fight the White House.
Some guy fought and he said that he doesn't really want to fight in front of billionaires. And I do understand that. And I was like, that makes sense, bro. So I think I'd want to do the White House. Yeah, if there was some kind of like inclusion for like
No,
fans. So if there was some kind of inclusion for fans, it'd be more. But like, you know, just to go hang out on the fucking Epstein list, I'm good, dog. I'm good.
Oh, it's true. The tickets are a ridiculous price. They're not giving them to hardly any fighters. It's just, that's probably one of the reasons why they moved him. You can't say anything bad. And I think he said he hopes Netanyahu is booed. So when they see this, by the way, Netanyahu is a wanted international war criminal. These are official international arrest warrants. And then he's going to be front side DOC, and Mr. America is not invited. His tickets were revoked because he didn't say anything against America. He spoke against Israel. Now let's play this one.
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude, I'm an ugly motherfucker.
Yeah, where's your makeup artist?
Yeah, yeah. The moment you let go of my back, you're, oh my God, dude, what happened to my face? Look, a horror movie.
You were in a 5-round fight. It was a good one.
Christ, I look like I'm part of APAC.
Yeah, as you can see, he's been taking jabs at Israel recently, and they don't like that. But initially, he was very pro-Israel. I don't know what we have. Do we got any more of his anti-Israel stuff? But you get the point. He was saying a lot of negative stuff. I'm not sure what this is. Oh, skip ahead a couple minutes, actually. This is, skip like a minute and a half in, maybe. Yeah, right. It's right here.
Handled that pretty badly, honestly.
You know, man, the thing that annoyed me with Bryce is he fucking apologized.
Talking about Bryce Mitchell. Bryce said some things. I don't even think I'm allowed to say it without getting a strike, but he said he'd like to go fishing with the Mr. Painter. And at the time, Sean was still kind of pro-Israel. He just kind of defended Bryce, kind of bashed him. We'll play this.
Like, if you're going to be a piece of shit, dude, you got to just double down and be a piece of shit, dude. But I want to say one thing on a world stage with all the cameras about my boy Bryce, because I want to defend Bryce. You know, I'm not that kind of defense. You know, what he said a little fucked up. But, you know, what have we been hearing for the last year and a half? We've been seeing on the internet, on the interwebs, on the X, from CNN, from all the media, we've been seeing dead little brown kids being pulled out of fucking buildings. Every time I go on the news, I see Israeli bombs a hospital. Here's a dead little Palestinian girl before she wears a fucking hijab. And like, it's the only time you can see her face, dude, but it's real fucking sad. Like, you can't be a human being and turn the news on and see these dead fucking kids missing limbs and not feel anger. So what does Bryce do? Bryce goes down the rabbit hole. You know, and again, this is just, if anything, this is a reminder on how careful you have to be not to be radicalized. So Bryce goes down the rabbit hole.
And look at him. It's not radicalized. Bryce saw it before Sean saw it.
He says, well, goddamn, I don't want little fucking brown kids to die anymore. I want that to stop. And then what does Bryce do? Bryce says, oh shit, the American military is giving Israelis bombs to bomb little fucking brown kids in hospitals. And then, you know, the natural course of action is, well, why? Well, why is America bombing little brown kids, right? And so you say, and then I would say, you know, do we want little brown kids to be bombed? Like, if you had a button right now and you could stop giving bombs to Israel, would you, to kill little brown kids? Naturally, yes. And you and every other American would. But it doesn't stop. So now Bryce starts thinking, well, fuck, man, maybe the government.
Bryce has, I think, known this stuff long before this war, but Sean doesn't know that.
He starts going further down the radicalization path. Well, now maybe Israel owns our government, this and that.
It's just so ironic. Sean now fully sees they own it. It's hilarious, but it just shows you how people are evolving. People learn. That's why it is good to talk to people, to, you know, add multiple. And I'm certainly not saying I'm the one that changed his mind, but I did have multiple debates with him, and he's seen it from other places too. Twitter, Bryce, I know, debated with him. You start hearing it everywhere, and you slowly start being like, oh, these crazy radicals actually were right. Thanks for watching Fight Back Podcast. If you like the show, like, subscribe, or share the video. There's also donation links in the description.
You see dead little fucking kids. So, you know, while I had this moment, Bryce, you are a fucking idiot. You should not have said that. But
now you see Sean.
He is being radicalized, and a lot of people support him, and it's wrong. But we must all look at the reasons why he said it and how he went down this path and move forward.
We might disagree with Sean here. At least he was still sticking up for free speech. He had consistency, and he just didn't know as much information as he does now. Play it in 30 seconds, see if it's worth playing the rest of it.
Do you think Dreeks' striking is ugly, or?
Okay, yeah, we can move on.
Sin, dude.
Totally
no, real. Alex is one of those guys.
See what else we got on here. Okay, yeah, here's Bryce Missile. This is just from the press conference today.
Did you see that Sean Strickland got banned from the White House for talking about Israel?
I'm not surprised at all. I mean, you know, freedom of speech is what really makes this country great. And when you can't criticize a foreign nation, come on, man. We ought to be able to criticize our own nation, let alone a foreign nation. In fact, that's the only nation you're not allowed to criticize. You know, so
people like to say Bryce is dumb, but he knows a lot more than people realize. He's very sharp, and he's known stuff long before most people.
Something's going to change, because evil empires don't last forever. There's always a rebellion. You ever seen Star Wars? That's what's going to happen, bro. Darth Vader's going to get took down.
What are your thoughts on the UFC White House just in general? Like, do you, obviously you said that you didn't really want to be on the card anymore, but it's such a spectacle, right?
I don't remember ever saying that. Okay. I do want to be on the card.
You do want to be on the card.
I do. And this is what I got to say. First off, I ain't jealous of any of those fighters. I'm so happy for those fighters. I don't think you could have got a better main event. I'm happy for every single
pretty good
last
card.
fighter on that card.
But pulling Sean Strickland from the card is absolutely insane.
If they need me to fill in, if I'm healthy, hey, I'll do it. For the UFC, I think it's great. It's beyond great. It's literally the perfect scenario. But as far as I'm an economics major. I love studying politics on the political side of things, not the UFC's business. That is, of course, they're going to say yes to it. But what I think personally is that our government is desecrating its role in society by entertaining sports. Our government is to protect,
sports at least, but you still probably shouldn't be doing sports at the White House.
And serve the people, and really should be as minimal as possible. And when you're doing all of this stuff, hosting sporting events, it's really outside of what the goal of the government was.
Bringing in a wanted war criminal, Netanyahu. Literally every international body has arrest warrants out for him, and they're going to bring him there VIP and not let Sean come because he's there.
Intended to be, because our tax dollars and resources are funding this operation. And like I said, I'm not criticizing the UFC. I love Dana. I love Hunter. I love Sean, Mick. I love all of them. And it's an amazing thing. It's a once in a lifetime thing. But the government should never be hosting sporting events because there's more room for corruption. And we already have a corrupted government. And so that's my thoughts on it, is that the government is supposed to protect us, not entertain us.
Yep. Anyways, let's see. I think we have a couple more clips. Oh, here, Sean, he put himself, is turned into a Jew. This is smart. They might invite him back to the White House. Let's see the comments on this. Anything interesting? Let's scroll down real quick. Try. Sean Tristan goes off, opens. Again, cuss, stupid shit. Okay, someone that doesn't like Sean, probably Jewish. His Jew truck. Sean punching Netanyahu. That would be awesome. Sean, straight. Wait, click this. Oh, this is You're telling me who the Globals are. They had a Jew off apparently. Celebrating his now he's gonna get that. They're gonna call back and invite him. Let's scroll through a few more comments. Which of the following is morally wrong? Sucking babies off, doing 9/11, using appliances on Saturday, sacrificing children at Mulak.
All right, go ahead and pull that. We'll leave that question as a cliffhanger, and you'll have to research the history to answer that for yourself. It'll give you interest to watch the rest of that Jake Shields clip. As with all clips that we play during the show, you can find them on grandtheftworld.com. In the replay for each episode, we have the notes, links. We've got the documents, ladies and gentlemen. We try to post it with everything so you can find it. And we have the gtw.clipgenie.com. You could search any phrase, any topic, and see where it's been covered throughout the past 290 episodes. That's a lot of episodes so far. Scott, I got a lot of thoughts, but I wanted to check in with you before I go on some rant here.
Yeah, it's almost like if you were to go and criticize America, or
America,
they probably wouldn't get even banned from that. You probably wouldn't even get banned from that. But if you criticize Israel, yeah, you're out. You're on the outs. And we've alluded to the Dana White angle and a lot of this stuff, and it's just like, okay. So what are we actually doing here now?
Who does Dana White work for?
Yeah, exactly. Who does Dana White work?
Oh, I have it in the history blueprint. It's not the UFC, but I can explain it. But go ahead, finish your comment. I'm just going to add that.
No. I'm on
UFC. All right, so let's see. I'm going to bring up the history blueprint real quick. This isn't. I didn't plan this, so let's go RAHM. All right.
Well, I was going to say while you're pulling that up, it's like for me the big synchronicity there was Jake Shields, right? The Shield.
Yeah.
Everybody's been watching. The
Shield.
Yeah.
Michael Chiklis.
Produced by Sean Ryan, different Sean Ryan, but there's only room for one Sean Ryan in my life, and that's the executive producer and creator of The Shield, the greatest show ever. About to start season 7 with my gal tomorrow. I've already seen it. I know what I'm in for. Like, I'm going to be devastated when I see you guys next week, but that's it.
Plus, it was interesting to see the CIA interviewing the CIA there in that JP Reacts clip.
Yeah. Hilarious.
All right, so UFC. I don't follow UFC. It's not my thing, but I know a couple things. So let's go to the history blueprint. Boom. Dr. Benjamin M. Emanuel. He was in these terrorist groups back in the day. Haganah, Irgun, these things that were outlawed later. They are the progenitors of the state of Israel. No connection. It's not the same Israel everyone else is talking about. This is different Israel. So Dr. Benjamin Emanuel, he has some kids. He's got a kid named Ram, who was the chief of staff for President Barack Obama, and then became mayor of Chicago, where they never have any murders, but they have really good gun laws. And then there's another Emmanuel, guy named Ari. And Ari runs some creative agencies out in Hollywood. He might have had a show called Entourage made about him. And then there's the little known all-star of the team, Ezekiel Emanuel, a Rhodes Scholar who rode roughshod over America during COVID. He might have something to do with the people that run the UFC. I might have to look that up. We should look that up because this is the type of show where we do such things. I'm going to skip this page here. We'll go back to the technocracy data surveillance state, and we're going to type in UFC, not KFC, wiki. There you go. UFC wiki, Ultimate Fighting Championship. Who owns? Or you know what? We could use the AI these days, right? Who owns UFC? If I typed it properly. TKO, technical knockout. Okay. Endeavor Group. It's owned by. Okay. Who is Endeavor Group? Let's see. Endeavor Group. Huh. Endeavor Group Holdings?
Endeavor
No, that's
Holdings.
Australia.
Yeah,
Did I spell it wrong?
CEO Ari Emanuel, majority owner of TKO.
Ari Emanuel. Wait a minute. You're telling me that even though I don't study UFC, I have the guy who is like the one of the main owner, influencers, controllers of UFC in here already? Huh. That's interesting.
Is he the guy that was hosing off Elon Musk?
Take off, hoser. I don't know. I've never even seen a picture of him. That's interesting. He looks nothing like Jeremy Piven. Very interesting history. So, would you think if this gentleman's father was with the people who committed acts of terrorism, many acts of terrorism to steal the land of the Palestinians promised to them unrighteously by the British in 1917, in a letter to Lord Rothschild, of a member of a banking family that heretofore you can only hear on the Alex Jones InfoWars network? You would not hear that any other place. And once upon a time, I thought, man, this is hearsay. This is some rabbit hole stuff. And I must have, I'll show them at some point, 25, 30 books on the Rothschilds in their own words, autobiographies, biographies, all the notes, all the dates, all the documents. So these are very real things. The IDF kills very real people. And the people that, created the IDF were Stern Gang, Haganah, and what was the other one? I always forget the other one. I always forget one of the three. We got to practice up on these terrorist gangs. Let's go back here. Let's go back one more.
What I was referring to here's Ari
Emanuel.
Emanuel.
Haganah and Stern Gang. There we go. You're good.
I was just going to show you guys. There's Ari Emanuel hosing off Elon Musk like a cow.
Well, that is not much different than you might have seen when Nat Rothschild has taken Ivanka and Jared around on his yacht and they spy an island that they swim to, then they purchase in a very interesting, suspicious way. Not many people can own an island like Larry Ellison of Oracle. He has an island, and there are Hawaiian islands with unexploded ordnance, but I don't think on Lanai, where Larry bought, these kids are able to buy an island that has unexploded ordnance. And it's probably a good deal because her dad's like commander in chief and he can have the military clean that stuff up and they can make a resort. I don't think that's what anyone voted for. I really don't. I don't think. So he's like Woodrow Wilson in his second term. Clearly, some of the blacked out names in the redacted section are people he's protecting. The only things we're not seeing are the actual criminals. So I don't know. Instead of commander in chief, he might be the criminal in chief. I also want to point out a couple things from the last clip that we saw. There was talk about the inflation of stock prices and whatnot. And it went from this, and all of a sudden it was this, and that's a sign of like a fraud. Well, that's an interesting piece of history there, because that was part of what I witnessed as a whistleblower at a little tiny company. And when I started there, they were about to be gobbled up by a bigger company. So I worked for a company called Legato Systems, and the offer from a company called EMC Corporation was $700 million. And the summer of 2003, I was asked to artificially inflate, fluff up my sales forecasts, because they would like to justify like a $1.8 billion offer, but they don't really have the business to do that. So from my position, here's this little company trying to rip off this bigger company that's going to be the parent company and my eventual employer. So along the way, along with other things that I saw along the way, I blew the whistle because I thought that EMC was a victim, that these guys were taking advantage of them. Did you know that Legato Systems at the time when I worked there had a CEO who faked his education? He's an ex-NFL football player who claimed an MBA from Babson College. And during the process, I found out some of these guys who were ex-NFL football players who worked at the company, they had no experience and they had no education. They were faking it. CEO of a publicly traded company is not allowed to fake his education. That should be a big deal. So anyway, EMC, the moment I told them about any of this, they decided to fire me, which was illegal. That's interesting. So then, if you were to search Legato Systems on this page and go down, you could see, where's the first reference here? It was purchased by EMC in that fluffed up 700 million to 1.8 billion number. That was in the early 2000s, right? Look at all these other acquisitions that EMC has put together for itself. And now, what is this company? This is Dell. It's Dell EMC. It's the biggest tech merger ever. So Dell EMC is the hardware provider. Oracle is the software provider. NVIDIA provides the video graphics cards, and that's where AI data centers, surveillance centers all come from, the merger of those things. So it's like a shell. It's like one of those Russian dolls. Only all the dolls inside those mergers are probably just as corrupt as what I witnessed at the one merger, right? These people have continued to be protected and rewarded from on high. EMC was founded by a billionaire who was Bush's ambassador to Ireland when I went up against them in court, and he was Cheney's biggest fundraiser. So had I known those things, I probably should have picked a different strategy. But I just wanted to point out, it's no different today, except the numbers are way bigger. They're stealing way more money right in front of people. And the people that are doing it are also fencing us in with data centers that are being used for surveillance now and into the future. So I don't want to say be alarmed, but you guys should probably pay attention to what's going on and know that that whole AI data circular economy that doesn't make any sense on the graph. And you're like, how are they going to make money? It's not about money. It's about control. They've got them. They print money. They print money for the purpose of control. So just skip to that step. That's what they do. Now, separate thought. Once upon a time in the American Revolution, there was a character called George Washington. Might have heard of him. And he had a really good field general with a lot of great experience called Benedict Arnold. And Benedict Arnold was one of Washington's most prolific leaders. Benedict Arnold had some problems, though. He was not being paid by Congress. He was going into great debt, paying his own soldiers. And he wanted to marry a girl of means, a very wealthy family from Philadelphia, and he didn't have the money to do the thing. The British and their intelligence system, they come by and they're like, who's weak on Washington's team? They're like, well, he really likes this Benny Arnold guy, but Arnold's hard up and he needs some money. So they start cutting a deal. And Arnold is going to turn over, I think it was Fort Ticonderoga, to the British. And that was his act of betrayal. And he was going to get all this money and fame and wealth and all this good stuff. Stature, marry the girl, right? The girl was also, by the way, it's well known, this is history, she's sleeping with the guy who runs British intelligence in America. So he was getting played. So in this case, I want to observe this. It takes a man of the highest virtue to withstand the highest bidder. And in this case, that's a quote by Washington, by the way. In this case, I think Washington loses to Benedict Arnold insofar as Trump has done the thing that Benedict Arnold failed to do. and Washington's on the sidelines, bankrupted, unable to play in the game, disbanded all his troops. And I see that as a very purposeful act of unfriendliness. I'm just going to observe that. To that same vein, the first clip in the next block comes from somebody that Alex Jones fired or quit. I forget how it worked. But for a long time, Owen Schroyer was a steadfast provider of quality information on the Prison Planet InfoWars Alex Jones network. And they worked as a wonderful team for a lot of years. I already had this clip set aside before I knew that Rex was going to be on the show tonight. So I'm not trying to cause any drama. I just want to recognize two players on the field who don't get recognized enough. Owen went to prison. He did time for all the shenanigans that he had to sit through that were not caused by him or his actions or anyone handing him a script one day on a live Sunday broadcast. He was around somebody. He's collateral damage, right? I would also put maybe Joe Biggs in the collateral. There's a lot of collateral damage of people trying to damage Alex and just hurting people around him to get to him, right? So I'm not going to play this clip in the thinking of Owen's on his own network. He's independent. He's doing great today.
I think Owen and Rex are cool, dude. Everyone's cool.
All right, cool. Everyone's cool. Thanks for no drama. I like that. Because I think it takes away from our focus on the actual enemy, the people who wish us worse than death, right? Turning your body into some gene producing mRNA factory, DARPA funded, like that's something people have to live with and endure during lifetime. That's not the quickness of a guillotine back in the day, right? So we have to not only try to live our lives as upright, righteous, genuine, authentic, truth-loving individuals, but we have to do it amidst like a syndicated group of multi-generational serial killers who are very small in number, very small. There's very few Draculas and many Renfields. If we just start recognizing like, oh, their way to enforce is through their own law enforcement, maybe an attorney general or somebody in a state like Virginia will just say, we're not going to enforce the AR-15 ban. We're not going to turn the majority of our citizens into felons overnight. What is the slippery slope? When you take a good law-abiding patriotic American and you pass a law over, like they didn't have any party or say, they were not represented in the process, but they're going to be subservient to that law. What do you think it benefits to make good law-abiding people who follow rules and get the licenses and pass the tests and do the certifications? What good does it do to make them all felons? And once you send them into the land of now you're a criminal, they might explore other options. You know how many people have seen Breaking Bad, for instance? I'm just pointing out things that are out there that people have been internalizing, right? So I don't want to see our society lose its cohesion and go civil war, because a lot of people want that. They benefit, they profit from the rebuilding of that, right? But I also don't think we should tolerate people who protect the worst among us. I don't think that preying on the youngest among us and the oldest among us is honorable. I don't think preying on civilians is honorable. And I don't think hiding behind religious beliefs recorded by the people who themselves say they had a conversation with God, I don't think that's honorable either. I don't think using religious people for an atheist agenda is honorable. I don't think it's honorable to continue to act like the Federal Reserve was not the first salvo, the Lexington and Concord at this war. And the American people have just said, oh, well, we don't need Lexington and Concord. We still have the rest of the country. But you've been losing wealth of the dollar the whole time. And that's just like losing your civilization, because the power to exchange freely in commerce amongst ourselves is greatly restricted with all the extra taxation without representation, which, if you think back, used to be kind of an issue at some point. So I think this next block of clips, as you start to see the dissolution of the coherence of American military and intelligence, I mean, we've already suffered it from the Anglo-American establishment perspective for the past 100 years, and they already did set up the establishment in the first place, and they set up the intelligence community, and they helped to shape our modern military and special forces. You should learn the history and evolution of some of these things. A lot of it comes from Britain post-World War I. There was combatives teachers starting in the 1920s. There was Sykes, and I forget the other guy. Anyway, it's a whole interesting history, special forces creation in America. But staying on point, I want to stress the fact that It's not just a rumor. They put it in the NDAA. They hid it in the NDAA because if people knew ahead of time and they had a chance to internalize what's going on, they might reference some history for like, what do we do? They're going through the standard operating procedures for freedom and they're like flipping back. How far do we have to go to address this situation? We've got something here that threatens national security on a variety of levels in a way that is new and yet based in so much history and could have been avoided. So without further ado, we're going to go to the Owen report, and then we're going to go to the dual comedians over at Due Dissidence because Russell and Keaton, I think, will help us laugh as we internalize what might be an act of treason. Then we'll hear from former Green Beret Valhalla VFT, because he does call it treason, but that's his opinion. And just because we play it on the show doesn't mean it's my opinion. I'm collecting time capsules from the past week, painting a mosaic, using those clips as the color palette. And Valhalla this week is my Van Dyke Brown, if you're a Bob Ross fan. All right, wrapping up that block will be Jimmy Dore, and he's got something here that says, Zionists now threatening every U.S. politician with Jewish money. And my question was there another type? I didn't know we had a choice. All right, without further ado, let's go to Owen Schroyer at the Owen Report, and let's hear about this dissolution of American sovereignty.
U.S. measure to deepen Israel military faces Israel military ties, faces bipartisan pushback. Of course, it's Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie. They're going to try to remove this from the defense bill. My guess is, see, now, so Congress is in a pinch now. Well, actually, the Trump administration, the Israeli lobby, is more in a pinch because they are likely against the numbers right now. So the Israeli lobby that they got the text that they wanted, they got it written, the merger here, total conquering of the American legislative process, total conquering of America with the Israeli lobby here. So it's like, okay, they got it written into the bill. Like they got their next level of, hey, we're now in your bank account. Hey, we don't need you to cut us checks anymore. You're welcome. Actually, no, your bank account is ours. So they got what they wanted in the bill, but now they're looking at it and they probably don't have the votes. They probably don't have the votes. So what do? They can try to fight the uphill battle to get the votes to pass this and get one step closer to the total and complete occupation and conquering of our country. But they risk exposing themselves more, and they risk losing whatever approval and support they have left. And you might say, oh, they don't care about that. They have such political dominance over the process that they don't care about that. No, I think in this instance they do. I think in this instance they do because this is such a big play. If it was a normal, just normal politics and policy, then maybe they wouldn't care as much. No, this is the next big step in Israel, conquering and occupying our country. So they can't swing and miss on this. They want that access to our bank account. They're sick of having to ask for permission for money. They just want our money. They just want to claim it as theirs, and this is the bill to do it. So do they exert themselves and try to get this thing passed and do the uphill battle with the votes they don't have, or do they wait until the next Congress and figure the next Congress will be more favorable? Well, that's also a risk that they probably can't afford to take because it's more likely that the next Congress is going to be more anti-Israel than the current Congress. Uh-oh. So where does that put us? That puts us at false flag territory. That puts us at expanding the war territory. That puts us at do anything that needs to be done so that we can get the votes and pass this bill that further encompasses and proves Israel's occupation and conquering of our country. So that's the debate that they're having behind the scenes. But they don't have the votes right now. Ro Khanna vows amendment to kill insidious effort to deepen military ties between U.S. and Israel. One analyst noted that Section 224 of the NDAA would provide a higher level of military industrial integration than the U.S. has with any other country in the world. Imagine people still sitting here pretending like Israel doesn't have more influence over our government than you do. It's just ridiculous that people don't want to live in this reality with us. But I get it. They're scared. They're in denial. It's fine. House Armed Services Chair rejects claims NDAA provision would put Israel in command of U.S. military. No, it just gives them equal footing. It just gives them, they get our bank account now. So we no longer have agency over the bank account. They get in there. It's theirs. And I mean, do they really need to assert any more dominance and command over our military? Our military has been used for Israel's interests for the last 30 years, in case you haven't noticed. In case you haven't figured that deal out. And the spin is, oh, it's a tech integration. It's a U.S.-Israel defense tech integration. Well, they've already made that claim. That's already what they've claimed the current deal is, oh, we're just, it's tech integration and testing, all this stuff. So that's really their old excuse. No, this is Israel legislating itself into our military. I mean, and that's what it is. Asserting their dominance over our military even further. And they need to do it legislatively right now because they're losing the American people. U.S. bill will fuse Israel and U.S. militaries into one. Well, I guess if there's any good news, it's that Israel is actually going to start, I guess, maybe fighting with us. I mean, maybe Israel's military will have to actually go and fight with us instead of just our troops going over and fighting. But no, that probably won't be the case. And by the way, Netanyahu is bragging that this was his idea. In his official letter, he says right here, his plan. I was glad to receive proposed congressional resolution endorsing my plan to shift the framework for U.S.-Israel defense cooperation from aid to partnership. There it is. So it was all a lie. We want to get rid of all the aid. We don't want the aid. Now we just want your bank account. What a lie. It's all a big lie. Bibi Netanyahu is a liar. And I can't believe the American people sit here and take it like a bunch of chumps, like a bunch of pathetic cucks. This monster, this lying, blood-drenched monster, his plan to marry America to Israel so that he can take control over the purse. That's what it is, folks. This is going into full marriage mode, and we don't have a prenup. And we don't have a prenup. It's going to increase intelligence sharing. That means Israel will have full access to our military, all of our tech, all of our information, all of our intelligence. And then there is no cooperation. They're equal partners. So the analogy is this.
Okay, so this story is blowing up, and this is maybe the most consequential story of the week in terms of the impact it might have on your life if a stop is not put to this. Congress quietly moves to integrate U.S. and Israeli militaries, and good on this indie outlet, Responsible Statecraft. I believe they're the ones that broke this story. Buried in the House's version of the 2027 National Defense Authorization Act released on Tuesday is Section 224, entitled United States-Israel Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative. The provision would arguably do more to intertwine the U.S. military with the Israeli military than the more than $200 billion, inflation adjusted, in military assistance Israel has received from the U.S. since its founding in 1948. Section 224 lays the groundwork for bilateral research and development, co-production of weapons, joint ventures, licensing agreements, and seemingly every manner of U.S.-Israeli military-industrial complex coordination. The U.S. and Israel already work together heavily on missile defense, but this provision would greatly expand coordination to seemingly every area of defense tech, including AI, quantum, autonomous systems, directed energy, cyber, biotech, and many more. It also proposes network integration and data fusion. In other words, the U.S. military's data could soon be the Israeli military's data. If fully enacted, this proposal would provide a higher level of military-industrial integration than the U.S. has with any other country in the world. To be sure, the U.S. has worked closely with its NATO partners on co-production and shared supply chains, most notably via the Defense Production Action Plan. And as the number one arms dealer in the world, the U.S. provides weapons to militaries across the globe. But that is mostly a one-way street, with the U.S. providing weapons to foreign buyers who only occasionally make parts for those weapons themselves, as in the case of the F-35's global supply chain. Section 224 would be a different beast entirely. It would fuse the U.S. and Israeli defense sectors in multiple areas vital to the battlefields of the future, like autonomous systems and cyber. It would also bring extraordinary Israeli influence to the U.S. beyond what it already has through the Israel lobby and its robust network of social media influencers. It would give the Israeli government the opportunity to greatly expand one of the most powerful levers of influence in U.S. politics, jobs in the U.S., by expanding or starting new co-production facilities like it already has in Mississippi and Arkansas. The Israeli government could boast of providing jobs on U.S. soil, thereby securing allies among members of Congress who represent the districts where those jobs lie. As laid out in a recent Quincy Institute brief authored by Stephen Simon, this shift from an aid model to a military integration model has troubling implications, namely, and this is the point, quote, the shift will strip away the political and diplomatic oversight mechanisms that make the relationship publicly accountable, moving it from a visible annual aid vote into the opaque machinery of defense acquisition, where oversight is limited and political accountability is minimal. The result would be a defense relationship that is simultaneously deeper and less transparent. So this is Marjorie Taylor Greene commenting on this. Section 224 of the 2027 NDAA integrates the U.S. military with the Israeli army. This is what complete capture to a foreign government looks like, and there hasn't been a single shot fired. And of course, Thomas Massey weighed in. If the provision in the NDAA to integrate/synchronize the U.S. and Israeli militaries makes it out of committee, I'll offer an amendment to strip it from the bill on the floor. We are a sovereign country. And Massey draws attention to one of his colleagues. My colleague's thoughts from Wisconsin is Derek Van Orden. This is the dumbest possible take on this. Another anti-Semitic grift from the Costa Rica kid. I don't get that. What does Massey have to do with Costa Rica?
They went on an America First retreat. Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene went sailing out to Costa Rica.
I see.
Yeah, I call that the Vanilla Flotilla.
This security agreement will allow for the U.S. to leverage advanced Israeli technologies. Don't you have some Epstein names to release? Pedo protector. He's the pedo protector.
Oh, yeah.
Thomas Massey's the pedo protector. Now, it didn't take long to follow the money on Derek Van Orden. Boom, AIPAC tracker. Derek Van Orden voted for AIPAC's main censorship bill, which aims to criminalize criticism of the Israeli government. And at the time that they dropped this, what is this? March last year, so it's probably a lot more now. At that time, he had received $105,096, according to APAC Tracker, from the Israel lobby. I'm sure it's quite a bit more at this point. And let's take a look at the people who introduced this bill. Mike Rogers and Adam Smith. See, isn't bipartisanship wonderful? Isn't it wonderful when Republicans and Democrats get together and agree? So Mike Rogers, the Republican, Adam Smith, the Democrat, introduced this amendment. Let's take a look at where they get their bread buttered. Mike Rogers has received more than $500,000 in campaign cash. And again, this is a year ago. So I'm sure it's a lot more than that now. It was $549,099 a year ago. And Adam Smith, he's a baller, man. Look at him. $1,335,151. I'm sorry, if this is not treason to the United States, what would treason be? What would treason look like? This is treason. They're being paid by a foreign country to propose legislation that is going to deeply compromise national security and literally the autonomy of the military. That's treason. It's treason.
Well, remember, folks, Shama Sawant's running against Adam Smith. So
there you go.
Got an option.
You got an option. Vote for Shama. Vote for Shama. She.
So the only alliance we have is us giving them free shit, it turns out. But as for an actual alliance with their military, we don't even have one. So think about that. The fact that we're talking about fusing all of these things and these two militaries together, and we're not even allied with that country's military? That's probably a bad idea. Welcome back to the channel, everybody, for another episode of America is an Occupied Nation. And what story are we talking about today? It's a story that a lot of you guys have been reaching out to me, asking me to cover, and I would have covered it sooner, but I've been out of town for a few days, so we're covering it now, and that is, of course, Section 224. If you don't know what that is, don't worry, we're going to deep dive it. And it's essentially a new proposal by Congress to fuse many parts of the United States military and the Israeli military together because, yeah, that'll be great. That's super normal, guys, even though we haven't done this with any other country. And we're going to talk about all of the potential negative ramifications that are going to come from this because it is definitely unprecedented, to say the least. So that's what we're going to talk about in today's video. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, helps the channel. Also, guys, we will be back live 5 p.m. tonight talking about all the current events and also the fact that the Iran war looks like it's about to kick back off. So we'll talk about that tonight, 5 p.m. Pacific. All right, let's jump into it. Let's talk about it. All right, most of you have probably already seen this story because it is so insane and it's been a little bit viral the last couple of days. And that is, yes, this. And that is, yes, a proposal to fuse the U.S. and the Israeli military was just buried in a defense bill. And this actually is a really big deal, guys, because this isn't just some bunk story that popped up for a little while. This literally is going through the legislative process right now. But let's take a look at what this actually means. All right, so buried in the House version of the 2027 National Defense Authorization Act, the NDAA, released on Tuesday, is Section 224, entitled the United States Israeli Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative. Just a lot of really big fancy words for our greatest ally to have access to all of our information and surveil us harder, just so you know. The provision would arguably do more to intertwine the two militaries than the $200 billion in military assistance our greatest ally has received from the United States since its founding in 1948. Keep in mind, that's just military funding. When you add in all the other types of funding, it's closer to 350 to 400 billion, but I digress. But what does that actually all really mean? What's actually in the bill? What will it fuse? Well, let's take a look. So, of course, it'll promote co-production and industrial cooperation between U.S. and our greatest ally, military industrial complex companies. No way. And here's what they'll be increasing collaborations on: AI, drones, cyber defense, quantum technologies, directed Energy weapons. Yeah. Okay, great. That's exactly what our greatest ally needs. Missile defense. Biotechnologies. Yeah. Don't like that. And medical defense technologies. Also includes provisions related to network integration and data fusion, because that's exactly what we need. Increased cooperation on being surveilled, essentially, is really what this is looking like it's going to be. But here are the biggest and most important parts of this provision. We would have shared development of future military tech, integrated supply chains, joint production facilities, network integration, and data fusion. And then, of course, this is the way they'll design this in the bill, long-term institutional ties that could be difficult to unwind. Womp, womp, womp. You see, they know that the American sentiment is absolutely in the gutter towards our greatest ally, and they know the American people would never, ever, ever support something like this. So, of course, they're going to secretly sneak it into a bill and then design it to make it almost impossible to undo. When future legislators say, obviously, this is a fucking disaster, let's undo this, it's going to be very, very hard to do it. They're taking advantage of the current situation that they have with the current tubby orange man to push this across the finish line. And like I said, this is a big deal because it is moving through the legislative process in the House right now. As you can see here, Congress continues to advance the U.S.'s military integration plan. Now, let's talk about all the big ramifications of this and the reasons why, Congress is trying to do this. The biggest one, and first and foremost, and the main reason for this, is to basically decouple the requirement for Congress to continue to fund our greatest ally through congressional spending bills. The American people are sick and tired of watching tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars go to this country. So what they can do with this is by integrating all of this into the actual U.S. military side of things, it will now fall under the Pentagon. And then all of this will start to fall under the Department of Defense spending, right? So you just write this into the massive defense spending bill, and you don't have to let the American public see any of it for the most part. Much more beneficial to our congressman who knows this is very, very unpopular politically. Now, the next big one, and if you don't think this guy isn't already in control, well, God bless your little heart, but it gives them even more institutional power and decision-making over our own military. And we know right here, this is the main reason why the peace deal will never go through in its current state. And that's because they're saying this: the Iran war is not over. As long as there's still nuclear material and enriched uranium, that has to be taken out of Iran. And then you also got this lunatic saying things like, Uncle Bibi must slam his hand on Trump's table and tell him we're going back to war. So, okay, fantastic. That's great. And as you can see, we're obviously already being told what to do. We saw that last week when that supposed peace deal was pretty decent for all sides, except for our greatest ally. And it looked like that it may have had some actual legs to it until Bibi called Donald Trump screaming at him on the phone, and Donald Trump immediately canked the deal. It looks like that has completely fallen through in the fact that Iran has now just announced that all negotiations with the United States are over. So that just happened today. We're going to talk about that on the live stream as the main part of the story, so I won't get too into it now. But again, doesn't look like this conflict is anywhere near coming to an end. And of course, by trying to push this bill across the table, it helps allow this conflict to go on for basically forever.
Over the past few months, the RJC spent more than $5 million to defeat Thomas Massey.
So APEC, I don't know if they tweeted this out. They said Congressman Massey's defeat on Tuesday sets a clear precedent. Elected officials are free to disagree with us, but only briefly.
Well, that should put those conspiracies to rest.
Yeah. So, Kurt, this is like, that's their version. That's the APAC version of a clever joke. Even though it totally reveals their absolute control over our government and all its processes, they still think it's funny. It's like if this was a husband telling his wife something to this effect, he'd immediately be branded an abusive spouse, and not just by the audience of The View.
I mean, that's so psychotic. The only thing I can compare it to is when the ADL was posting gold to my ear saying we can forgive them for killing us, but we can never forgive them for forcing us to kill their children.
Yes, I should get that
one
video.
Crazy thing from this hag about that.
Remember when they said that if a woman ran the world, there'd never be wars, and then David Feldman had a bit where he pointed out every woman who ever got in power created a war immediately.
I mean, you got to prove yourself as a leader.
That's right.
Remember the who's a British chick? She's in for like 5 minutes. They're like, "Would you nuke if we tell you you have to nuke? Are you prepared to nuke someone?"
Remember that?
I think so.
Remember that? Who was that? When?
I'm forgetting her name. The blonde one, Theresa May.
Oh, write that down.
Theresa May. Are you prepared?
So I'm putting together segments for the live show, and they have to be like universal. Can't be specific to that news cycle. Theresa May.
Lindsey Graham is always a fabulous slide, no matter what time of year.
Lindsey Graham.
Yeah.
We stand for you.
People love
that.
that.
Could be a title of a game.
And then you know what?
Somehow.
I'll also do what's her name? We were just making fun of her.
Theresa May.
No, the other one before. Chelsea Handler.
Oh yeah, Chelsea. Which one is a real Chelsea Handler book?
Oh, those are funny.
Oh.
Yeah, I could show those in the live show. Oh, okay. So, and just to remind you that how much they brag about it. Remember this? I showed you this before.
Yeah, John Pudhurst, who makes my butt itch.
Yeah. Listen.
I think it is a good thing if Massey and the people like him and others believe that if you cross the line into anti-Semitism, Jews are going to use the power that we have openly to go for you. Because what other recourse is there? Are we just going to sit here and take it, beg for scraps, hope?
I don't know. Maybe you could try, I don't know, democracy, diplomacy.
Have a constitution, the common constitution of an Arab would have. They have no constitution.
What?
It's not a democracy.
What other choice does American Jewry have? What about the one thing they've never come close to? Actual diplomacy. You ever try that? You ever think about doing that?
That's weakness.
That nice people are nice to us. The Democratic Party is going explicitly anti-Semitic. We can see it happening. People are getting.
So when they say that, what they mean is they're actually waking up to the authoritarian apartheid state and genociding state that Israel is. That's what I mean by they're going anti-Semitic.
Now they started doing it to us too. We've noticed it.
Yeah.
Don't think I would have said anything if it was just the Arabs, because I didn't. Like
benefits, as Seth says, for being anti-Semites. That seems to be part of an appeal in primaries to the left and the party. We have to use what means there are at our disposal. And in my view, and I'm going to put it blank, that is Jewish money. There is an enormous amount of Jewish money in politics, by which I mean Jewish donors.
When he says, did he say money at our disposal? Did he say that?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even refer to Jews as that much of a collective. I would feel anti-Semitic doing what he just said.
Yeah.
And I would condemn someone else for saying it.
Disproportionate, not only charitably, but politically. When I say charitably, I mean nobody really knows the numbers. Jews make up 2% of the population. According to some studies, Jews make up 20% of the charitable contributions made in the United States.
And when he says charitable, what he means is redistributing contributions to other institutions that only serve Zionism while getting a tax write-off to do it.
Yeah, like cars for kids. I heard they didn't even give kids any cars.
So he's basically spilling the beans and thinking he's defending his side. No, you're actually telling on yourself.
You saw the rest of them, how they're looking at him like, okay,
yes.
Just wrap it up. Oh, God.
States annually. That is a tenfold. Think about that. Think about the disproportion of that. And in politics, it's pretty close also. And if that money isn't used, why do people give money? Because they want to influence elections to get people elected who reflect their views. Well, this is an
voting did that.
He said it's an existential issue. You mean if you need to destroy any challenges, then maybe your institution should be in question, especially if you need a buzzsaw. It's the new horror movie, Tel Aviv Chainsaw Massacre.
No, this is interfering with the elections of others is something we are supposed to do to Israel-sized countries, not vice versa, Jimmy.
I like
That's not what the founding fathers wanted.
He says that they have to use money at their disposal. Then I guess it must be our money that they are disposing of so that we
Yeah.
have none to live on or defend ourselves with. Okay. So
Give me most of the money.
So I bring this up because this most recent thing, this just happened.
Oh, God.
This guy is the head of the Republican Jewish Coalition. And listen to what he has to say.
Over the past few months, the RJC spent more than $5 million to defeat Thomas Massey. And let me say very clearly tonight, that was a fight worth having and a victory worth celebrating. When someone repeatedly undermines support for Israel, traffics in isolationism, at a moment of global danger, and refuses to stand with the Jewish state when it matters most, there has to be consequences.
This is like a mobster saying, hey, this guy refused to pay his monthly extortion bill, and then he got a guided tour of the Jersey Meadowlands, if you know what I'm talking about.
Like, first of all, he was trafficking in isolation. That's way worse than, say, like human trafficking, first of all.
Yeah.
He's an isolationism trafficker. That's one of the harshest charges I've heard brought against Massey.
Here's what Glenn Greenwald said about it. He goes, Jewish groups now boasting more explicitly than ever that they will use Jewish wealth to destroy any U.S. politician who refuses to stand with Israel, as they did to Thomas Massey.
We stand for you.
But if you observe the same exact thing in order to criticize it, you're instantly branded a bigot. That's just
well, I think that we should merge our military with Israel myself. So I don't know.
We are.
You do
Oh,
what
I
you
can't
are.
believe we didn't do that as a story today.
Yeah, I like it. You mean we're going to acknowledge that our military is merged with Israel? How would it be different from any other day where our military is exactly merged with Israel on every level? That's why we've been fighting their wars for 20 years.
He goes on to say, here's the billionaire pro-Israel activist Ron Lauder, whose son-in-law was just named by Trump to lead the Federal Reserve, explicitly warning that American Jews will use Jewish wealth to remove any American politicians who don't support Israel. Let's listen.
The Jewish state is facing rockets of disinformation every minute of every day. There is no less a campaign to destroy the country. And it's coming from TikTok. It's coming from mainstream media, from the BBC, from CNN. It's coming from each posting, each headline, each fake photo of a starving child in Gaza. And these lies are no less dangerous than the rockets heading towards Jewish homes.
Really?
Faked photos of Palestinian kids starving.
Yeah. Tell Randy Fine he doesn't have to apologize after all because they weren't starving.
Yeah.
Hey, what's all that red shit around his mouth? Did he just circumcise a boy with his mouth?
And they are constant. Israel
All
must
right,
create a
go
new
ahead
underdome.
and pause it.
They should go.
We can't have Kurt talking about Mafitz Pepe on this podcast. We'll get canceled.
Again, we get canceled every week.
He's observant, isn't he? That was dead on comedy right there. All right. Yeah, what was going on with Ron Lauder? No one cares. All right. I have a lot to say on this one. There's some history that ties into what we were just talking about and what we were talking about in the block before. And I made some notes so I won't forget where I need to go with the info. But Scott, what did you, I mean, it's just getting more and more in people's face. I'm sorry, I have to cover these things. If you notice before 10/7, if you look at the show card before 10/7, those 200 episodes or whatever, didn't talk much about Israel or Palestine because it had just been going on for a long time and nothing, it was status quo. It had been like that for 30 years. But all of a sudden, something changed. They got carte blanche to do ethnic cleansing in front of our faces and follow through on the founding fathers of Zionism's original plans that they could never do so frontally, so nakedly in front of the public until recently. And I think that's a formulation of their control. But yeah, what were your thoughts, Scott?
Well, I mean, especially like the whole block, I was thinking about, I mean, what I learned from you about how, okay, so like the British Empire basically said that, and this is like through the Cecil Rhodes connection, I believe, where they said like, we're just going to take a step back and like let America be the bulldog in the world, right? It's like that's kind of been the nature of the relationship with Israel and the United States. And that just kind of rang true of that. And of course, we know the Rothschilds had a big hand in the whole Cecil Rhodes agenda and all that. And but for me, it was like, so then we know about the Greater Israel plan, right? And so in order to carry that forward, we're probably going to need even more military might. And so I think we're inching towards that. But it's really interesting how overt this is. You know, I was actually asking Grok some questions, kind of teasing it out a little bit, and just like, you know, this hasn't. I mean, this is really kind of unprecedented. Of course, the U.S. military is the Team America world police of the whole world with NATO and everything like that. But like to actually have such an overt like strategy to blend like research and development and do all this stuff, like it's kind of crazy, man. It's kind of crazy. And for us to be doing this of all countries with one that's like actively carrying out a genocide or being like just complete crimes against humanity is just like a daily thing. Like that's not good for us, man. Like that should be, I mean, part of me is like kind of with Chase Geiser on this one, but it's like, dude, at what point do we say no, we cannot be aligned with this? I'm totally not down with this, man. But, you know, we got UFC matches on the White House lawn, so nobody cares. Nobody cares, dude.
There's an Israel First fighting rally. They're doing Krav Maga demonstrations on the front lawn of the White House.
Yeah, like look at our episode thumbnail. I've gotten some props for that one today. I thought that was hilarious.
Those are very expensive hats those fighters are wearing. They better not knock them off. There could be an insurance claim filed, and they'd have to call Larry Silverstein. All right, so it's a circular economy joke. This is a comedy show, so don't try to take it otherwise. I have some questions here. This playbook of merging our military and our intelligence and our technology with the state of Israel. Are they in their history ever known for any acts of terrorism
100%
or blackmail? Blackmail?
That's
Maybe a
the
little
name of the
blackmail.
game. What they do.
I have a November 22nd, 1947 citation with evidence that Nelson Rockefeller was blackmailed. And that source comes from the founder of the Mossad, Reuven Shaloa. So that's interesting history just to consider. How about exploding pagers in technology, like hiding stuff subversively in technology and letting it blow up later? Did they have a history of that? Maybe we should put that on the scale and weigh it out. The fact that we don't have a treaty with them, I would maybe a little bit be concerned. Hey, do we have any missing uranium that might have ended up in their secret nuclear program that they then use the Samson option to threaten the rest of us with? Samson, of course, like took down the whole place. He's brought the whole ceiling down on everybody, and Israel has threatened to nuke not just like its opponents, but its allies for not helping them. I mean, that's another thing. And we're going to learn it might become illegal to extract from this Israeli relationship. So again, just asking for friends, what's going on here? You know, there are people who asked these questions in the past. We're going to talk about a couple things where, unfortunately, the people who investigated these things ended up dead. A lot of history of that, right? These have been dangerous questions. However, there seems to be, for some people, a little safety in numbers out there because a lot of people be noticing these days. And the commentary on the Twitterverse and these other places has greatly exceeded the capacity that ever could have been reached prior to COVID. So in the midst of them trying to reach their goal and accelerate their plans, they're also waking up a lot more people faster. And it's a one-way valve. People aren't going back and saying, you know what, maybe I should give Christian Zionism a second chance. No, they're like, these people have lied to us on a very fundamental, consistent, systematized level that has gone on ever since Alan Dulles and John Foster Dulles worked with MI6 to create the World Council of Churches on behalf of the people that were blackmailing them for funding the Nazis. I mean, this is all just American history that, unfortunately, Alan Dulles was right. Most people don't read. They don't use the fact that they are literate to actually figure out what's going on here, dismiss the arbitrary, focus on the truth, and actually take some meaningful action in life. And I think now, more than ever, that is necessary. But first, we have to learn a little history. This merging of American technology with Israeli technology, it's already been going on. Let's start there. This has been going on a long time. Let's go to the history blueprint. We're going to do a couple searches here for companies that exist pre 9/11, and maybe we'll find our way back to the future. without Michael J. Fox. Let's see. Comverse Technology. Here's a technology company. What's that? It's got some affiliation with Mossad. That's interesting. What does Comverse Technology do? Let's click that open and go real quick over here to the browser. And let's see if we can get learnified on this. Comverse Technology was a technology company located in Woodbury, New York, that developed and marketed telecommunications software. The company focused on providing value-added services to telecommunication service providers, in particular to mobile network providers. So that's a nice milquetoast. Here it is, NASDAQ kind of stock affiliation type of explanation. What do? They sit in the middle of a bunch of telecommunications data, which then gets spied on with the PRISM system in room 641A at 611 Fulton Street, New York, that James Lee talked about 4 hours ago. Comverse was not alone. It's not like they had just one company. They had another company. They have another company over here. It's called Amdocs. Amdocs also held the vital telecommunications. There was not really a lot of internet traffic back then. So by sitting in the middle of all of America's telecommunications, they already had a lot of intel to draw from prior to 9/11. Now, if you want to watch The Empire Unmasked by Ryan Dawson, you could learn about that and all these other topics just in his documentary. But there's more. So Amdocs and Comverse, bad players of technology, spying on Americans into our infrastructure. But there was another project once upon a time, and this is where we type in the word promise, which is how Danny Casolaro was assassinated. This is the Prosecutors Management Information System, acronym PROMIS. Now, this was sold to the United States Justice Department, and it comes out of Israel. It's a form of their technology. It had a back door in the software that allowed Israel to spy on the United States Justice Department and all the people who subscribed to Promise software. Okay, the guy who ran that operation is a character known in history as Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine's dad, Epstein's father-in-law, informally, before he fell off his boat. That was how Robert Maxwell died. Now, Robert Maxwell was also involved with something else I just mentioned. The Apollo affair and the stealing of American nuclear materials, weapons grade materials, to go over and make a weapons system that JFK said, hey, Ben-Gurion, not supposed to have that. I'm going to come over and inspect in December. And November 22nd, 1963, an anniversary shared in that November 22nd, 1947 blackmail meeting for the origin of the state. That day, JFK rode in his convertible with the top down, took an off-route road called Elm Street, and he experienced a nightmare on Elm Street that day. These things in history do have evidence, do have artifacts, do have merit, and should be weighed in your adjudication of such historical circumstances. I'm just offering that, there. So Robert Maxwell, he is a big fan of Jim Morrison. He was the backdoor man, as it went. Now, I did not know that when I blew the whistle on software that was mandated by our Congress, by a Rhodes Scholar named Paul Sarbanes, was the Rhodes Scholar of Sarbanes-Oxley. There was a backdoor in that software that every publicly traded company in this country had to buy. And when I blew the whistle and lost my career, because of that backdoor, I had no idea about Robert Maxwell or Promise Software, or that was an Israeli hallmark to put backdoors in technology like that and then sell them to their allies. So it's an interesting circumstance, and I continue to learn to this day about all these things. This NDAA section, 244 or 214, that is, I think, a particular part in American history that we should take note of, because a couple of the commentaries we just heard said this is unprecedented. It's not unprecedented. See the special relationship in 1943. Let me bring it up in the history blueprint. We did the same thing already with Great Britain, our former enemy, our mortal enemy. We bonded with in World War II. Special agreement Oh, I gotta type it better. The letters I used didn't register here. Hold on. Typing over my glasses. Special instead of wearing them. Oh, come on, man. UK, British, hold on. UK, USA. There we go. That's the surveillance program. But from up there, we can get to the Atlantic Charter, 1941, the 1943 BR-USA Joint Surveillance Agreement. So all these things we already did with Britain because Britain set up our intelligence agencies and created the Five Eyes system. All they're doing is adding another eye. Just add Israel to this whole infrastructure, and you have the entirety of most of the world's signals intelligence. So it's not just national sovereignty that's on the line. The people doing this have a plan to take away people's freedom forever and use drones, algorithms, robots, etc., to rule over people. So I think it's time for me to refresh the page on the kiosk, and it's time for us to pay attention to what's going on in this next block. Scott, do you have any comments before we go to the next block?
No, thanks for the history lesson. That was good.
Yeah, I mean, history is the thing. If we don't stop and take a look around and see what's going on and learn to see, it's like Robert Maxwell was in the middle of textbooks for indoctrination, stealing of uranium, backdoors and prosecutorial software for which American journalists were assassinated to cover it up. And all of that just goes unsaid, and people just focus on like the grandeur of Epstein. But Epstein was like, it goes Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein. He's their front man. There's a whole network of people above him, like the people who killed Robert Maxwell in the first place. So those people are still being protected. They're entirely being separated from the causalities of their actions, and they expect the rest of us to suffer and lose our freedom and give up our families and give up our lives for something that is really not reflective of reality. So I think we should dismiss it as arbitrary, move on with better ideas. And this is part of how we get to better ideas. We learn about the history as it is intersecting with the daily news. And from there, we can have better views, take better decisions in life. So let's go to, we have one more JP clip, but he did such a damn good job this week. Merging the military with Israel. We'll laugh about it. Then we'll cry about it with Kim Iverson. Congress makes it illegal to end ties with Israel. Oh, that's what they're trying to do. We'll go over to Rathbone because we need some sarcasm and a few good memes. And then we'll go over to Jimmy Dore on the Tucker Carlson show, talking about the other people that have sold you out, the late night hosts who took the money and said, take the jab, and did all the funny stuff when it's not so funny, when people lose their lives and their health and their family members over it. So we'll install those, and then we're heading into the crescendo for tonight's show. We got a couple more blocks left, and we will unfold more news as it comes on. Let's go first to JP, and we're going to learn about merging with the Israeli military. King David Hotel people.
Hey, if this doesn't give you a heart attack, nothing will. Congress quietly moves to integrate U.S. and Israeli militaries. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Congress moves to give Israel control of our military, and they do it quietly. I wonder why. And I'd imagine next Congress is going to move for all Americans to bend over and spread them for Israel. Welcome back to the JP Reacts channel, my freedom-loving friend. This is where we help spread the light of truth and freedom because truth conquers. Now, if we're just going above the board, being truthful individuals, having a fictitious, truthful government, then we would understand that the U.S. military is for, well, the U.S. Nobody else. Nobody else to have control over and to do the bidding of nobody else. Congress quietly says, yeah, well, what about our greatest ally, Israel? It's like, why are they great? Because they tell us they're great and they have so much control of our government. There's no question this is happening because Israel has so much control of the U.S. government. I'll show you the stats in a second, but we know, like, you know, Israeli interest, Miriam Adelson, just one Israeli citizen alone, has given Trump over $230 million. APAC funds the vast majority of Congress. We'll see that in a minute. So there's no wonder why. Like, how ridiculous would it sound like, yeah, Congress is going to integrate the U.S. and Russia militaries. What do you think of that, Americans? It's like we think very low of it. Well, how about with Israel? We think very low of it. In fact, Thomas Massey put a poll out not too long ago and said, which country is the greatest threat to liberty in the U.S.? And the options were North Korea, Russia, China, and Israel. Israel got 85% of the vote. It might have been 86%. 86% of the 39,000 people who took part in that poll believe Israel is the greatest threat to liberty in the U.S. I agree. On the surface, we're told, well, they're our ally. I do believe they're the greatest threat to America right now. Because it's one thing if you've got like a country with their guns pointed towards us. Like, well, that's a threat. It's another thing if you have a country with the same agenda as the first country, but they've infiltrated the U.S. They're keeping their friends close, but their enemies closer. And their enemies are so stupid and greedy and scared of blackmail that they say, come on in. You want control? Cool. What politician do you want? Okay, we'll get them for you. That's what's happening. And you're seeing all these kind of things. Here's what some people are saying about it. This is treason. Any sitting representative who votes for this abomination should be impeached and immediately tried for high treason. I agree. High treason is the most serious form of crime, defined as acts that directly threaten the sovereignty or security of a nation. Well, yeah. Do you think giving any level of control of our military to another country, do you think that's like a potential security threat? Even if you found like, hey, Jesus came back, should we give control of our military to him? On principle, no. Now that's Jesus, so like he's not going to do nefarious things with the military. He'd probably do nothing with the military, but on principle, it's wrong to give even Jesus control of the U.S. military. Yet if you have a nation with a government as corrupt as Israel's, and you give them control, some would say literally the opposite of Jesus type people. Breaking Congress is attempting to fuse the U.S. military with Israel's, as Section 224 of the 2027 National Defense Authorization Act would all but fuse American and Israeli armed forces together. And keep in mind, Israel is very war hungry. They say, well, we have a right to defend ourselves. Yeah, everybody does. But what you're doing isn't defense. Most of the time it's offense. They have the Greater Israel Project. They want to literally take territory from Lebanon and the countries around them and just make their country bigger. Cool. That's their agenda. We should have zero part of that. They should, if you're successful, so be it. If you're not, so be it. Using our military, our resources, our human American lives, people who signed up to the U.S. military to serve the interests of the U.S. It is a complete betrayal, completely inappropriate, in my opinion, to serve Israel's Greater Israel Project in any way. Now, the politicians that vote for this, by the way, this still has a chance of getting killed, and we'll hear a little bit more of a deeper dive on this in a short clip coming up. But the politicians that's like, yeah, this is a good idea. We should definitely do this. And then common sense would say, like, why should we give Israel control of our military? Well, what you'll hear back, no, that's not what this is. You see, in return, they're going to share some of their technological advances with us. Well, first off, I'm skeptical that they've got technological advances that we don't. Second off, even if they did and were very valuable, this is a really crappy trade. And then common sense would say, like, you know how they're always breaking ceasefires? They're just being aggressive. They're literally like, they won't let us get out of the Iran war. We never should have been in the first place. When Trump creates a quote unquote ceasefire, 2 seconds later, Israel is just bombing the living hell out of Lebanon or Iran. So, dear politicians that voted for this, like, they could be using our military for their wars. Do you see a problem with that? No, that's not what this is designed to do. Well, could it be done? Well, yeah, but that's not what this is designed. They know exactly what this would be. And of course, they'll have a narrative. That's not what this is designed for. Hey, was the Patriot Act designed to spy on U.S. citizens? No, it's designed to find terrorists. Could it be used to spy on U.S. citizens? Well, it could, but it's not designed for that. Is it being used to spy on U.S. citizens? Well, yes, it is being used to spy on U.S. citizens, but it's not designed for that. Yeah, it's just like hate speech laws. We know what you're doing. You're setting people up. You'll make it against the law for them to speak words that oppose your agenda.
So Monday, I told you about the House's NDAA, the defense bill that includes a sneaky little clause that merges our military with Israel, and worse, it actually makes us dependent on their tech. Essentially, rather than making our own tech, the bill directs the Pentagon to get as much as it can from Israel, which of course means in the future, if we disagree with Israel on anything, the fact all of our weapons include their tech gives them massive leverage over us. Well, get this. We found out today that the Senate has its own version of the same idea, except this time it's not just about weapons and factories. This time they're going after our intel. They're trying to tie our spy agencies now to Israel in a way that's going to be incredibly hard to undo, almost impossible. The bill is the annual Intelligence Authorization Act. This is the bill that sets the rules and the money for the CIA, the NSA, the Director of National Intelligence, the black box part of the government. And like the NDAA, this bill gets passed every single year. And like the NDAA, inside they always tuck in little things they don't want the public to know about. Well, this little gem appears to be written by Senator Tom Cotton and the Senate Intelligence Committee, Senator Tom Cotton being one of the biggest pro-Israel voices in the government. Now, inside that package, buried under all the usual bureaucratic stuff, there's a line that should stop you cold. Title 6, Section 622. The heading, the United States-Israel Intelligence Sharing Enhancement. That's the label, not general cooperation, not report on Israel, not sense of Congress. You know, it's just straight up United States-Israel Intelligence Sharing Enhancement. And then they tell you exactly what they're doing with that heading. They amend the main National Security Act and add a brand new section that says, and I'm quoting here, the president, acting through the Director of National Intelligence and as necessary, the Secretary of Defense, shall, subject to applicable law and the protection of intelligence sources and methods, expand and enhance intelligence sharing with the government of Israel. Have you ever looked yourself up online? What's shocking is how much private information is out there for anyone to find on each of us. My sponsor, Cloaked, dared me to see how exposed my information really is, so let's go ahead and do this. So here we go to their site, and usernames every time you sign up for something. The president shall expand and enhance intel sharing with Israel, not may expand, not can expand if it makes sense. The default setting they're writing into law is send more. Then they spell out what intelligence sharing means in practice. They list categories like cybersecurity threats, terrorism, sanctions evasion, the plans and intentions of state and non-state actors, technology proliferation, missile threats, including drones, cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, air and space domain awareness, and other aerial threats relevant to the defense of Israel, United States forces, and interests in the region and regional security partners, which all means on behalf of Israel. That's not a little side program. That's the whole picture of modern warfare in Israel's neighborhood. Cyber terror, sanctions, who's planning what, advanced weapons, drones, missiles, the radar and space tracking that sees those things coming. And the law says the president shall expand and enhance sharing that with the government of Israel. Now put that next to what we talked about on Monday, the NDAA language in the House, because it pointed right at the most advanced parts of war and told the Pentagon, build this with Israel. Counter drone systems in the air, at sea, on the ground, anti-tunneling and subterranean warfare, the stuff they use in Gaza and Lebanon, missile and air defense, artificial intelligence, quantum, machine learning, autonomous weapons, directed energy and advanced sensing, high energy beams and hypersensitive sensors, cyber defense, electronic warfare, digital resilience, biotech, biomanufacturing, medical defense, the list goes on, network integration, data fusion, contested logistics. All of this is just fancy words for all the tech projected to be the future of warfare. And then it goes right into the defense industrial base. They talk about cooperation, manufacturing, co-production, plus other emerging technologies the U.S. and Israel agree on. So Monday's story was Congress is pushing the Pentagon to build the hardware of the next war with Israel. Drones, tunnel fighting, missile shields, AI systems, cyber tools, biotech, logistics factories, all built together, all tightly integrated. And today's story is the Senate is pushing the intelligence community to build the software of the next war with Israel. So the intel, the threat picture, the targeting, military on Monday, spies today. And it doesn't stop at send Israel more intel. They also make it hard to ever send less. That new section goes on to say that intelligence sharing and related security exchanges with Israel, again, I'm quoting, shall not be suspended, reduced, or otherwise materially limited except on the basis of specific identifiable national security concern determined by the president. That's lawyer language for you can't just turn this down because you think the relationship is bad. You can't just say, America first, we're cutting this off. No, under this bill, to suspend, reduce, or otherwise materially limit intel sharing with Israel, the president has to personally decide that there's a specific identifiable national security concern, and it has to be on paper. And then the text says the president shall document any determination to suspend, reduce, or otherwise material limit intelligence sharing with Israel, including a description of the specific national security concern. So if you want to cut back sharing, you have to write a memo explaining why. Then within 15 days of any material increase, suspension, reduction, or other alteration of intelligence sharing with Israel, the White House has to notify the intelligence committees in Congress and has to explain what changed, what categories of information are affected, what national security goals this serves, what effect it will have on regional security and on integrated air and missile defense. So here's the simple version. More intel to Israel, easy. It's literally required in this bill, actually. Less intel to Israel, hard. You have to check a legal box, write a justification, and report back to the same people who wrote the law, who are all bought off by Israel, by the way. So, and now if you look around this bill and, try to see, okay, well, who else gets this treatment? Maybe it's not just Israel. Maybe we're just pointing out Israel because that's what they're always saying to us. You're only upset because it happens to Jews, but when it's anybody else, nobody cares. Well, okay, let's look around. Okay. Ukraine does get a section called Intelligence Activities Related to Ukraine. The Indo-Pacific gets Enhancing Intelligence Cooperation in the Indo-Pacific region. There's a section for intelligence sharing with countries of significant concern. None of these say the president shall expand and enhance intelligence sharing with the government of Ukraine or with any specific Indo-Pacific state. None of them say you're not allowed to reduce sharing unless you jump through these many numerous hoops. The same new section also talks about intelligence sharing and analytic cooperation with Abraham Accord countries. So the Arab states that normalized with Israel. There too, the bill says we should expand and enhance sharing to build regional security architectures for Israel. So what they're trying to build in plain language is a network with Israel in the center, the Abraham Accord countries as the circle around it, and the United States feeding the whole thing with weapons from the NDAA side and with intelligence from this bill that we can never end. Now let's talk about why this is so dangerous. For a long time, the way the U.S. has had leverage over other countries is simple. They depend on us. Think about Europe and NATO. European countries gutted their own militaries because they assumed, well, we have America. America will show up if things go bad. So that gave Washington a ton of leverage. You want your security guarantee? You line up with our sanctions. You support our wars. You vote the way we want in international forums. If you don't, maybe that backing doesn't feel so rock solid anymore. Now, like it or not, and many of us don't like it, that's what dependence does. If someone else provides your weapons and your intelligence and your defense, they have a hand on your throat. It's dangerous. And actually, when we're talking about Israel, it's really dangerous. Because imagine this, if much of our new tech weapons are now running with Israeli components and Israeli software, Israeli chips, then walking away is not just expensive, it's potentially dangerous in ways people aren't even talking about. We just saw what Israel did in Lebanon with the pagers. In a single moment, hundreds of devices all over the country became weapons in their hands. That's what it looks like when someone else has built the system and kept a backdoor. They flip a switch and the hardware you thought you control literally explodes in your face. So if the US makes itself dependent on Israeli chips, Israeli firmware, Israeli control code, Israeli sensors embedded inside our air defense batteries, our drone fleets, our battlefield networks, you're trusting that those systems will always act in your interest and never in theirs. You're trusting there's no if this, then that triggers buried deep in the code they built. You're trusting that there's no kill switches, literally, no hidden conditions, no sabotage paths that only become active if Washington ever decides to turn on Israel. Is that a risk any serious sovereign country should ever accept? Their control doesn't even need to be so explosive. It could be much more subtle and still be devastating. Maybe in a crisis, your interceptors mysteriously just fail to launch on time. Maybe your drone swarm suddenly loses comms. Maybe your radar feeds start showing ghosts, or worse, just stop showing any real threats at all. Maybe your logistics software crashes the moment you try to move supplies somewhere Israel doesn't want you to go. All of it takes is, just takes one patch, one hidden dependency, one part of the stack you don't fully control. That's the danger of building your tools on someone else's platform. Now, right now, the pitch from Congress is basically, let's treat Israel like a permanent, trusted code developer. Let's bake them into our weapons and warning systems. Let's legally force future presidents to expand intel sharing that feeds those systems. Oh, but once those hooks are in, any move to pull away becomes terrifying. Not only because you're ripping out tech that you rely on, but because you cannot be 100% sure what that tech will do if the relationship breaks down. And that uncertainty alone is leverage. Suddenly, even people who don't support Israel have to advocate for our continued relationship because they fear what's buried in our weapons and what it could do to our armed forces and to our nation.
Here is the personification of modern day Israel.
I'm modern day Israel. Of course we treat everybody like they're expendable. This world was promised to us 3,000 years ago. I'm modern day Israel. Of course we would rather use U.S. troops instead of our own troops. It's honestly better if they died. We died enough in the Holocaust. I'm modern day Israel. Of course we gaslight the world into thinking that we're victims in this whole war. We control the media. I'm modern day Israel. Of course we killed Michael Jackson. He was the most famous person on the planet and he did not like how we were treating the Palestinians. Times were different back then. We did not have full control of the U.S. yet. I'm modern day Israel. Of course we funded Hamas. We wanted a religious war and we needed our biggest ally, America, to know that they were a credible threat. I'm modern day Israel. Of course we commit mass genocide daily. The only lives that
There's no other Israel but modern day Israel. There's no ancient day Israel either.
matter are Zionist lives. I'm modern day Israel. One of our biggest investments is our politicians, especially the American ones. I'm modern day Israel. Of course we welcome the hate. Once the world turns against us, our Messiah will show himself. I'm modern day Israel. Of course we have our hand up
Donald Trump.
the U.S. president's ass. We work that boy like a puppet. I'm modern day Israel. Of course we hate Jesus and Christianity. If we followed those rules, we wouldn't be able to do half the crazy shit that we do. I'm modern day Israel. Of course we kill journalists. They're trying to tell the real story, and we can't have that getting out. Bombs away.
Nice. Look at this. Wow. That's impressive. I think I found my new thumbnail. Donald Trump.
I'm modern day Israel.
Donald Trump hooking again. BB in the Zio-mobile, the BB-mobile. I like that he's pointing to his watch. There can be no ethical consumption under capitalism. Here is the cobalt that is powering your environmentally friendly Tesla and iPhone, by the way. Look at this shit. Remember when we talk about the supply chain for these companies? This is where it starts. This is the base of the supply chain. Biblical toil, the prize is cobalt. The metal's a key ingredient in rechargeable batteries. In the last year, 72% of its world production came from the DRC, Congo. Informal diggers here have worked for years in violation of national laws and in defiance of the site's owner, Anglo-Swiss giant Glencore. Colonialism never ended, folks. It just changed and evolved and adapted. They say they can make the equivalent of $200 on a good week. It's a small fortune in a country where most live on under $2 a day. Wow. Artisanal diggers say they prefer to work on industrial concessions with large identified deposits rather than government-designated zones. To all those who don't celebrate, I said Shabbat Shalom, and I meant it. Some heavy shit here. The graves of Iranian school children killed by the United States. This is how the U.S. wants to help the people of Cuba. George Galloway says Trump's arithmetic is not his strong suit, neither is geography, history, or the English language. Trump says he ended 8 wars, soon to be 9, maybe 10. Who knows? Let's just add another dozen.
The necessary national security experience to take on that position.
Well, I do, and I think he does, actually, because he's smart. Because a lot of national security, I wasn't greatly experienced in national security, and I think I've done a really great job with it. A lot of people would say that I've ended 8 wars and soon to be a 9th. I hope that works out too. You know, frankly, it's. But
go ahead, say 10.
Probably, and there's another one also.
Yeah, say 10.
Maybe 10.
10.
No president. I don't think a president's ended 1 war having to do with outside of this country. So, you know, we've done a good job.
Harry Truman would like a word. I mean, that's debatable, but you know what I'm saying. Like, what are you talking about? Can he name the wars that he's ended? Can he count to 10? We warned the world that Gaza is the testing ground for a lawless new world order, and now look at Lebanon. First they came for the Palestinians, second they came for the Lebanese. Did you say something? Ilan Mitzrah, he says, humanity has no idea how much it owes this man. But I will tell you that without him, with a less calm and measured Russian president in Moscow over the past 20 years, someone more corrupt, more nationalistic, or more triggered by Western provocation and infiltration attempts, the whole world would have burned already. The West has been playing with fire like crazy. The fact that this amazingly strong character has been at the center of power in the global South for an entire generation may have saved humanity from untold disasters. The fact that we still have a functioning international system and global economy is only thanks to the quality of leadership in the global South, Russia and China primarily. If it depended in Western Zionist wanker psychopaths, the whole world would be Gaza already. Putin has accused Western European elites of provoking chaos and trying to drag more and more countries into it. He said the current turmoil didn't arise by itself, but is the result of the world undergoing the largest structural transformation in recent history.
Европейские элиты провоцируют хаос, в который пытаются втянуть все новые и новые страны.
I don't speak Russian, but we'll take the caption at its word. Here's a picture. You could take a look at that. That's true. It's one of the few times Donald Trump told the truth. Apparently, Ireland's Ministry of Justice has just banned Ben-Gvir and Smotrich from entering Irish territory. There's Ben-Gvir crying. It's his most famous picture. Ah! What a crybaby. What a chai baby. All right. Let's see. Are there any other? Let's take a look at this. Joan Rivers. Let's see. Is Joan Rivers a Zionist or an anti-Zionist? Does she stand with Palestine or with Israel? What do you think? I'm going to wager Israel. Let's see.
So I'm trying to get celebrity reactions to what's going on with the Palestinians and Israelis right now.
Let me just tell you, if New Jersey were firing rockets into New York, we would wipe them out. I am so bored. If we heard they were digging tunnels from New Jersey to New York, we would get rid of Jersey.
Of course, Joan Riverstein is going to condemn Hamas.
So I don't want to hear anymore. Oh, we'll do a partial truce. And Palestinians, you cannot throw rockets and expect people not to defend themselves.
What about you can't occupy the Palestinian lands and not expect them to defend themselves. Joan Riverstein.
About the civilian casualty rate,
Civilian, then don't put your goddamn things in private homes. I'm sorry, don't you dare put weapon stashes in private homes and then say get out. Of course, we're gonna do it.
I think the Botox has eaten her brain at this point.
The response normally is where are the civilians supposed to go?
I don't care.
There it is. I don't care. I don't care about the children. And then she morphs into a worm with wings and flies away.
Started it. You're all insane. They started it. What are you all saying?
History began on October 7th. There was no October 6th. Or if there was an October 6th, everything was fine. It was a bright blue, blessed day. There wasn't a concentration camp under siege with 2.3 million people starving to death, living in squalor, dying in silence. There wasn't a UN resolution condemning Israel for its illegal occupation of the Gaza Strip going back to 1967. Oh, wait, there was. That's right. The entire world condemns Israel, except for Joan Rivers, though. Joan, please go to the UN and plead your case. Get in your fifis. You're being very emotional right now. We understand. You're a Zionist, so you're sent.
What about Colbert, who I always thought was talented?
Extremely. He did the best show ever. I liked his show way better than The Daily Show when he did the Colbert Report.
Yeah.
And then he became that guy.
What?
The guy that he
Why?
was. Who knows? Your guess is I'm not a psychiatrist, but he became the thing he used to lampoon. He became that guy. And he just repeats military-industrial complex talking points. You know, he helped build up the momentum for the Ukraine war, and they you know, I said it about Jon Stewart too. You know, Jon Stewart, who can supremely talented. These people are supremely talented, but he'll never tell his audience the truth about the Ukraine war. Just like he'll never tell people why he hung a medal on a Nazi at Disney World, right? And he told the truth about the virus. The COVID virus on Colbert.
I remember that.
Which Colbert kept trying to stop him and take the legs out from underneath his comedy bit, which was brilliant. He had to literally get off the couch and walk towards the camera so he could finish his comedy bit about where the COVID virus came from. Do you remember this?
Very well.
Yes. And so he paid a big social price for that, Jon Stewart.
He did?
Yeah. And so he talked about, boy, I found out that I didn't know that certain medicines were political. We were talking about ivermectin, and there's a right-wing medicine. He talked about this. And then to make up for that, he had to give a tongue bath to Hillary Clinton and Condoleezza Rice. I don't know if you remember that.
No.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's penance.
That is penance. And then he had to hang a medal on a Nazi at Disney World, which he'll never go anywhere where anybody will ask. And God, by the way, I'm a big fan of Jon Stewart's. But I just don't, you know, Chris Hedges told me when the first time he came on my show was that I'm like, Jon Stewart's great. The way he takes down both sides. He's like, he'll never challenge the establishment, Jimmy, which is why he's there. And I'm like, oh, in a meaningful way. And that's true. And that's why he's allowed to go on those TV shows and have a TV show. I mean, same thing with Bill Maher, right? If they were really a threat, they wouldn't be there. They're not a threat.
But Bill Maher, not, you know, I don't want to be mean, but not a talented guy. I remember going to his house, and he has this amazing house. And it's like, wow, you've really, on the basis of very little native talent. I mean, literally, I know comedians no one's ever heard of who are like a ton of geniuses. Not the case for Bill Maher. This was 25, almost 30 years ago. I first thought this. And I was like, wow, this guy, how did he get so successful?
So remember when he did tell the truth when he had that show?
I'll never forget it.
Yeah. So he told the truth about, well, the hijackers on 9/11 weren't cowards. He said, you could say whatever you want about them, but they gave up their own life for a cause. And that's the opposite. And boy, oh boy, did he pay a price for that. And he got his mind right immediately. And so they canceled him. And the story I've heard was that his management company also represented the Sopranos. Right. And so HBO wanted The Sopranos bad. And so they said, okay, we'll give you The Sopranos, but you have to give Bill Maher a show. And that's how he got his show on HBO. And just like George Costanza said on Seinfeld, when they were pitching a TV show on that sitcom, that they asked George Costanza, why would anybody want to watch this? And he goes, because it's on TV. And that's why people watch Bill Maher, because he's on TV. And he gets big name guests, right? Which I'm jealous of, no doubt about it. But he won't bring on people. Every time he brings on someone that's to his left, he gets schooled and he gets embarrassed. Like Glenn Greenwald, when Glenn Greenwald schooled him hard. I've showed that video many times.
Glenn's amazing.
And
I can't believe he had Glenn on. Boy, that
was back in 2011 or 2010, and he's never had him on again.
Of course not.
Yeah. So anytime he has someone to his left, people don't like to, people who consider themselves liberal, the last thing they want to do is be challenged from their left. And so he'll never bring. But Bill Maher, that's why he loves to be friends with like Ann Coulter and people like that. But he's not going to do that the other way. And so yeah, that's what we're left with, and that's how he got that job. And that's why. And nobody knows the ratings of HBO, right? They don't release them as subscription. But I'll say fully that I'm jealous of the influence he gets to have on the culture. And I'm jealous that he has that show.
But it's waning for sure.
Nobody likes him. That's the weird thing, right?
I know.
And my wife always says, "Can we at least have somebody who's fun to look at? If he's going to be wrong about everything."
I do think, though, the Gaza tragedy has forced people into sunlight, kind of, because like if you're defending that, you don't have to hate Israel or have any kind of wacky views. But like, how could you defend that? How could a normal person defend that? You're not a normal person if you're defending that. I think.
Tucker, you don't think Israel has a right to defend itself?
I think everybody has a right to defend himself. I just like, that's genocide. That's murdering children. So, and I think a person who's likes Israel, loves Israel even, could say, yeah, I love Israel, but like, I love America, but I'm not going to defend the grotesque things that our country has done. Why would I defend that?
Exactly.
I degrade myself and I lie when I do that. So why couldn't you say, yeah, I really love Israel, But that's disgusting. What, they're starving people who didn't do anything wrong? Like, how could you defend that?
And people don't know that there's a thing called the Greater Israel Project, which I didn't know. I didn't know most of this stuff until October 7th, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I had covered when Israel would go in and mow the lawn, I would cover how horrible that was, but I didn't really understand the genesis of it. And I didn't understand what was going on. And, but after October 7th, I did. Now I understand. I understand that, Israel was founded by terrorists organizations. Yes. And there was a thing called the Nakba, and that they say it was invented because of the Holocaust. And that's not why, because Zionism has been around since the early 1800s.
Yes.
And so it has nothing to do with that. That was always and they couldn't get, people to move to the middle of that, and nobody wanted to. The Jews didn't want to go there, so they had to make a deal with Hitler to get people to go. So I know all that stuff now, and I know that it's why a two-state solution isn't the solution, and you have to have a one-state solution. Which Bernie Sanders, a video just went around of him saying that he doesn't support a one-state solution because then Israel wouldn't be a Jewish state. What? And he goes, and I support Israel. He said, this is our progressive lefty leader.
I was shocked by that video. Was that real?
That's real. Yeah. But he was, he was also 2 years earlier to that video, he was talking to Ezra Klein, and he said, yeah, open borders that's a Koch brothers. So it's amazing the real view, but he's always been a warmonger. He was, Bernie Sanders, he was for Kosovo and all that stuff.
He was?
Yeah.
It's sad. Bernie Sanders, I saw one Bernie Sanders speech in person, and it was, in Iowa when he was running in 2016, and it was all about the oligarchy's bad. And, at the time I had pretty conventional views, but I've never been for oligarchy. Why would I be for that? It's the enemy of democracy. So I was like, and I know a lot of billionaires, and some are nice, but most are like gravely overrated. And like, I kind of liked his speech. It was pure economic populism.
Yeah.
And then, so I thought, yeah, I get it. And by the way, the audience was not all like, I don't know, people playing hacky sack or hippies or whatever. It was like normal people. And that really kind of
when he was on the anti-oligarch tour?
Totally.
Isn't it amazing that he didn't do any of those anti-oligarch tours when Joe Biden was president?
I know.
Kind of amazing. All of a sudden, oligarchy's a problem now. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden had more billionaire donors than Trump did, but somehow now it's a problem. And what else they didn't show you was that there were pro-Palestinian protesters that they had kicked out of those rallies.
Actually?
Yeah.
America's 250th birthday is this year. Have you thought about how you're going to celebrate? Well, here's a great idea the entire family can enjoy. Angel Studios and Wonder Pro.
Going to celebrate by steering clear of the Trump train. That's what everyone's doing this year. I can't believe that they messed up the 250th anniversary celebration. Scott, are you disappointed? Do you have just like some little bit of patriotism that was like, oh, the 250th celebration is going to be cool, right? Like in my mind, you would have had like Ted Nugent and Joe Walsh and the Eagles. You would have had like this repertoire of American rock and roll country, like the grandest party you could ever have here in Freedom Land. And what do they got? They got like the CNC Music Factory dude taking a shit on his. That was his big video this week. Even Daily Show showed it. It was atrocious. It's like that's one of the people performing. I don't know. Maybe that was the UFC event. Maybe I'm getting them mixed up because they're so close in proximity.
Yeah, man. I mean, I don't know what I was picturing, but we can all have our own. It's like okay, it's like we can't rely on the government. No one's coming to save us. I don't even care what the government does. We're gonna have our own little 250th anniversary celebration because it doesn't even. The government is not America. America is you and me and fireworks and hot dogs and baseball. I'm like, yeah, bro. Like we're gonna have our own 250th. It's gonna be intense. Do you guys have fireworks up there? You guys allowed to have fireworks up in?
Man, we have some fireworks just for Memorial Day, and because it's I used to live on a main street, so you couldn't do such things without the police showing up like minutes later, right?
Yeah.
So my father-in-law and brother-in-law, I said, do them from the tennis courts down there away from the house. Next thing you know, they're like right here. So I'm like doing something, I'm cooking, and I hear boom, boom. And I was like, well, that's gotta be like class 4. So I'm like calculating like how long before, because like the authorities, they'll hear it and they'll see it, they'll drive toward it, and then you send another one up, and they come closer. And I figured after a couple of these salvos, for sure they're gonna show up, or someone would complain or whatever. But I live in Freedom Land and everybody just enjoyed it, and neighbors from pretty far around were like, hey, were you guys doing fireworks? So we might have some fireworks. Always safety first, everybody.
Safety first.
Learn about such things before you celebrate America.
There you go.
I do have the CNC Music Factory Freedom Williams clip. I'm going to hand it to Colby. Colby, other than the source clip, I don't need to hear the commentary on this. No one does. But the dude on the toilet is Everybody Dance Now guy. From 20 years ago. He's one of the people performing that didn't tap out of Trump's event. That's a UFC fighter pun there, tap out. Anyway, it appears like we could do a better job. I don't know. Who's planning it? Oh, it was that guy, according to the Daily Show. Jeff Epstein was responsible for all the acts, so that somebody had actually gone to Trump and they said the perfect guy to set up all your entertainment for your party is Jeff Epstein of Universal Talent. You can't make that shit up. And to see Jon Stewart have to present that, it's like, well, I mean, he defends the status quo. That's his job. He's very good at it. Makes everybody laugh, but never challenges and never discloses that his name's Leibovitz and his brother runs the New York Stock Exchange back in the day. So it's like interesting use of people who change names along the way. That's all. How many aliases should a person have?
Yeah, they're not MAGA. They're not MAGA at all, dude. They're not real MAGA.
Well,
I've been saying that a lot lately. That's not real MAGA. That's not real MAGA.
I don't even know that you want the imitation MAGA. CNC clip. Let's do that at the top of the block there, Colby, because what Freedom Williams has to say, and the fact that this is the guy that didn't cancel the event. They were still going to play as far as the news came out. Remarkable for a number of ways. It's a very Trumpish move to take a video of yourself taking a shit. That's something, if Trump would have thought of it, I'm sure he would have started doing that. It's a power move, taking a dump while talking shit on Trump. Other than that, it's not something I would think would be done, but the guy knows how to get clicks because it's about to go in the time capsule here, and he shall forever be remembered in history as not the 30 years ago version, but the guy taking a dump after some well, he's going to tell you. So we're going to go to the clips. We are going to, in order, we'll go stop by Freedom Williams' bathroom. Then we're going to Jesse on Fire. Shocking Pentagon report. They're the #1 threat to the United States. Guess who it might be? But wait, that would conflict with the what's going on? So we got to check that out. And then we have let's skip the Owen report because we already had an Owen clip tonight. But that was CBS takeover by pro-Israel billionaires. I think we get it. I mean, CBS used to be run by Prescott Bush, Skull and Bones Nazi financier. So like CBS has always had problems. Then we'll check in because Jimmy Dore just mentioned with Tucker, the Bernie Sanders guy. And Bernie had some very interesting things to say. Equal rights for everybody would destroy Israel. So the Palestinians in the Israeli model can never have equal rights because it would destroy the nation that gives them the equal rights. And it's a predicament. And only Bernie Sanders can help us figure it out. And then we'll be back because we have one more block of content tonight. But I want to get this filed for the record before we can reach our crescendo and conclusion for this evening's adventure. Colby, let's go to Freedom Williams.
Hey, yo, man. I just got some texts all day. I kind of been out the loop. Some people talking about, yo, Free, yo, you doing the Trump Freedom Show. Yo, you doing the show on the 250th anniversary of the U.S. with Donald Trump. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? They're like, yeah, man, social media, boom, boom, boom. People commenting on it. You know, fucking with Trump. Celebrity niggas is calling me out. Niggas I've known for years who know I don't fuck with Trump. Nigga, I'm Dog Cypher Devon. I know where I stand. I know who the fuck I am. So I'm like, what are you talking about? My agent called me about 3 months ago and said, yo, you want to do a show the 25th in Washington? Yeah, I just did a show in Washington for the Mystics. I did a show 6 months ago in Washington. I do shows in Washington all the time. It's no big deal. He says, yeah, you didn't say nothing about Trump. He didn't mention Trump. So I'm getting all these calls. So I go online. I'm like, okay, so what's going on? So I told my agent, yeah, no, I ain't going to be able to do that. You know what I mean? But then as I thought about it, I'm getting all these texts talking about we're going to cancel C&C Music Factory and we can't believe this is going to be a terrible show. Vanilla Ice, Young MC, and fucking, Milli Vanilli and Brett Michaels, and it's a terrible show anyway. Let me tell y'all niggas something. I don't fuck with Trump. I don't give a fuck about Trump. I don't give a fuck about Trump family. I don't know the nigga. I'm from New York. I know the nigga. I know the type of fucking anarchy he creates. But the day I let you motherfuckers tell me what to do is the day I die. I want to make that shit motherfucking crystal clear. I do not live for none of you niggas. I will vote, listen, I will vote for fucking Genghis Khan, Hitler, and motherfucking Ivan the Terrible before I let you niggas tell me what to motherfucking do. You the same niggas that voted for Obama who never did shit for you. Who actually the only person, Gaddafi wanted to give black people $1 billion to open up their own banks and gold. But you know what the U.S. government told them? If you do that with so-and-so, you can never have that happen because we can never free black people. And then Obama got in office and they waited for Obama and Obama killed him. And Obama said, I regret killing Gaddafi. Nigga, you don't regret killing Gaddafi because you work for the motherfuckers, the Zionists and the white capitalists. You work for that motherfucker. So y'all can suck my dick with that don't do a show for Trump shit. I don't give a fuck about Trump. But I also don't give a fuck about you either, nigga. You niggas talking about this and that, and you guys are gonna cancel. You can't cancel me. You niggas never brought me into existence. You ain't buying no records because they ain't putting out no records. So what you gonna cancel, nigga? I do 50 shows a fucking year, damn near every weekend. I don't see not one of you niggas in the show buying my merchandise. You know who comes to 90% of my shows with Naughty by Nature, God Bless the Dead, Rob Bass, Color Me Bad, All for One, Biz Markie before he died? You know who 90% of the people was at our shows? White people. You know who 70% of those white people probably voted for? Republicans. So you niggas don't fucking count. You need to stop being on social media thinking that your fucking opinion matters. It don't. Go talk to your mama. Your mama opinion matters only to you. Shit, you keep pushing me. I'll do the motherfucking show in North Korea, pissing on the fucking American flag, smoking a Cuban cigar, drinking Venezuela wine, playing golf with motherfucking Kim Il-jung with an Iranian bitch on my lap. While Trump's standing there with his dick in his hand. That's how much of a fuck I give what you niggas think. I ain't motherfucking chilly, nigga. You can't cancel me, pussy, because you don't exist. I done had 3 careers already in my life, and I'm just turned 60. You niggas is still working on 1. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, Trump is fucked up. He let that white girl get shot in her face by the motherfucking ICE pussies and all these other motherfuckers yeah, it's fucked up. And it's damn near motherfucking it's damn near Nazism. But if you think them Democrats, you think Bill Clinton gave a fuck about? I don't vote for none of these niggas. Let's be crystal clear. But I might do the motherfucking show. Me, Brett Michaels, Vanilla Ice. What's that pussy nigga from Detroit name? That skinny faggot. Kid Rock? Who else you want to put on the show? I don't give a fuck, nigga. I'm God Cypher Divine. I'm born freedom, God of law. I'm God. You niggas do not dictate shit to me. So you can do what the fuck you want to do. Like I said, fuck Trump and fuck you too. But I just might do it, nigga. You can't cancel shit. You niggas act like you got some power sitting behind a motherfucking computer with your little ass titty bitty Twitter fingers. Sausage packing ass niggas. You must be crazy. Nigga, I ain't that nigga, man. When I heard about Trump, I was like, I ain't fucking with Trump. But I don't give that shit 2 thoughts, because I know that they killing us. Half you niggas done took the vaccine. Half of you niggas is gonna die any motherfucking way because you got poison in your arm. Worry about that shit, nigga. Worry about the air you breathing and the food you eating, and not worrying about what show a nigga's doing to feed his family while you bum ass niggas deliver pizza. The fuck wrong with you? And you white boys? Mind your fucking business, because your motherfucking wife's a Trumper, or your brother-in-law, or your father's a Trumper, and when y'all sit down at your fake-ass Christmas and your fake-ass Thanksgiving, y'all chopping it up and passing around Bud Lights. Y'all don't give a fuck about niggas. Y'all gonna make this pretty 60-year-old nigga unleash on you motherfuckers. Talk about, you're gonna cancel Vanilla Ice and motherfucking Milli Vanilli, and that's the worst 250th anniversary. I don't give a fuck about 250 years of motherfucking capitalism and death. It's 250 years of straight murder. You niggas are so caught up in the fucking moment, you don't remember the past, and you damn sure can't see the future. You better worry about your wife fucking the mailman, nigga. And you bitches better sew your pussies up, because you're whoring. I'm sitting on the toilet taking a shit. Ironically. Slap your ass in the face with some fucking wet napkins. And call Trump right now and say, yo, Trump, fuck these niggas. I'm with you. And I don't even like that nigga. Him and Tiger Woods, that fake nigga. Call that nigga too. Get the whole motherfucking MAGA crew. Maybe I'll get some money. Fuck out of here. Liberals, Republicans, conservatives, Democrats, neocons. All of that shit is fake. The black man is God. Pussy.
See, that's what you got to love about this channel. You think you're looking at a video about Erica Kirk, the Charlie Kirk AI thing, maybe, and you end up stumbling on one of the single greatest international schemes that I've ever seen perpetrated on the world, especially given that the nefarious tentacles of this particular scheme touch every country in the world. Oh, and just as a side note, the Argentinian chapter of this story, I'm sure all of the burning forests being purchased by international private investors has nothing to do with why Peter Thiel moved down to Argentina. Probably it's exactly what he said the reason is, which is unrelated to all of these fires. So I do a lot of videos that are kind of throwaway videos. But if there's some actual like big global developments in a video that I am putting out, I make sure that I'll tell my audience at the beginning, because you know, a lot of times by the time we get to the end, I'm just spitballing. This is not one of those videos. This is a very, very, because I think you're going to be shocked by a lot of this stuff. Pentagon raised the threat of spying from these, threat of Israeli spying on the U.S. to the highest level. The counterintelligence threat level was raised by the Defense Intelligence Agency in recent weeks after growing concerns that Israeli espionage has become more aggressive than usual. Yeah, that sounds like it. When they're trying to actually turn it into law that we have to share all of our our intelligence and military technology with them. Like they're like, yeah, I mean, we should get Q level clearance without having to sneak around and blackmail you guys for it. So not that they would ever do that. Listen, guys, come on. Come on. There's no evidence at all that, you know, those guys have ever used blackmail as a tool against the United States. Did you say that at one time they told Bill Clinton that they had a phone call where Monica Lewinsky, like, you know, like they had proof for sure that he had the affair? Yeah, that's publicly well known. And they presented that to him as if they were helping him. We just want to let you know, Mr. President, that we happen to have stumbled onto this call, not because we were spying. There's some other way that we had this, but we are aware that you were banging your, you know, intern, and she said some nasty things. She said that you put a cigar in a very, very, I don't know how the people are going to take that news. Did you say he put a cigar in it? Yes. But we just want you to know that your secret's safe with us, you know. Oh, also, we were wondering if you could do XYZ, Mr. President. I'm sure that had, you know, this is very ineffective. He's all, no, we're not going to do that. Thank you for protecting me from, you know, letting people know that I like to put inanimate objects inside of people. So here's the deal. Okay. As they, you know, try to make it law that we have to share that stuff, the intelligence agencies are literally screaming it, apparently. They're like, hey, guys, you can, no. But the, you know, the executive branch and the, you know, the Congress, they operate kind of independently unless all of them take money from the same place. But the intelligence agencies, they provide intelligence, and then these are the decision makers who make decisions about what to do with it. So they could literally say to everybody and say, this is the biggest threat the country has ever faced. And if the people vote the way that they are going to vote based on who gives them money, then it's nice that the intelligence agencies warned us, but they didn't listen because they were compromised. Is there any way that you could possibly like demonstrate total infiltration and compromise of our in every process that we have? Then that right there. So designation stems from concerns within Pentagon that Israel is making a particular effort to surveil top U.S. officials to get information on the Trump administration's internal deliberations and decision-making on the conflicts in the Middle East, that officials said. The DIA assessment includes a 7-page document that features a chart. According to one of the current U.S. officials, document says the assessment of Israel is that its ability to conduct human espionage and technical collection is at a critical level, according to the official. Now, again, this is, I mean, unsurprising, I would say. It is a bit surprising that you have not subscribed to the channel yet and liked the video, though. And like I said, you need to see the portion that starts that the Pentagon has now listed Israel as the top national security threat facing the United States. The top security threat facing the United States. And at the exact same time, there is a bill on the floor that is being discussed to literally fuse our military and intelligence with theirs. Now, do you think that they're going to share all of the things that would benefit us with us? You know, do you get the feeling from them, just from paying attention, that like hypothetically, if they were the dominant force in the world and then the United States became equivalent to whatever you would say that they've been, you know, in recently, do you think that we could rely on them to prop us up and take care of our people, make sure that our quality of life is better than theirs? I mean, I'm just wondering if you guys think that that's something that's likely, or if the current national debt and many of the other problems are due to, you know, among other things, priority of other people's shit over ours, especially theirs when it comes to killing other people in other countries. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. Something to think about, you know, because it does feel like as soon as our dominance is no longer needed, you know what I mean? Like, if I was going to give you a hypothetical scenario, right? Okay. It says, bottom line, the Trump administration is filled with Israeli operatives.
Fired 60 Minutes star Scott Pelley accuses CBS of pushing falsehoods and bias. So here's how I think this is going to go. As Pelley and Weiss are exchanging words with the press, forming their narrative before the media blitz, the media tour really begins. CBS News fires Scott Pelley. Former CBS Evening News anchor was ousted after months of tension between staff and Barry Weiss. Scott Pelley says Barry Weiss lied. There was no effort to find a way back in the pre-firing meeting. The terminated correspondent shot back at the CBS News editor-in-chief's assertion that the outcome was the path he chose. That is what Barry Weiss told the New York Times in their special on her. And now, of course, you have the aftermath, the aftershock, if you will. Will Leslie Stahl and or Bill Whitaker exit 60 Minutes after Scott Pelley's firing? Everyone at CBS wants to know. So for people that are paying attention, it's obvious what's going on. And it kind of reaches a redundancy factor, but let's just lay it out briefly. Remember who gave the first speech from the White House after Trump's election? It was Larry Ellison. You may recall the night of Trump's inauguration, Trump was at the
Garland Nixon here. This is a lot harder. The show just started and I'm struggling already, but we're going to get going. This is a great day. Jimmy Dore, I know you're thinking to yourself, what the hell happened to Jimmy Dore? He looks weird today. Well, Jimmy Dore is not here. My name is Garland Nixon. I am a podcaster, just kind of all around YouTube kind of guy. And I am standing in for Jimmy Dore today. And I have, we got all kinds of good things going on. We've got great articles. And just in case I have problems, I have a software engineer. He's also, hey, people don't know that. He is a software engineer, but his name is Jamal Thomas. He's a political analyst, media personality based in Richmond, Virginia, who currently hosts the Jamal Thomas Morning Show on YouTube and previously hosted Fault Lines on Radio Sputnik. He's known for his left-leaning commentary on international and domestic politics and also an accomplished chess player and a published author. Jamal Thomas, welcome to the Jimmy Dore Show.
What's going on, man? How you doing today?
All right, let's talk about our favorite guy, yours. Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders. He's one of the U.S. politicians considered the most, quote, progressive. He is so progressive. He has made his position clear.
Among Palestinians.
Let's sit here and listen to Mr. Progressive Bernie Sanders stand up to the little guy, because if you're progressive, man, you're standing up for the little guy. What does Bernie have to say about the little guy, a little Palestinian guy?
And polls among Palestinians in the occupied West Bank and Gaza are showing that they're increasingly in favor of a one-state solution with equal rights for Israelis and Palestinians alike and equal citizenship. Is that something you believe could happen, or is that something you support?
No, I don't. I mean, I think if that happens, then that would be the end of the state of Israel. And I support Israel's right to exist.
Do you think polls among...
So let me see if I got this straight. Bernie Sanders is, let's see if I could ever get this fixed again. Bernie Sanders, when asked about equal rights for Palestinians, well, if they get equal rights, man, Israel's screwed. So, man, let's not do that.
I've had fights with Israelis over this very point where you would point out, okay, well, why not equal rights? Because obviously the two-state thing is a shiny object. Like the two-state is the shiny object that could throw out as they steal more land. And, you divide the West Bank. I don't know if you've seen the map of what it used to look like, let's say in the 60s compared to what it looks like now. The two-state solution doesn't seem to be viable. And oftentimes you have like European nations or whatever just throw it out almost like, yeah, we're working towards a two-state solution. Okay, that's not happening on the ground. That's not happening. This is some stuff that you guys are making up. And so when you point out, said, hey, the two-state solution seems like a shiny object. Okay, so what about a one state with equal rights? It's like, well, wait a minute. What do you mean equal rights? You mean they're going to be equal to us? Yeah, that means that we don't have the state of Israel, because that means we don't have a Jewish state, which means by definition, there is no state of Israel. It's almost like the equality thing in and of itself means that you can't have a Jewish state, which is true, by the way. Like, meaning if you have other people there that aren't Jewish and you're calling yourself a Jewish state, what does it mean for the people who aren't Jewish? It's that. So yeah, bad answer. It's like, what, are they equal or not? And if they are equal, why are you depriving them of equal rights? No, that's the issue. So bad answer, just bad answer all around.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, if I can, here, I had to get Bernie back up here. There we go. All right, so let us continue. Palestinian and Espanol says granting equal rights to Palestinians and Israelis would be the end of the state of Israel, and I support Israel. Right? No equal rights. Which tells you, can you imagine any country where you say, look, let's not forget, this is the only democracy in the Middle East, right? It's a democracy. I don't know how you define that, but it's the democracy, right? Imagine that. Well, I think this country X, both Protestants and Catholics and Muslims and whoever else, people should all have equal rights. Nah, I'm not for that. Here's what they have. This statement is highly revealing. Even someone who presents himself as a defender of human rights and a critic of Netanyahu openly rejects the idea of equal rights between Palestinians and Israelis, because that would imply the end, exactly what you say, of the Jewish ethnocratic character of the state of Israel. This demonstrates that for a large part of the U.S. political class, supporting Israel takes precedence over the principle of equal rights for all inhabitants of the land. How is it possible that a progressive politician rejects equal rights between Palestinians and Israel? How can you say, are you for equal rights for Black people in America? Sure. Native Americans, absolutely. Ask him about LGBTQ trans and see what he says. I guarantee you that is at the top of his list if you're a Democrat. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm not opposed to rights for LGBTQ plus. I'm just saying it's said amongst Democrats as like something, as a nod of the head. You have to say that to prove that you're part of the team. And then you get the Palestinians. Oh, no, not them, which means you don't really see them as full humans, if you ask me. Your thoughts?
Or at the very least, the importance of, let's say, perseverance of the state of Israel, a criminal regime that's just been added to the United Nations rape list because of systemic rape that they've basically been engaged in. Don't take my word for it. This is the United Nations that put them on that list because they can document case by case by case of them effectively doing that. I'm saying it's a criminal country. And in the context of a criminal country, Bernie Sanders is still standing there, yeah, we need to maintain the Jewish character of this particular country. And if that means that Palestinians or second-class citizens are not considered fully human, then fair enough. Then they're just not considered fully human. That's what I'm willing to accept. My name is Bernie Sanders. And you think to yourself, if Sanders is taking this position, what does it mean for the rest of the Democratic Party? Like in general, right? So keep in mind, just for context, Sanders was the guy that was on stage putting a knife in Hillary Clinton when Clinton was bringing up the issue of Israel. If he is still that guy who's like, yeah, but they can't be equal in this country.
There's an obvious question to me, Jamal, and this question is this. Okay, Bernie is supposed to be the leftity left of the Democratic Party, right? What is the job of the left of the Democratic Party, right? Isn't the left of the Democratic Party supposed to be the ones who yank them over and say rights for everybody, the ones that yank them over and say, do the things that the base wants, do the things that the working class wants, et cetera, right? And instead, it seems to me that the so-called left of the Democratic Party, Bernie Sanders, is to say, I'm going to look, go around the world, do your evil deeds, do your imperialism, do your warmongering, do your neocon stuff, and I'll support that. And then when you get back here, I'll say things like, I'll try to say, hey, maybe we could get a couple more dollars for Social Security, which I know will never get through. I'll try to say, let's give you health care, which I know will never get through. You know what I mean? It's like almost like Sanders, to me, is the worst part of the Democratic Party, because his job is to give hope to the people, to maybe try to keep them in there and have some hope. Maybe Bernie and AOC will, Mom Donnie, maybe they'll do. They're not going to do anything. And that is the clearest evidence you've seen right there.
Which is ironic in a way, because Sanders is not really a Democrat, even though he sheepdogs for him every election. And you're right. This idea of, well, he does. I mean,
yeah.
Isn't it ironic? Don't you think? She's Canadian. You wouldn't want her at the 250th. But Ted Nugent, Joe Walsh, Eagles, how about Steve Miller Band? They're still around, right? We can get Van Halen back together. There's a lot of good American music we could be expressing. And I don't know, maybe I should have given Freedom Williams a better chance. I did first hear about him through The Daily Show, so maybe their shortening and rearranging of his clip gave me a false impression. Imagine that. Have you ever heard of such things coming across from The Daily Show? There's Scott.
Imagine that.
They had a history book. I was just thinking they had a Daily Show published a history book in the early 2000s called America. And I want to find it so we can review some of the propaganda that they seeded America with back then. But please continue.
Oh, I was so curious about this, the lineup for this the Freedom 250 event. And sounds like they had a pretty good lineup. They had like Ted Nugent, Vanilla
Oh, did
Ice.
they?
Like, yeah, it was going to be like a
Look at me being ignorant.
Well, they had volunteered. They all said, yeah, they were willing to step up, and they had a bunch of artists that maybe were like not necessarily MAGA that actually canceled themselves. I don't know, from what I can gather. But anyway, so now Trump has said, he says he canceled out all the singers. He's like, we're not doing any singers. He said, we don't want, this is a true social post. He says, we don't want singers with no talent but big fees to put you to sleep. We've told them to stay home. All we want is you, me, a few speakers, and the greatest music ever played, which is Lee Greenwood, this guy that sings.
I'm proud to be an American. Okay, we've never heard that song before.
I know,
Thank you.
and then an opera singer. So now that's the music lineup.
Is it Pavarotti?
No, it's a guy named
Pass. Hard pass.
Yeah, dude. So it's basically and then it's like the army band singing like some just playing like some army
I saw some Trump truth type thing. It's hard to even say Trump truth without sounding like Elmer Fudd. That said, like, because the bands were canceling, he was just like, you guys are there to see him and he's just going to take the stage. He's the greatest entertainer and more people show up for. I was like, please. I was like, read the room, bro. Read the room.
Yep. So that's what he says. He says, we know everybody just wants it to be you and me and and Lee Greenwood. That's America, babe. You, me, and Lee Greenwood, man.
Well, yeah.
excruciating.
Before we go over to Colby for thank yous, I got a couple things. I just want to tie up some loose ends for people who can pay a long attention span throughout this episode. If you pay attention and put the things together, there is coherence. So let me take you over here real quick. Well, let me say this. The mention of Bill Clinton getting blackmailed. That was interesting, right? Because we had just covered Amdocs and Comverse, who were the telephony intermediaries that could, be the insertion to do such blackmail. They also, those two companies, participated heavily on 9/11, and there were Otigo people where Israelis all got warned about 9/11 before it happened. Too bad the people that were there that day and the firefighters weren't subscribed to Otigo, the Israeli instant messaging program. But wait, there's a few more things. So Clinton, he got compromised. He was already a Rhodes Scholar. The Rothschilds had already honeymooned in his White House. He had already had Jeffrey Epstein, the Maxwell Jr., in his White House 24, 26 times and taken rides on the Lolita Express to get compromised. So them getting the drop, it's not that surprising. Now, there's this issue with Rhodes. Remember Ezekiel Emanuel from earlier tonight? He's a Rhodes Scholar. Bill Clinton, he's a Rhodes Scholar. Huh. Paul Sarbanes of the Sarbanes-Oxley Act, under which I became a whistleblower, he's a Rhodes Scholar. So allow me to disambiguate to apocalypse means to raise a veil. Rhodes Scholar, Rhodes got his money from the Rothschilds. He gave his money back to the Rothschilds. The Rothschilds created the Rhodes Scholarship Fund. So those really aren't acolytes and scholars of Cecil Rhodes. They're Rothschild scholars. Rothschilds, Balfour Declaration, French and British Rothschilds conspired through Sykes-Picot to carve up Arab Palestinian land and create the state of Israel and a couple other countries, which they had mandates and colonization of over along the way. So there is a lot of interesting history that still has not made it to the desk of Joe Rogan or Tucker Carlson or any of these other people who have millions and millions of people in their audience. There's still a lot to be discovered and understood out there. Scott, where can we find you during the week?
Let's see here. Well, Free Frame Nashville on Instagram to catch up and keep in touch with all of my business ventures. I wanted to shout this out though. I was interviewed by Wired Magazine this last week. I'm prominently featured in Wired Magazine here in the first paragraph, and they quoted me and they spelled my name right and they made me look awesome. So if you just type in Unjected Wired Magazine, you can go read that article about all of our escapades over there. So go check that out. Oh, if you go to archive.is and find the article, I think it's paywalled right now, but copy it over to archive.is at the bottom and you can get the unpaywalled version. It's a good read. It's kind of cool. And then, so I'd say rebunk.news still has all my Linktree links, so just go there and come hang out. Thanks, guys.
Did you ask them where they were like 4 to 6 years ago?
Well, okay. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to portray us as lunatics. No, it's still a very adversarial media article. Like it's still,
right on.
It's still ripping on us and making us seem like idiots and freaks for being against vaccines. But they did quote me, and they did a good job characterizing me. I was happy with it. But overall, they're trying to paint us as the loony bins and stuff. And it kind of tells a lot of the drama that we've been dealing with in Unjected Land. And it's been a cool week, though. Shelby was here and we filmed, like we're working on a documentary. I was able to film her meeting the first baby that was born off of Unjected. So I met the family for the first time. So it's a very powerful moment. So that's going to be cool. And then she also had an interview with Playboy Magazine on Friday. So we have another article coming out in Playboy for Unjected. So it's like free me, even though it's adversarial media. They don't understand that this helps us. Every time they post one of these articles, it helps us. So we're just like, bring it on, baby. And you know what's weird though?
Streisand effect.
Yeah, exactly. But what's weird though is I keep sending this stuff to my contacts at I sent it to like Daria at InfoWars and my contacts at the High Wire and Stu Peters and all these places, and I'm like, you guys, Playboy, Wired Magazine is covering this. Like, where's all the freedom people at? Why aren't you guys helping us cover this, get the word out? So it's like, I think they might all be controlled opposition after all. So there you go. I don't know. But I'm just kidding. But no one's
Colby,
coming
who do we
to-
have to thank for tonight's festivities in addition to our members?
All right. Well, over on the Rumble chat, we had $50 from Now Please. Said, make fear unfashionable and lame. Make love and you will be loved.
Very poetic. That's one of the most poetic super chats we've ever gotten. Thank you so much. Was there any more to cover, Colby?
That was everything.
Well, he gets all the attention, or she gets all the attention. I don't want to make any assumptions based on internet nomenclature, but I very much appreciate the support. We put a lot of work in every show every week. Colby, do you have a current call to action that you like to throw out there? You've been here for 7 hours, working hard.
Appreciate that. Let me find the right button here. We just ended our spring boot camp, but we are now in sales mode for the next fall one, which is starting in September for our fire sprinkler CAD basics. And so if you want to check that out, we have website. It's MCAD Productions, Kajabi. I need to come up with a better URL than that, but if you search for fire sprinkler CAD basics boot camp, it comes right up, and you can check out my YouTube channel at MCAD Productions.
And again, is it relevant if I don't need fire sprinkler type stuff? Can I use this generally just to understand the software and how to 3D model things?
The CAD course is really geared towards like architecture adjacent, like subcontractors that are doing architectural drawings and stuff. So it would apply to anybody like HVAC, plumbing drawings, all that type of stuff. And we do have some stuff on the our YouTube channel that is not fire sprinklers as well. And we are working on more content, hopefully a course on, much more basic eventually, but this is what we got now.
Right on, right on. Well, thank you so much for your excellence tonight. It's not easy when I'm not always organized, but you seem to be quite intuitive in how the show flows at this point. So I wanted to thank you because that's a buildup of your experience exuding itself into the production. And I think the listeners at home, they appreciate it too. Everyone here is so appreciative. I would put you guys in the audience up against any other podcast out there because not many places take the pains to put things in detail such that you can understand. They just show you a bunch of things and like it doesn't make sense. It's all fragmented. So understanding is where it's at. And to that end, if you guys need more understanding, stop being manipulated by lies, learn how to master critical thinking. Intellectual self-defense is the path through. And once you get on the other side of being lied to by the establishment, now you can understand how to identify truth for yourself. You can get at getautonomy.info, and it's at the top of the screen. It'll forward you over to richardgrove.org/critical-thinking-trifecta, and there's a whole packet there, and it also goes along with the masterclass. So there's there's the 19 skills and there's a critical thinking. So either one of those can get anybody started from less than zero to learn how to be a hero. And I wanted to thank you guys all for your excellence. And we have a big block. Let's go here. Let's say it like this. We have poisoning Palestinian wells. Did you guys know there's a lot of operations over the past 80 years that are interesting? This, I think, is Operation Cast Thy Bread. Now, there have been accusations in history, sometimes referred to as blood libel. Among those accusations were poisoning of wells. Well, that just happens to be a lesser known part of 20th century history. And it was done to the Palestinians, not by accident, by some people who had recently moved to Palestine from Europe. And it's a very interesting segment in history. So we're going to watch that from Jake Shields. He's reacting to something he's learning, Operation Cast Thy Bread Exposed. Then we're going to go to Double Down News. The title is This Will Shock You to the Core. It has to do with a Bibi Netanyahu cover-up. However, I have to just... hold on a second. I have to just say this. It is not safe for work. It includes the testimony of yet another flotilla member who speaks very good, clear English for us to understand how they, as a not brown person over there, gets treated. So if this is what they do to people who just were on the flotilla protesting what they do to the brown people over there in Palestine, I'm referring, this is the aforementioned reference from the earlier clip. I would think maybe we should take precedent because Gaza has been a proving ground for other technologies, AI especially, AI targeting of people especially. Lavender and Where's Daddy, right? So like tangent real quick. the school that was bombed at the beginning of the Iran war by American Tomahawk missile, do you think that American soldiers targeted that school to kill those little girls? Hold that thought. Might you also consider America was provided with that targeting information from our good time ally that we're about to do this secret deal with through the NDAA? And then I would extrapolate further. Where did they get it? They probably got it from a list that was produced by the same technology that they're trying to insert into our country. So I would say there's not just one beyond reasonable doubt reason. I could list probably about 10 that people don't know. And if they knew, they would choose very differently. And it's that kind of occulting or hiding of useful information in people's decision-making process that makes freedom into slavery. And so we have to learn to see it and let the others know as quickly as possible before everybody's freedom goes bye-bye. So without further ado, we are going to have that all. And thank you all for tuning in and not dropping out. We will have Psalms and Blues tonight to play us out. Anyone who stayed to the end of last week, you saw how it went. Sometimes things, we work really hard here, so hard that sometimes we forget to end the stream or do the things because it went a little bit longer than usual. So I wanted to apologize for that, and it is no responsibility of anyone other than myself that happened. And this week we got it covered. So Psalms and Blues. It's pretty inspirational, and there's more where that came from. It'll be in the reference notes at grandtheftworld.com. See you guys next week. Have a wonderful week. Be excellent to each other, and don't let the pricks get the satisfaction. Peace.
In 1948, future Israeli Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion approved a top-secret biological warfare operation known as Cast the Bread. The campaign involved poisoning wells and aqueducts in Palestinian villages, Lebanon, Egypt, and Syria. The operation was officially authorized at the highest levels of the Haganah, which later became the IDF, and remained highly classified for decades. It only came to light after 2 Israeli scholars studied it through looking through old IDF records and Ben-Gurion's own diary. Israeli scientists, primarily from the Haganah's Him B unit, cultured typhoid and dysentery bacteria in small teams, sometimes using undercover operatives disguised as Arabs. This is something Israel's done commonly, like if you look at the Lavon affair, the King David Hotel, they disguise as Arabs and go and do these terrorist acts. Anyways, they poured these agents into wells, aqueducts, and springs, poisoning all the water sources all along Jerusalem, Egypt, Lebanon, and Syria. Their goals were to terrorize the Arabs and make it so they're scared to return home. Israel is also doing this today in the West Bank. They deny it, but it's well documented. Anyways, we're going to go back to Cast the Bread, and we'll pull up the first video. Here's the first video. This is backed with Cast the Bread.
In the previous part of Traces of Poison, we discussed the Israel's usage of prohibited weapons on several occasions in 1948 war, especially on...
These are banned all around the world. These are internationally banned, which is why Israel denied doing this for so long, but Israeli scholars are the ones who uncovered it.
Acre and Gaza fronts and impacts of these weapons on battlefield. But latter secret documents revealed that the Acre and Gaza episodes were merely the tip of the iceberg in a prolonged campaign, designed initially to prevent Palestinian Arab militiamen from returning to their villages from which they harassed Jewish settlements and road traffic and, later, to hinder the Arab states' armies that invaded Palestine on May 15.
Funny how they say the Arab armies invaded when literally the Jewish armies were in there attacking them, running them out of their homes. Like imagine if you got ran out of your home and you came to take your home back and they present it. They were invading armies.
1948. The details of Israel's secret use of biological weapons and poison against Palestinians during the 1947-48 ethnic cleansing campaign has been revealed in a recent article by historians Benny Morris and Benjamin Kedar. The 84-year-old Kedar is professor emeritus at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, and the more well-known Morris is famed for his work as one of Israel's new historians. The pair recently published an article in the journal Middle Eastern Studies titled, Cast Thy Bread, Israeli Biological Warfare During the 1948 War. Cast Thy Bread was the operation's code name. Naturally, most of the material related to the episode is censored, but when Morris searched through the Israeli Army archives for any mention of the operation by name, he was surprised to discover numerous documents. Morris writes in the article that the censor apparently was not aware of what the code name referred to. On April 1, 1948, David Ben-Gurion wrote in his journal about the development of science and speeding up its application in warfare. A month and a half later, he wrote about biological materials that were purchased for $2,000, the paper said. It pointed out that now it became clear the extent of the link between what Ben-Gurion wrote and Israel's purchase of biological materials, which appear to be a specific powder or liquid used to poison Palestinian well water. The new documents revealed that these operations were supervised by well-known Israeli figures, led by David Ben-Gurion, former Defense Minister Moshe Dayan, and former Israeli President Ephraim Katz, among others. The article provides details of how scientists from the scientific corps, together with battlefield units, were involved in a systematic campaign to poison water wells and spread typhoid bacteria in Arab villages and cities as well as among the invading armies of Egypt and Jordan. The objective was to frighten the Arab Palestinian population, to force them to leave and to weaken the Arab armies. It is claimed that the use of biological warfare was approved by the founder of the Israeli state and its first prime minister, David Ben-Gurion.
It wasn't random. This was the first prime minister. This is from the highest level. And they say like weaken armies. These people didn't even really have armies. It was just people that ran into their homes trying to take their land back. And Israel, they had top weapons because they were getting sent weapons from World War II because Meyer Lansky, the head of the mafia, the Jewish mafia, he controlled the docks. So he would make sure all the weapons went to Israel and any weapons that were supposed to be shipped to Egypt or anywhere would get lost and sent to Israel.
To understand the direction of Israel's early quest for non-conventional weaponry, one must look at the scientists who were close to Ben-Gurion in the 1940s. Prominent among them were Ernst David Bergman, the scientific director of the Seif Institute in Rehovot, and the Katachowski brothers, Aaron and Ephraim. All were educated and worked in the fields of chemistry and microbiology. These scientists cultivated, perhaps even planted, in Ben-Gurion the view that Israel's competitive edge in the struggle for survival depended on investing in science and technology. In April 1948, David Ben-Gurion, Israel's founding father and first prime minister, wrote a letter to Ehud Avril, one of the Jewish agency's operatives in EU Europe, ordering him to seek out and recruit East European Jewish scientists who could either increase the capacity to kill masses or to cure masses. Both are important.
There's lots of conspiracies linking him to the Kennedy assassination. Obviously, that's an anti-Semitic myth, blah, blah, but there's tons of information pointing that way. And even talking about this well poisoning, we need to be very careful. I need to show the exact documents. If I mention Jews poisoning wells without showing you exact documents, instant strike. They've been accused of it hundreds of times, but it's always just an anti-Semitic conspiracy, other than the times that I can show you documentation. So here we're going to move to current times, which they're doing this, which is just absolutely sick. You know, people are like, Hamas, this is the West Bank where there is no Hamas. So this is what happens if you don't resist. This is what they do to the people that aren't fighting back.
Villagers in the South Hills of Hebron Al Khalil were attacked by Israeli settlers from a nearby settlement when they poured a toxic substance into their water well. A shepherd in the nearby village of Yatta noticed a foul smell coming from the local well and called the police to investigate. The police found a toxic substance and advised the villagers against using it for drinking water or for irrigating the farm because it would likely cause serious illness or death. One farmer explained to Press TV that the local farmers are under constant attack by the settlers.
They're constantly in West Bank, they're constantly being attacked. Imagine you're just trying to live and people are coming through, tearing down your trees, raping your women, killing your animals, poisoning your wells. These people are just trying to live in their land. These guys aren't invaders. There's no Hamas there, but our media doesn't properly cover this.
On a daily basis. They steal our guts and eat them. They attacked us with stones. Israeli soldiers and the police came here and told us that our land is the settlers. They destroyed the majority of our olive trees. I've been attacked many times. They hit me on the head, but I will remain on my land.
We're destroying olive trees because lots of Jews are allergic to olive trees, which that's kind of the main tree in the land. So that's something I find a little bit interesting.
My guts, I can only die once.
Fidel further explained that they noticed the poison in the water.
My friend came to the
wells. This is just such a sick, highly illegal, but like none of our politicians are condemning us. If Hamas was poisoning Israeli wells, it would be the biggest news story in the world, but they're just poisoning wells. No big deal.
well and smelled disgusting fumes. He investigated as he thought an animal had died in the well. They threw dead animals and garbage, but now poisonous drugs. They came from the settlement constantly to swim.
A local villager explained how they detected and investigated the poisonous substance.
The settlers put drugs in the well. In this well, they have 30 cubic meters. I found out about the attack by coincidence. I smelled a foul smell and called the police and the health and safety inspectors to investigate. They came to the well and took a sample of water. They told us not to drink the water because a strong poison was detected. They told us not to drink or use it for the farms because it's very dangerous. One man placed
wells. This is just such a level of sick disgustingness. This is a level that's hard to imagine is even real. It's like villains from a movie.
his finger in the water and it burned his finger. We asked Press TV to send a message to human rights groups and the world to support these people and to protect them because this is their land.
The villagers stated they are under constant attack by both the Israeli soldiers and settlers from Mayon settlement as they are attempting to ethnically cleanse the region. Settlements remain illegal under international law and the Fourth Geneva Convention, but Israel defies the law on the pretext that Palestine is not a sovereign state. Although authorities have not yet detected the poisonous substance, villagers state that it is unlikely, even if they do, they would be brought to justice, considering that it's Israel's policy to continue to give impunity to the settlers' crimes.
Thanks for watching Fight Back Podcast. If you like the show, like, subscribe, or share the video. There's also donation links in the descriptions. Starved, tortured, something that's not really covered in history. For some reason, they leave that out of history class. But this highly organized Jewish group came in and they wanted to poison and kill 6 million Germans. Poisoning the wells, it's an anti-Semitic trope other than these highly detailed ones with records.
After World War II, a secret Jewish group called the Nakam planned to poison 6 million Germans as revenge for the Holocaust. Led by partisan fighter Abba Kovner, these survivors weren't content with waiting for justice. They developed two terrifying plans. First, poison the water supplies of major German cities like Nuremberg. Second, target SS prisoners in Allied camps. The group spent months infiltrating Germany, studying water systems, and acquiring deadly toxins. But their grand plan collapsed when key members were arrested at the German border carrying poison. Desperate for revenge, they shifted to their backup plan. The Nakam successfully infiltrated a prisoner of war camp and contaminated thousands of loaves of bread destined for former SS guards. Over 2,000 Nazis fell violently ill, though none died. The operation sparked fierce debate among Holocaust survivors. Was collective punishment justified after such unimaginable evil, or would mass poisoning make them no better than their oppressors? The Nakam disbanded soon after, their thirst for vengeance forever unfulfilled. But their story remains one of history's most chilling tales of justice versus revenge. Did you?
Yeah, it's sick. When I was trying to find some videos of this at YouTube, there was multiple ones that were trying to spin these guys as good guys or at least neutral, like, yo, they were the Avengers. They were going to get payback. It's like, give me a break. I think this video, I just pulled in a video from a Jewish activist letting us know that we need to condemn all this terrible stuff.
Israel has been stealing Palestinian bodies, both dead and alive, harvesting our organs.
Israel donated more organs than any country. I forget the numbers, but they broke the world record for most organs donated. I'm sure the Israeli people are just so kind and want to give you their organs.
Tax the blood of children. What connects a medieval lie about Jews to today's conspiracy theories about organ harvesting and child trafficking? It's the same lie, just a different century. Starting in the Middle Ages, Jews were falsely accused of kidnapping and murdering children to use their blood for
blood libel. I remember I was accused of blood libel a couple years ago on Twitter. I went and looked it up, and it's unfortunately I can't do a video on that. But it's a very interesting subject.
purposes. These lies sparked persecution, massacres, and expulsion of Jewish communities across Europe. Today, the myth has migrated online. Conspiracies accuse Jews or Israel of harvesting organs, trafficking children, or deliberately targeting civilians. The details change.
They definitely aren't deliberately targeting civilians, guys. Have you seen the maps of Gaza? Yeah, okay. This is an anti-Semitic myth.
Accusation doesn't. That Jews are predators, that Jews are a threat to the innocent. This isn't ancient history. These lies still spread on social media, radicalize people, and inspire real violence. Recognizing them is the first step to stopping them. That's why AJC created Translate Hate.
Yeah, guys, let's stop anti-Semitism. This is really important. So that's why I wanted to just put that in the middle of the video. Okay, this is Kim Iverson. I believe she's covering. This is on the. It pulled you to relevant. I'm not sure how relevant this is, but it's slightly relevant because this year in Las Vegas, where I live, there was a lab that was raided that had all these biological warfare weapons, and it was an Israeli who was running the lab. And it turns out an Israeli judge, I don't know how someone born in Israel can be a judge in America, let this Israeli off. So now he's back in Israel, kind of like there was an Israeli that was raping kids out here. I think it might have been the same judge, not positive about that. Again, he was let off and he's back in Israel. So they can come rape our kids, get these poison labs. So anyways, let's play this video.
Story has multiple layers of shock. It almost has the makings of every single one of your nightmares. This is Ori Solomon here on the screen. Ori Solomon is an Israeli. He was arrested for operating a biolab in Las Vegas and another one in Reedley, California. These labs contained HIV, malaria, tuberculosis, COVID-19, dengue fever, and Ebola.
It's for our health. These Israelis just really care about us. They want to give us AIDS, tuberculosis. This is like an illegal lab, and they just let him out of jail. This is insane, especially when you look at historically what they've done. Obviously, those other accusations are false, but what they've been accused of doing are the ones that we have documents of are true.
Essentially, that's what was on the labels. And over 1,000 samples of unknown liquids were found. 1,000 mice were believed to be genetically engineered test subjects. So we don't really fully know exactly what these labs were doing. But what's also shocking, and this is Sigal Chattah, and she is an Israeli-born U.S. judge. And she is the one who let Ori Solomon basically go. I mean, this is insane. He was facing 10 years in jail with the original federal charge, but she dropped the charge, and now he's facing $1,000 fine and maybe 10 days in jail. Basically, he's able to go back to Israel. But she's significant because she's connected to this guy. If you remember him, this is Tom Alexandrovich.
Yeah, and with this guy, we went and we tried to get the police records from him of his arrest, and there was like 20 minutes with the sound just muted. So it was a bunch of like boring stuff, and then there was this big section with no sound.
And he was the Israeli that was caught during a sting operation. He was caught chatting up teenage girls, trying to meet up with them, and that's when an undercover cop got him as part of a sting operation. He was subsequently
arrested for anti-Semitism, guys. Come on, like this clearly was why he was arrested.
Go. He's now in Israel, a free man. He works for Netanyahu's office. Sigal Chattah is the federal judge that people say that she let him go. It was a federal charge that these men were facing, and her as the federal judge said, yeah, you know what? We don't want to deal with it. Let's just go ahead and leave it to the state, knowing that state protocol was that they would not take the passport. And instead, Tom Alexandrovich was let out, and he's sitting pretty in Israel. We've got an Israeli-born judge letting out Israeli criminals that are potentially
Israeli-born judges be able to judge what us American citizens do, especially when there's another Israeli. I mean, I'm sure they're not using Talmud law, but if they did, the law is very different for how they judge them and us. It seems a little concerning to me.
Actually extremely dangerous. The ones that we don't want let out into society. This is a cluster of a story, and it is quite scary. Who's in charge here? What is going on here? Where are the adults? Where are the adults in this country? So this story.
All right. Do we have any more videos or? Oh, yes, Rabbi Shmuley. Let's see what he has to say on the subject.
So go back to the 15th century and just imagine that at your door. You're basically a comet. You're living at a time of the bubonic plague. The word boo-boo for children still comes from the bubos.
Real quick, this is shameful that Jews had to suffer through being accused of poisoning the wells during the plague. I just want to condemn that in the utmost. Like, I don't want anyone in the comments saying they did that, because clearly they did not. They've been the victims all throughout history with the pogroms, the Holocaust. We need some sensitivity for the Jewish people. So even though they may be poisoning wells currently in Palestine and in the past, it's kind of okay because of their history.
Giant black bubbles. That's why kids still say they have a boo-boo. And then they have a 80% chance.
Look at this guy. Like, looks like a little goblin.
It's dying.
He's not the best PR guy.
The black view on a plague. And so these plague masks were used to store herbs and vinegar in the hope that whoever was coming to collect the bodies, or if they were coming to treat someone or look at whether you had the plague and had to be quarantined, that they could somehow protect themselves. And they would douse themselves in these big giant robes with herbs as well. They obviously didn't know anything about bacteria, fungi, and any of those good things. They certainly didn't know that it spread through rats.
Rabbi Shmuel is a Denver spokesman. If I was you, I'd be like, could you get this guy the hell away? And like, you just look at this guy and he makes you anti-Semitic.
Biologists poisoning the wells of Europe. That was the easiest scapegoat. And it's no joke because it led to total decimation and annihilation of all the Jewish communities in the Rhine River Valley, and hundreds of thousands were murdered. Aside from the Jews having the same mortality rate of those who were affected.
White man is very embarrassing how badly my people treated their people, and I'd like to apologize. I'm going to take a trip to Auschwitz soon to try to hopefully get forgiveness. Okay, I think we have one more video.
You know, during the Black Death, some believed wells were poisoned to spread disease deliberately.
No.
Fear and paranoia ran rampant across Europe. Villagers attacked outsiders, blaming them for death and pestilence. Historians suggest some intentional poisonings may have occurred, but rumor amplified terror. Americans are captivated because it's a story of fear, survival, and hysteria. The plague killed millions, but human suspicion intensified the horror. History remembers death, but the whispers of betrayal linger longer. The poisoned wells illustrate how panic and ignorance can magnify a disaster into a historical nightmare.
Yeah, don't be ignorant, people. Anyways, if you want to support the podcast, I'm fully self-funded. You can go to Fight Back Podcast and get cool t-shirts like this one. This is the Randy Weaver. Let me know what you think in the comments. Like, subscribe.
He had an American accent and he said, "I want to kill someone today and it might be you." I was slapped and kicked. I was sexually assaulted. They threw me on the ground. They broke my coccyx, kicked me in the back. So they wrenched my trousers and my underwear down, and I was inserted with a hand. I was vaginally raped by one of the male soldiers. It wasn't a gun. I found out later that other people had guns inserted inside them. Most of us have been sexually assaulted and have broken ribs. My friend has, from blunt force from a gun, has a pulmonary contusion in his lung. My daughter was syringed with an unknown substance.
Welcome to Israel. You're going to enjoy it. That's what activists from the Global Aid Flotilla were told after they were seized by the Israelis in international waters. The activists all acknowledge that their treatment hardly compares with what is done to Palestinians. But days of horror followed. I spoke to Australian filmmaker Juliette Lamont, who was on both this flotilla and the previous one in October last year. I must warn you, some may find her account distressing. Where was it exactly that the boat you were on was intercepted by the Israelis?
We were south of Cyprus, and I think that we're about 270 nautical miles from Gaza. So we were intercepted in international waters. But at the time, because we saw, what looked like to be sort of 17-year-olds in balaclavas in broad daylight, it wasn't quite as scary initially. And they drove the boat like they stole it, literally. I think maybe it was a 35-minute journey that was really fast with guns in our faces. And then we arrived at the, monumental, monstrous prison ship that a lot of people have talked about. And then that was the threshold of it becoming, a very, very frightening, fearing for your life situation. They knew my name when they dragged me onto the deck. I was cable tied. My ankles were shackled. They put so much water under my face. I had no ability to move, and every time I tried to get away from the water to stop sort of gurgling and drowning, they'd slap me again, stand on the back of my legs. I thought that was my number was up, and I'd only been on that boat for about 20 minutes. I thought that I was going to drown. And that was the welcome to Israel, because that's exactly what they said when I got on the boat. Welcome to Israel. You're going to really enjoy this, is what they said. Other bodies would be thrown onto me. It was sort of like sardined, and you could feel other people kind of, in different, different levels of anguish, lots of screams, lots of thudding. Then I was dragged sort of along a corridor. They looked at my passport. They recognized that I'd been there before, and they told me that he had an American accent, and he said, "I want to kill someone today, and it potentially might be you." And then I was dragged towards what we sort of ended up calling a torture tunnel. It's a shipping container that, you know, kind of had an entrance to it where you could vaguely see the silhouette of 5 soldiers inside, and I was pushed inside that space. I was slapped and kicked. I was sexually assaulted. They threw me on the ground. They broke my coccyx, kicked me in the back. And the strangest thing, and the thing that I remember the most is not the blows, and it was not the sort of like the internal sexual assault. It was this really, really big man who was pulling at my hair like a child, like a boy would in a playground, doing it to a girl that he didn't really understand. It was it was really infantile and puerile.
Juliet, I apologise for being intrusive here, but when you say that you were sexually assaulted, it's important this. What exactly did they do?
So they wrenched my trousers and my underwear down, and it felt like that it was inserted with a hand. It wasn't a gun. I found out later that other people had guns inserted inside them. I don't think that it was a penis, but there was so much going on. But I was vaginally raped by one of the male soldiers. As I was, you basically, your head's down. They're putting you in a stress position, so your head's down, and your sort of posterior is very sort of available to be, dealt with, and your hands are behind your back, and your ankles are shackled. So, yeah, it's while you're being sort of jostled, hit, sworn at in the dark. I mean, it's a really discombobulating, horrific experience. Then a door was opened, and I was thrown out into an open kind of area where I could see probably maybe about 60 people on the deck of that boat. And my daughter, Isla, who is 25, ran up to me. My mouth was bleeding. They'd punched me in the face. And yeah, I was just sort of surrounded by love. And I was just really, it was really nice to see that my daughter was all right. And we talked about, how much violence and barbarity she had endured. And then, before you've even sort of worked out where you are, what's going to go on, what the level of threat is, you hear these howls of torture and pain happening in the place that you've just been thrown out of. And that goes on and on and on and on with each person. And some of them are like the most horrific ones. Some are quicker than others. And people are getting sort of spat out of this horror container with broken ribs. People were tasered in the face. Like some severe injuries. And this kind of look of, because you're coming from a dark space as well as being brutalized and then into the light. I just remember, and I'm a filmmaker, so I remember just this look of these people kind of being like birthed out of hell into this like absolute terror. But then this other look would sort of wash over everybody of like, maybe I'm safe, because they could see that it wasn't a whole load of soldiers. It was, it was the people that they'd been sailing with.
Was there a difference in the way different activists were treated? For example, depending on where they came from originally, whether they'd been on the previous flotilla and so on?
I mean, it definitely felt like people of colour got a bashing. And I know that from the last mission, there was definitely a sort of racial aspect to the violence. But this one really did. I mean, there was a woman who was 70. Her bones were broken. It was a bit arbitrary, but everybody was beaten. But yes, some people to extreme levels.
So how long did it take to reach Israel? How long were you on that prison boat for?
I think it was 2.5 days.
Where did you sleep, for example?
You are sleeping inside a shipping container that has nothing in it. It's just steel and it's freezing. Some people were suffering hypothermia. So you are literally using people's body heat, like curled up with people that you know or you don't know to stay warm. People would, sort of demand, bang on the sides of the shipping containers for water, for medication. None of those things ever occurred. Really sort of regularly you'd get this accent, and it was this American accent again, and it would be like, get behind the black line, and that was really towards the end of this open space. Maybe it was like 3 meters by maybe 6, and you're literally trying to get 100 people sandwiched in there, and they would say, if you don't, we're going to kill you. And then they'd open fire with stun grenades that was so loud that, one of my friends had to have an ear operation, and it looks like he might be deaf. And then the rubber bullets would come, and some of them hit people, direct hits, smashed and broken ankles, and someone had a broken arm from the impact of those bullets. So yeah, it was game on. I think everyone on that boat thought that we were going to be executed, and that's not an exaggeration.
What happened once you got to Israel?
Dragged off the boats, a new level of, I can't remember, I think maybe these guys had black uniforms. It's like they have so many levels of uniforms and sort of, awfulness. Alsatians, I think we're like cable tied again, shackles back on, dragged off the boat onto Ashdod. I'm 5 foot, I'm not very tall, with 3 men holding me in the stress position. My feet were about 1.5 meters off the ground. Thought they were going to rip my shoulder out. Ben Gvir is in front of me, with the cameras. He always does that. He did that last time. Baby killers, Arab lovers, Jew haters, his usual stuff. And then you're processed by, different police officers or immigration, strip search, sexually assaulted again by 2 women this time.
Juliet, again, apologies for being intrusive, but when you say sexually assaulted, what do you mean?
So, like, stripped naked, groped, my breasts were groped, my buttocks were fake fingernails. For some reason, the Israeli female soldiers really like acrylic nails. It's just bizarre. And then internally searched when it was just like, what is it that I have? So, but it's not professional. It doesn't feel like it's for any reason. It's just to humiliate you, dehumanize you, tell you that you're an Arab lover, tell you that you're an animal. So that occurred again for me, particularly triggering because I experienced 10 years of child sexual abuse. So you're sort of there going, why is this happening when I'm 55, when I was trying to deliver baby food, when I was in international waters? This is complete, it's really cognitively so hard to absorb.
Did you get any assistance at all from the Australian embassy, the Australian consulate?
Our consulate was there, but all they did really was take photographs of us looking vaguely happy, but didn't give us any water, any ability to talk to our families, no, even money. You don't have any money, you don't have anything. They sort of strip you of all of your belongings. So really, it did feel like the Australian government, it was kind of performative.
Did they speak to the Israelis at all? Did they bring any pressure on the Israelis in terms of the treatment you were receiving?
We are asking at the moment, because there's 11 of us, and most of us have been sexually assaulted and have broken ribs. My friend has from blunt force from a gun, has a pulmonary contusion in his lung. My daughter was syringed with an unknown substance. There was 3 cases of that. We're asking for a meeting with our Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, and as yet he is not consenting to that. And our Foreign Minister Penny Wong has said that she thinks that Ben Gvir shouldn't have posted the video, and that's kind of we're at a kind of not much is happening.
Juliet, thank you so much for joining us.
Okay, it's a pleasure. Thank you.
More than 420 activists were detained from a total of 39 countries. Australia's is not the only government to have brought very little practical action against the Israelis. Various countries summoned the Israeli ambassador for a telling off. The European Union is discussing imposing sanctions on Israel's Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir. Germany congratulated the many Israeli voices who had condemned Ben-Gvir's behaviour, which the Germans said was incompatible with the basic values of our countries, apparently ignoring the huge amount of evidence that the Israelis regularly rape and murder Palestinian detainees. As throughout the genocide, not one Western government questioned the military and commercial treaties that underpin the Western alliance with Israel. Here at Double Down Newswatch, we depend on you. We have no billionaire owners or sugar daddies.
Salvation, a fire burning deep inside my chest. Enemies rise, shadows fall, but I stand tall. I won't regress. Storms come, storms go, but my heart won't bow. The Lord is my light and salvation, my fortress, my strength, my declaration. The Lord is my light and salvation. Oh, I won't be afraid, no hesitation. Wicked ones try to devour. They stumble, they fall to the ground. Armies surround me, they can't break through my faith, the wall no chains can bound. Storms rage, winds howl, still my heart won't bow. The Lord is my light and salvation, my fortress, my strength, my declaration. The Lord is my light and salvation. Oh, I won't be afraid, no hesitation. Out in the fields where the wild grass sways, the sun sings.
Conspiracy is the story of history. It's the story of plunderers taking care of people who produce. They claim to take care of them through government, which doesn't give you anything, it doesn't take away first. So it's not creating something out of nothing. It's very real what they're doing. They're taking your rights or taking some people's rights and adding more to someone else's rights.
If you haven't heard about our Grand Theft World community membership, here are a few of the things you've been missing. A mobile app where you can access replays of the Grand Theft World podcast and show notes. Access to the Grand Theft World community on Discord, where we crowdsource news and resources, and you can contribute to the show. The opportunity to participate in the Grand Theft World bi-weekly town hall. Exclusive content from Richard Grove, including behind-the-scenes footage and future access to unpublished material. 93 episodes of the Peace Revolution podcast, and the Grand Theft World newsletter delivered straight to your inbox each week. If you want to stay ahead of the great game, visit us at grandtheftworld.com, click or tap the button in the top right-hand corner, and join a vibrant community of researchers blazing a new path to truth. We'll see you there.
I'm in outer space with a microphone.
Long history, so scoop it as I unfold the groove, tune in, and not drop out, not to cop out the post beers, remove music. This wealthy cat was moving, stack of cash in sports cruiser, major accent deals mover, promoted fast like homeschoolers. Then noticing one day some bills that went unpaid, those crumbs they led one way, discovered some unfun game, Then he was called into a meeting to disrupt and expose, but that was the day that the world froze. So stuck in the traffic and then caught in the panic, he dipped out in a frantic speed to exceed the seed planted at the event, and what would soon come, connecting dots to be revealed in Project Constellation. Big props to Maria, broadcasted, that's where I'd hear and get hooked on the name of Richard Grove. What he's saying is hypnotic, synchronicity came out like chronic, all in full stride, compadres around all sides, seeking sources to provide solution. The heavy-handed knowledge is Willie saying the peace revolution, never knowing I was missing a blessing. The heaviest session recorded and revealed the ultimate history lesson in this quest, and I'm a Midwestern who's rocking it dope. Subscribe to media produced by Tragedy and Hope, and if you didn't know the gift, and here's what you've been missing, and listening is where conviction is revealed in descriptions in a brain model. Don't come out hollow, but full throttle, and dive in the deep end so history doesn't repeat, and make it complete. Catch Grand Theft World every week with Richard and Tony, chop it up with the homies, and I ain't talking about that public school baloney. In a sec you should know me, quoting Gatto in the flow that I'm growing, and LD's bearded is showing the time capsule stack of stats is open. So spread it around, the show is ready to pounce, audience that abounds, seeking out what's profound. I know it is challenging, fallacies in the balance when a forensic story in it, boring men while exhorting in examination, contemplation, meditation, revelation, celebration, destinations planned, targets arrived. Autonomy crew of souls that survive, broke free from the 9 to 5, and we doing it live. Hey, with hope in our flow, where consciousness grows, as opposed to you don't have to think about it, dude. Cause it's a comedy show that be bombing truth, whoa, trying to make uncommon truths be more commonly known. That it's a Grand Theft World that I'm living in. Ain't no reptilian skin, just some normal humans who love to sin. From their banking powers they aim to win, deceive and betray all man, making everyone slaves to them. It's a Grand Theft World that I'm hearing at. The sky's like a pyramid, but those tuning in they be feeling that, revealing that things ain't what they seem, so I'm fighting back and digging jack, obtaining knowledge, wisdom, and artifacts, yeah, like that aspect that they lack. Yo, trivium core, deal with that, Rebel, bring the back, cause it's a that world rolling out. Got the growth model out, tracing Rockefeller dollars straight to clouds. SEC connections are hard to doubt, but most go the common route, walking with their head in the shroud. Yo, it's a Grand Theft World that I'm peering at, disguised like a pyramid, but those tuning in they be feeling that, revealing that things ain't what they seem, so I'm fighting back and digging jack, obtaining knowledge, wisdom, and artifacts. You should know it's not a video game. This isn't Grand Theft Auto, folks. This isn't a video game. This is Grand Theft World.
All right, LD. It's a Grand Theft World that I'm peering at in the sky like a pyramid. For those tuning in, they'd be feeling it. Revealing that things ain't what they seem, so I'm fighting back and digging jack, obtaining knowledge, wisdom, and artifacts.
If you need a single location to get cutting-edge information and keep up with the rapidly changing world around us, tune into Grand Theft World, where a forensic historian and a logic professor break down the week's news in depth and in context. There's a ton more there, so go check it out. And don't forget to get your Freedom Vault on the homepage.